on, motherfucker. Hello, 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 cutie pies, and welcome in. How are you? It's such a pleasure to see you guys.
Tau,
Welcome.
you beautiful being. How are you on this glorious day?
I am glorious, sweet Aussie. Thank you for asking. Yes, I'm having a wonderful day. I'm so excited to tell you guys some stories. You can see that our little pouch pal, he is practicing responsible fire safety. That's right. It's responsible. Yes, we have some little candles. Delicious. Thank you for feeding me,
Boom.
sweet Perry.
Headshot.
Boom, headshot indeed. Welcome in, sweet Perry. How are you? And how are you doing? Oh my goodness.
Hello, motherfucker.
Ragnar, hello, motherfucker. Hi, sweetheart. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're having a wonderful. Oh,
Wait, no, wait.
okay, sorry. Got a little bit dramatic with it. But hello, everyone. I hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful day, evening, afternoon, night, whatever time it is. Let me just scroll up and say hi to everybody. Firstly, thank you so much to I think it was like Aussie and Bublin and Sadu and a few other people came in even before stream started. Thank you so much. I really like it when you guys do that. It makes me feel very special and very thought of, and I really like it, and thank you so much. How are you guys doing, by the way? It's such a pleasure to see you. Let me see. I scroll. Violent! Hi, sweet Violent! It is indeed Tau time. Actually, it's more like Tau telling stories you give me to tell time. Sorry, I'm not actually a good storyteller, you may have noticed. So for that exact reason, you guys give me stuff to read. Right? Right. And then we're good. Then we're all good. But Dustin, hello, sweet Dustin, welcome in. How are you doing? It's such a pleasure to see you. And Cannonair, hi, cutie Cannonair. How are you doing? Gamer, gorgeous gamer, welcome in. How are you doing? And Spider, thank you for the hello, motherfucker. Free, hello, fabulous Free. I hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful day. Let me see. Apex, welcome in, Apex. It's good to see you. Nix, my toast slice, jam slice. How you doing? How are ya? It's good to see you. And Patricia. Hello, precious Patricia. Hello, precious Patricia. I hope you're feeling better today, sweetie. I know you're still probably pretty sick, but I hope that you're feeling a lot better. Empire, excellent Empire. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good one. And delicious drop. No, delightful dropper, how are you doing? It's such a pleasure to see you. You'll be lurking, you gotta work. That is totally cool. You know, I'm just grateful to have you, so thank you so much for coming in. I hope you have a good time working, and for the record, guys, this stream is the perfect stream to lurk in, because we're gonna be on this, in this scene the whole day. And it's, I mean, I might do some voice acting, so maybe it's not like a ASMR sleeping stream, but you won't need to see anything going on because we're not playing any games. So yeah, if you would like to just lurk today, you're more than welcome. I will just keep finding stuff to read. Let's see. Warren, hello, wonderful Warren. It's a pleasure to see you. Hope you're having a good one. Strat, hello, sweet Strat. I hope you're having a good day. You better be having a better day than yesterday. Right? Right? You better. Let's see. Hello, beautiful Bublin. Welcome in. How are you doing, cutie pie? Hi, everybody. I just made it to the part where I came in. Sorry, I'm so slow. And Patricia, holy fuck. Thank you so much for the 50 stream streak. That's a big number. 50. 50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the support. Thank you, thank you. The largest streak I've ever had, not just here, but on Twitch in general. I'm very grateful, sweetheart. And Deathbringer, darling, thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome in, welcome to the pouch. are now also a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you too. All right, let's see. Ragna, I'm doing great today. How are you doing? I hope you're doing so excellent. You all deserve to be doing excellent, you know? So I hope you are. Let's see. Scrolly, scrolly, scrolly. Egbert! Hello, excellent Egbert. Welcome in. Your first time seeing the new model. I muted myself again. Hey, I hope you're enjoying it. And Ruby! Hi there, sweet Ruby. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. You are now a pouch pal. Welcome to the pouch. What a pleasure it is to have you. How are you doing today, lovely Ruby? Let's see. Scrolly, 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 scrolly. Hello, motherfucker! Hi, little more. Welcome in. How are you doing? Pleasure to see you as well. Precious Press! Hello, Precious Press! How are you? It's good to see ya. Let's see. Scrolly, 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 scrolly. Oh! Ooh. Green. That must mean Storm! Hi, sweet Storm! Welcome in! I hope you're having a great day! Wait! I'm muted? Oh no! Am I still muted? No, I'm not muted. Hopefully it got better. I don't know how long I was muted for. Hey, let's go, Ruby! Hi, how are you? It's a pleasure to meet you, honey bun. Ruby, if you don't mind me asking, how did you find us? Were we in like your recommended? Were you scrolling through special events, VTubers? Were you on Twitter or Blue Sky? Very curious. Hi, sweet Boomy. Beautiful Boomy, welcome in. And ooh, Ozzy, thank you for the care package. Delicious water. And a little cheeky stretch on top of that die. Every single person with any kind of a British, English, Australian accent immediately leaves the chat. Let's see. And Nix, thank you so much for the 10 stream streak, honey. I appreciate it. That's amazing. 10. Let's see. I think this sums up all early birds when we know Tao is streaming. Oh, you guys are so sweet. I really appreciate the support, honey buns. I really, really do. Let me see. Oh, recommended. That's awesome. Oh, I'm very happy to have you, sweet Ruby. Thank you so much for being here. Also, I just realized I need to make sure that I have the, oh, I don't have my YouTube chat pulled up. Like at all. Like legitimately, normally I have it pulled up. It's just hidden. I don't even have it pulled up today. Irresponsible streamer. Hold on. I'm fixing. Okay, it has been fixed. Hello, Ozzy on YouTube. Let's see. Tao's voice is so cute. Me? Cute? Are you sure? Sadly, I could not find the introduction to a thesis one of my OCs wrote. Tao has chibied that OC for Tao to read. Oh, well. Oh, no. Oh, I'm sorry, but that sucks. I would love to read it. Let's see. Okay. Well, I think that's, I'm caught up. Now, oh, I just had a couple of housekeeping things to go over just real quick, if you don't mind. Firstly, you guys, please, if you haven't yet, go and vote in the, it's really not that big of a deal, but please go and vote in the Discord poll. It's in our events and schedule alert channel thing. Anyway, because I would love it if you guys wouldn't mind telling me which weapon you want me to start Monster Hunter Wilds with. I only have those 3 on there because I don't actively want to play any other weapons at the moment. So those 3 are just ones I'm equally happy with. If you know me, then you know that typically I play a charge blade, but I also do really like the bow, although I didn't make it through I haven't made it through a game with just the bow, so it would be a fun challenge. And there's a lot of really cool, it's such a flashy weapon, the bow, actually, like with all the dodging and stuff, so I'll have to learn, but I would be so down to learn. Insect Wave, it looks like that's not at all popular, which is totally fine. But yeah, Charge Blade is what I made it through other games with. But also, with that in mind, I haven't played a Monster Hunter game since Vanilla Rise came out. So regardless of what we play, I'm gonna have to learn the weapon. So please do go and vote. Let me know if you want me to start with a bow, Insect Glaive, or Charge Blade. And yeah, that I would appreciate it, because then I can decide what we're doing, what I should be prepared for on Friday. But let me see what you guys have said since I've been prattling on. Hey, holy shit, you look beautiful and 3D. Hey, yes, I am indeed 3D, and I'm so glad that you like the model. You guys, please check out the fabulous Mint EXCE. She is my model mama. She is the whole reason that I look as fucking amazing as I do. She was phenomenal to work with. You've got to go tell her that you like the model. Just go harass her about how much you love the model. If you harass her about anything else, I will fucking get you, okay? Don't harass her except for to tell her how much you love the model. Yes? Yes. Yay, okay, anyway. But yes, please just tell her how much you love the model. I love her too. I can't, like, I said it, yeah, the wonderful Mint created the beautiful Tau's beautiful model. Go check her out. Perfect. Thank you so much, Start. I really appreciate the shout out and the pin. Yes, we're gonna have Mint's name pinned. We've had it pinned for the last 2 days. I want to pin it again today. And then honestly, probably for the rest of the week, unless we have something else we want to pin. But like, I am in love with this model. She truly outdid herself. She's such a delight to work with. She's so patient. She's so skilled. Like, I cannot sing Mint's praises enough. She is fucking amazing. Anyway, I'm glad you like it. Thank you. I'm gonna lay down, but holy shit, it looks awesome, Tao. Thank you so much. I'm so happy that you like it. I'm a huge fan as well. Like I said, yeah, well, sorry, what I was gonna say is, even once stream is over, I find myself just being like, like no one's watching, and I'm just like, hey, yeah, let's go. Aren't I cute? I'm so cute, yay. Just obsessed, just obsessed. Let's see, let me see. Oh, you found it, Storm. Oh, I'm excited to see it and read it. As long as it is appropriate, we are good to go. And Mango! Hello, sweet Mango. It's a pleasure to see you. Vanilla Rise sounds like a tasty game. It actually does sound like a tasty game, doesn't it, Maxie? Maybe I don't want to play Monster Hunter. Maybe I want to play a game about cooking. Who's with me? Let's do some Overcooked. Friday is no longer Monster Hunter Day. It is Overcooked Day. Who's with me? But Apex, thank you so very much for the 3-stream streak, hon. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Congrats on your 3rd day. You're 3D even. Oh, but tis. It is my 3D, yay, 3D. I muted myself again. Fuck, sorry. Tao is always beautiful. It's just that now she's beautiful and 3D. Let's go. Maybe this time I can maintain the streak. Thank you so much for a 3-stream streak as well, sweetie. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you, lovely Ragna. Tao is beautiful no matter how many dimensions are implemented. Aw, thank you so much, Ozzy. That's really sweet of you. Thank you. Chat, she will definitely go for our butts if you harass her model parents. I will, and not in the fun way. I will come at you with intention. You know what kind of intention? This kind of intention. Don't fuck with model mama. Okay? Okay. We're on the same page. F1 the Great. Hi, sweetheart. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and it is a pleasure to have you. How are you doing today, lovely F1? And what would you like me to call you, if not F1? Let's see. Sent the thesis extracts to you by Discord. I leave it up to you whether or how much you read out live. Oh, okay. Well, you're a mod, so I assume that you know what is and is not appropriate, right? So I'll just, because I won't have time to read it now, like before we read it live, so yeah. Tao does look awesome. Oh, fantastical free. Thank you, hon. I appreciate it. You're fantastic. No, you're breathtaking. All of you are breathtaking. Doppel! Hello, sweet Doppel. How are you doing? It's a pleasure to see ya. Tao cute, we all agree. Spider sweet, we all agree. Yes, yes. Ooh, Overcooked. I plan to get overbaked on Friday. Tell me how you really feel. I do have a question about the model. How do you remove your dual blades without flashing everyone? That's a secret. That, my friend, is a trade secret. What's a game like Monster Hunter plus Delicious in Dungeon? I don't know, but I want it. That sounds pretty fun. Actually, there is a game like that. I'm pretty sure that we tried it on demo night, didn't we? Charge Blade has overtaken Bow in the poll. Has it really? Oh my goodness. I'm actually kind of surprised by that. I thought that you guys liked the Bow. Because when I checked earlier today, it was like the highest one. Let me see here. Okay. Scrolly. Meow! Hello! Oh, we have 5 minutes of balding. Okay, time to bald. Thank you for the balding. I will put the timer on. Whoop! Thank you for the balding, little more. Let's see. Hi. How are you, sweet F1? Oh, that's such a cute emote. I love that one. Just the little like. But Tao is the mostest breathtaking. No. You are the mostest breathtaking. Let me scrolly. Monster Hunter and Delicious in Dungeon is just IRL bear and moose hunting. Wait, what is that? Wait, bear and moose. You capitalize them like they're proper nouns. Are they? Is that from a show? A book? I'm very curious. Maxie, my eyes, bald. My eyes. Little more. You asked for it. If you want me to have a little something on my head that's not hair, you can always redeem the pal hat. Anyone want to redeem pal hat? It's pretty cute. Even when I'm bald, it does look like it's implanting its teeth into my scalp, but that's okay. Not the hair, no balding. Yes, I have legs indeed, Egbert, and thank you, Ozzy. Here is our little pouch pal hat. Isn't it cute? Tao, did you see the stick drift footage I put in media? I did not. What do you mean stick drift? Oh, Shep! Hello, sweet Shep! Welcome in! It's great to see you. The ears have disappeared. That's okay. My ears are now just a little bit higher up. I hear things better when I have the PAL on my head, actually. It's like a hearing aid. Everything that I can't hear because I have no human ears, because I'm not a human, it comes through the PAL. Snivy! Hello, gorgeous Snivy! I'm sorry, this is how we are introduced, with me being bald and you being haired. Don't like that. Anyway, hi, sweet Snivy, how are you? Wait, did Tao set Streamlabs to detect me immediately upon chatting? Actually, it was Strat who did that, but yes, Streamlabs does now detect my dearest friendos and people who contributed to this fabulous setup upon chatting. Let's see, Tao hat. Do you like it? What do you think? Vampal, yes. I mean, it's okay. If you guys need just a little bit of blood to get by, that's okay. You know what would be great when you go bald? A little tiger tuft of hair, like a mini mohawk. That would be really funny. But then I wouldn't be bald. So then it's not a bald redeem. You know what I mean? Tao is a mind flayer. I am not a mind flayer. Mind flayers have no cute fur, and they have scary mouths and beaks and like tentacles. Bleh, too many tentacles. No. I'm not a mind flayer. Oh, Iridius, thank you so much for the care package, hun. I gotta be careful with my leap motion, because anytime that I dribble, because I'm too busy hurrying to drink water, it gets on the leap motion. I'm like, oh. I will be in and out of chat most of stream. Oh, all good, Ozzy. Okay, I hope everything's all right for you. I capitalized them because I misunderstood if you should capitalize them or not. Let me rephrase with correct grammar. Combining Dungeon Meshi and Monster Hunter will just give you moose and bear hunting IRL. Ah, yes, gotcha. That's all good. A magical Bluetooth. Exactly, Shep. This is my Bluetooth.
This is gonna be the perfect stream to do while cleaning the house. TauTass, cozy TauTass wag.
You're so right, Nix. This is absolutely gonna be the perfect stream to do while cleaning the house. Oh, yay. Thank you for the pal attack, gorgeous gamer. I appreciate it. You see, with when either internal damage or duty befalls a controller, a joystick might drift. Oh, that's what you mean. Like the joystick drift on like switches and stuff, yeah? Hi, sweet Snivy! You guys, if you haven't checked out the gorgeous Snivy, she is working her ass off on amazing artwork, incredible animation, and stellar streams. Please check her out. She's a very dear friend of mine, and I absolutely love her. Yeah, please, please, please check her out. I am not a mind flayer. That's exactly what a mind flayer would say. But it's also what not a mind flayer would say. I don't know many not mind flayers who would say, I'm not a mind flayer. Let's see, I'm just a little sore and got stuff to do at the same time around the house. That combo wasn't fun. Oh, Ozzy, I'm sorry, hun. I really do hope that you get to feeling better in short order, because that fucking blows. Julius, hello, gorgeous Julius. Welcome in. How are you doing? It's such a pleasure to see you. I found some interesting stories. They are short, but they are pretty good. So we're gonna start with a lore dump. I've got my lore that if you haven't read it yet, I'm not the best writer, but and it is kind of long. But if you want to know how I became me, I am gonna read you that story before we start anything else, and then I'll have a look at some other stories that have been posted. And I also have a few creepypastas that I'd really like to read to you guys. They're long, but they're really good. They're some of my favorites. So one is quite funny, and the other one's quite long and a bit sad. But they're both really, really enthralling stories. So I really hope you'll give me a chance to read them to you. Oh, also I get my hair back. Yay! Much better, much better. Because I'm feeling a lot better, I'm probably gonna be working on building the model whilst listening to you read. Oh, that sounds so fun, sweet Patricia. I can't wait to see what you, I can't wait to see whips of your model, sweetie. And Core, hello, cutie. Core, welcome in. How are you doing? Such a pleasure to see you. Let me see. I can't believe it's been 5 minutes already. It has. It has. Not as amazing as Tao? No. Much more amazing than me, I must say. Snivy is so much fun to be around. Yeah, doing pretty good. That's great. I'm happy to hear it, sweet Julius. I am not a mimic. Should I believe you? I think the timer is broken, that or I legit have no concept of time. No, it's been 5 minutes. I've got it on my chat and events over here. It says, Pal hat redeemed by Aussie Petrolhead 5 minutes ago. Yeah. Lore! Yes, lore. I'll be sure to post major updates in the build as it progresses. Yes, amazing. I can't wait to see it, see Patricia. Let's see. And Rajanka, I can call you that, right? Rajanka, welcome in. Good to see you again. I have a thumbs up on the stories and writing channel. Oh, thank you so much, Strat. I really appreciate that. I forgot to message my mod team about it, but Strat's on top of it. Thank you so much, Strat. You're the best. If you check out the clip, keep your eyes on the names near the top left of the clip. Oh, okay, sounds good. I will give it a shot. I will have to watch it after stream probably. Let's see. Maybe you're having fun making time just fly. Hey, that's what we want to hear. That's the one. Exactly right. Did you hear the sad news, Tao? Oh, no. What? I am writing stories about studio closures, so I don't think it's that. No, is that which studio is closed now? That's such a fucking bummer. All of these fantastic studios are getting put under. That fucking blows. And a lot of it's AI, which is extra blowy. I was mentioned, what I miss. Oh, I was just telling everybody that it has indeed been 5 minutes since you redeemed our balding Tao. Warner Brothers closed 3 studios, including Monolith Productions, who made 2 Middle-earth games and were working on a Wonder Woman game. What the fuck? Why would they do that? That sucks. That's so shit. Let's see. I sent this reply to Snivy and I thought you would find it funny. She's gonna read every single story to ever exist ever, Snivy. The first one that she's gonna read goes like this. Once upon a time, Gronk hit Glunk with a rock. Glunk died. The end. I've already finished our first story. Oh, you guys, you may also see that we have our merch at the top of the page up there. Up there. If you guys would like some merch, just do !merch. There's some pretty cool stuff on there. I would love to see it if you guys wind up wearing it or if you guys wind up ordering anything. I myself have already ordered a few things. I will let you know how incredibly comfortable the hoodie and stuff is. And I will absolutely be using the fuck out of that mouse pad. That thing looks sick. Let me see. Okay. Oh my god, merch. So cool. It is so cool. All right, everyone, Tao is doing Journey to the West. Buckle up. This is a long one. Yeah, that is a long one. That will not get done in 6 hours. Yes, do share pics indeed. I was slightly annoyed that my store sent me the wrong filament for the 3D project, but I think I can pull off a golden pal for our beautiful Tao. Can you? Aw. I mean, if you want to send me a little golden pal, I would love that. Send it in the PO box. Just remember we can't like sell stuff like that yet, because I need to get like commercial rights and stuff like that for like selling like physical garments like that. But if you want to send that to me, I would love to see it. Or if you just want to make one and take a photo of it. I promised myself that once I got a job, my first buy will be merch from Ujix and her new line. But now that you have merch, I will have to order. I will have to add that to the order. I would really appreciate it. Thank you so much, sweet Maxie. That'd be amazing. My copy is over 2,000 pages. Wow! I don't read enough for that. I would love to hear any feedback or thoughts you have for the submitted pieces I made. They're all quite different. Ooh, I'm excited. Let's see. Yes, we need to get to a certain number of orders to get some new cool personalized merch. That's true. So if we get to a certain number of orders, I don't know what number that is, but if we get enough orders on the... Ooh, thank you for the water. Thank you for the care package, Sweet Spider. Then we can get things like little pal hats, like little beanies. Stretchy. Thank you so much for the care package, honey. And like custom little keychains like that and stuff. Of course, we already have a custom little keychain, but it's a 2D keychain. I would love to get like a 3D printed one or a molded one. One is like a lore thing. The other two are stories, but very different kinds of stories. Awesome. On your merch, what is the verbiage / translation? Thylacine. It's Japanese for thylacine. So yeah, you will be wearing thylacine merch, baby. All right. Well, you guys, what do you think? Are we ready to get into it? Do we want to start with, in fact, okay, what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to put up a quick poll. We're going to talk for just a couple more minutes so that you guys have time for it. I'm going to do our readings in order of the popularity of the answers in the poll. So, in what order should we read things? As in, you guys will vote whatever your favorite things are, and then we will read them in that order. So we've got Tao lore, we've got viewer submitted stories, we've got Tao's fave creepy pasta, we've got folklore / legends. All right, please do vote, you guys, and then whatever order those come up in, that's the order we will do it in. Also, I think Uwu Market has been freaking out a bit and no currency other than USD are showing up. Really? Oh, that's weird. Because yesterday, I think when I was, not yesterday, the day before when I was showing you guys, it seemed, I mean, it put it to like the nearest third decimal or something, but I think it was still showing me the Australian moolah version. I'm pretty sure. I'm ready for the new Australian themed episode of Between the Lions. What is Between the Lions? What is that about? And where can I watch it? It keeps switching for the local currency to, from the local currency to Australian dollars. I could see it in Australian dollars. Oh, that's weird. Can you guys, like go up to the top or something and change the currency or the language or something? Is that possible? Oh, okay, so it looks like we're doing Tao lore first, and then we're doing viewer submitted stories, and then we're doing folklore and legends, and then we're doing my favorite creepypastas. Assuming that doesn't change in the next 4 minutes, please do vote in the poll, you guys, for which things you would like to, I will just tell you what's currently in first place, so that you don't need to, you can start voting into other things if you would like. But yes, so there's, the Tao lore is first, and then viewer submitted stories, and then folklore and legends, and then my favorite creepypastas. Today is fine for me, so I guess it's fixed. Oh, okay, good. Empire, hello! Hello again! It's a Jim Henson show focused on teaching reading. Oh, that's cool! How interesting! Oh, that sounds like a nice feel-good show. I remember Between the Lions and Zoom. What? Really? Wait, Between the Lions is like an old show then, is it? How am I? I'm good, Empire. How are you? It was really good? That's awesome. Oh, I'm happy to hear that. I remember, zoom, 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 zoom. The prices have changed like 3 times in the last 24 hours. First, $25.219, then $39.54, now $40. And yes, the option to change language and currency, but USD is appearing only as the currency option with English, Spanish, German, Dutch, and Japanese being the language options. Well, when you go to your final cart, it should, hopefully, sorry, I'm crossing my fingers. I don't think that my tracker does that. This is crossing my fingers. It should hopefully convert before you press order, I hope. Because that's what it did for me. I just grabbed something and then I was like, okay, cart. And then I was like, oh, that's, I mean, it's expensive, but, but I was like, okay, it's in Australian dollars. Oh, okay. So now you guys, if you would like to even things out, we've got Tau lore for number 1. Then we've got a tie for viewer submitted stories and folklore/legends, and then my favorite creepypasta last. Oh, we have 3 now for viewer submitted stories. Oh, okay, cool. So now the order is now Tau lore, viewer submitted stories, folklore and legends, and then creepypasta. We have 2 minutes. Please do let me know what you would like to vote, or well, go ahead and vote. It's all fixed up now, like the phone case is 40 Australian dollars. False alarm, sorry everyone. All good, Patricia, all good. Damn, this is a long poll. Yeah, I want to make sure you guys had time to consider it and everything. Okay, awesome. So it looks like we've got 7 for Tau lore, 3 for the viewer submitted stories, 2 for the folklore and legends, and 1 for my creepypasta. Let's go, let's go. Resonant! Hi, sweet Resonant. How are you doing? Pleasure to see you, hon. Welcome, welcome. Just saw something that I thought was messed up and wanted to alert folks to a possible issue, you know? Yeah, I get you, I get you. Oh, thank you for the pal hat, Valiant Vash, and welcome in, sweet Vash. How are you doing today? It's such a pleasure to see you. Seems like the whole playlist of Between the Lions can be found on YouTube. Oh, so it's not a continuing series, or wait, didn't you say there's a new, Did you say there's a new season, or are you watching a season that is new to you from back then? I'm viewing it now. It looks like you can manually change the currency options. Oh, awesome. Okay, gorgeous gamer. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. A pleasure to be here. Yay! Thank you so much for being here. Let's see. Speaking of spooey spaghettis, Jeff the Killer is just with a knife. What? Hi, Egbert. How are you? I was making a joke with you as you're a moving animal about to read a story. Oh! I am so sorry. I am too slow for this level of yoking. Sorry. All right, you guys, we're gonna start with some Tau lore, and then we're gonna go to some viewer submitted stories, and then we'll do folklore and legends, and then we'll do my favorite creepypastas. And after that, we'll do whatever else we got time for. I'm doing well, just got home from work. Oh, how was work, sweet Vatch? I hope it was good. This is gonna be so much fun. I hope so, cuties, I really hope so. I hope you all have a wonderful time. Like I said, you guys, this is a very lurk-friendly stream, this one in particular. So you guys, please make sure that you guys are of course, I would prefer if you guys were able to relax and cuddle up and get like hot cocoa or like some tea or something like that. But if you can't do that and you're instead cleaning the house, Nix, then that is totally cool. But this is a fantastic stream to lurk in because I'm just gonna be talking a lot. I have a little book prop. I'm so excited to show you. It does mean I'm gonna be holding my hand up like this, but it's cool. It's good for the immersion. All right, sadly it's gonna be 33 Celsius today, so no hot chocolate for me. Oh no, I'm sorry, hun. That fucking sucks though. Ugh. That's too hot. That's too hot. Maybe cold chocolate. Yeah. How about some iced chocolate? Yummy. I actually, personally, I got some coffee today. A nice mocha. a nice, delicious mocha, which totally has not thrown off my energy or anything. It made me really, 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 really super duper hyper or anything. It wouldn't do that. Sitting down with KFC lunch. Nice. Sounds good, Storm. Sounds good. 33 for me as well. Oh, Maxie, fuck. You guys, please stay nice and cool if it's hot. Please stay nice and warm if it's cold. I don't really like iced drinks. I like iced coffee or iced tea. Oh, fair. What about like chocolate milk? Do you like, I don't like milk personally, but I really like chocolate milk. Seems like you're pretty amped. Yeah, I'm pretty amped. Yeah, to be clear, one shot of espresso for me keeps me up for about 12 hours. So I am hypersensitive. I don't think thylacines are actually supposed to be drinking or consuming caffeine. I don't think that we're supposed to do that, but tough shit, because that is exactly what we're doing. That is exactly what I have done. I think I'll go fix some popcorn. Absolutely, sweet gamer, go for it. Hyper Tau, exactly. See, this is the thing. Even as I was drinking my coffee, right, I was like, this is not a good idea. Today is supposed to be kind of a relaxing, like Zen stream. I probably don't need this. Oh well. It's coldish in my area. Oh, okay. Well, Julius, please stay nice and warm. Cocoa mix in a silicone popsicle mold may help. Yum, that would be pretty good. Tao gets zoomies from coffee. I do. I so do. I did have to do a little bit of exercise before we started because I was just like vibrating. I just got the zoomies. Chocolate milk is good, but we haven't had it in this house since like before I turned 15, and I probably haven't even drunk it since before I turned 13. Oh, maybe we need to get you some chocolate milk. All right, you guys. Well, TauTassieTiger, another wonderful middle name. So to get this set up, I'm just gonna dim the lights a little bit, and I'm gonna change our lighting so that you're actually gonna get a chance to see my reflective eyes, because I'm going to change the lighting on my model as well, where my eyes, take notice everyone, my pupils, right? They are black, or well, not black, but they are a darker color right now. When I turn down the lights, they get like white. It's pretty cool. But anyway, it's very good for the storytelling. So I do need to go on a quick break in order to set all that up, which is perfect because we're due for a break in like 10 minutes anyway. So this just means we get to go for an extra like 10 or so. I am now just imagining someone say Tau, like people do car noises as they speed past. So Tau, Tau, yeah. Tau caffeinated tiger, Tau neum tiger. Oh, the other thing I wanted to know is, do you guys want, what kind of reading today? Do we want to do voice acted, which does mean that it's not going to be quite as relaxing because there's probably going to be points where I'm going to be like yelling and stuff. Or do we want, Zen, AKA just gentle reading like this? Oh no, she mentioned, as her son fell out of the sky, you know? Anyway, you got 1 minute for that one. Please let me know if you want me to voice act or whether you want me to do a Zen one. The Zen one is going to be much more like a mom voice kind of thing. I hate it when that happens. SMH my head. Please do vote, you guys. This is only a 1 minute poll, so if you want me to voice act, make sure you vote for that. Otherwise, we are going to be talking like this for the entirety of the stream, unless you guys ask for another poll at some point. Which, I mean, who knows? Maybe it'll be, so yeah, maybe if we do the voice acting, it'll be more immersive, but if we do the Zen one, maybe it'll be more relaxing. You got 20 seconds, please do vote. It's actually pretty close right now. Voice acting is only 5, but Zen is 6. You got 15 seconds. Vote, 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 vote. Zen sounds nice. Okay, I can narrate like this for until you guys ask for another poll, okay? All right, yep, that looks like what we're doing. We're doing Zen. All right, sounds good. Easy on the throat then. All right, you guys, let's go on this quick break. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourselves something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. And by the way, I also want to let you guys know, we do indeed have our little fishing game. It's just auto hidden, so you can play it on this screen or on the BRB screen. All right, cutie pies, this is also a reminder for any vitamins or medicines. I'm sorry, I keep drawing blanks. Anyway, vitamins or medicines that you might need. And cuties, I will see you in about 3 minutes. I will miss you terribly, but see ya soon. Hello, cutie pies, and welcome back. So here is my book. I have a book here. Yes, book I will read. Yeah, hi, welcome back. Do you like my eyes? Ooh, very animalistic, huh? Hold on a second, let me show you. Ooh, yeah. This is how I see at night. Pretty cool, huh? Pretty cool, huh? Ah, imagine the darkness surrounds you and then you look up and you see, on second thought, huh? But yes, aren't they cool? Very cool, huh? True Soul Tao has hair again. It is true! I have my hair again. Hi. Welcome back, beautiful Bubbling. Welcome back, Awesome Chef. Welcome back, Precious Patricia. Welcome back, Valiant Violin. Welcome back, Little More. Welcome back, Sweet Said It. Welcome back, Precious Patricia. Hold on, there we go. All right. So you guys voted firstly to start with Tau lore. So that's what we're gonna do. I also have a little cheeky playlist set up with some nice calming acoustic folk guitar. Galaria, thank you so very much for that. Hi, I have a book in my hand, but thank you for the follow, hun. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what an incredible pleasure it is to have you. How are you doing, hun? We're just about to get started doing some story time reading. I hope that you enjoy it. Let me know how the volume is for the music. I want it to be quite low, so yeah, the idea is that it's pretty low. I just want it to kind of be barely audible, so as long as that's good, then we're good to go. All right, yeah, Galaria, how are you doing, honey? Let me pull up our story. Here we are. All right, here we go. Alrighty. Yay. Okay. Tau telekinetic powers. How is the book waving too? Ooh. Ooh. I'm much more powerful than you give me credit for. I am. Because reasons. Exactly. All right, you guys. You guys have voted for a Zen reading, so I will not be doing much in the way of voice acting for this one. If you want to, as we go through the different things, we can do another poll, depending on what you're feeling like. But let me know if you want to do a poll, because I won't ask every time, just because I don't want to disrupt the flow of the stream, right? Galaria, am I saying your name right, sweetheart? It's such a pleasure to have you. I love your model, and your vibe seems so nice and chill. Oh, I'm so happy to hear that, darling. And thank you so much for loving the model. My fabulous model mama is actually pinned on the in the chat. So if you want to go let her know how much you love the model, I would really appreciate it. I know she would too. It's such a pleasure to have you here, though, darling. And today we're doing a story time reading. So I hope that you enjoy that as well. It's a perfect stream to lurk with. Normally we are doing like stuff like gaming or art, things like that. But in today's case, as a little treat, because you guys actually we do community goals where you guys donate like channel points, and then you get to sometimes it's for like a story time stream, community game night, movie night, stuff like that. But tonight it's actually a story time one. So yeah, I hope that you enjoy it. And Gojira, hello, gorgeous Gojira, how are you? It's so good to see you. You're playing the ultimate prank on the realm. Oh, terrific try. Welcome in, sweetheart. No worries at all. You're not late at all, sweetheart. You have arrived precisely when you mean to. No worries, darling. It is such a pleasure to see you, and I hope that you enjoy our story. We are starting with my origins, as requested. And yeah, can Tau flip the page? I wish. No, I can pretend. It kind of looks like it a little bit. All right, okay, here we go, you guys. These are my origins. The last one she knew of personally was shot dead in 1930. The last one she knew of at all died a few years later. For millions of years, her kind had thrived in the lush Tasmanian rainforests. There, they discovered a perfect niche. Their striped coats blended seamlessly with the rich greens, deep oranges, and earthy browns, which so richly shaped their habitat. This camouflage, carefully evolved over millennia, embodied the antithesis of the brazenly built, methodically constructed wooden eyesore that stood before her now. She had been watching, concealed within lush bushes, for the better part of a week now. Strangely, the two-legged beast that emerged in front of her every morning and evening never pursued prey, at least not the way that she did. Instead, it would emerge with a newly formed lump on its back, holding a strange box, and venture off into the wilderness. Its methods of stalking prey were reminiscent of those of her own, albeit a bit more clumsy. Yet it was never seen. It was so still, so careful, so patient. And yet, when the time finally came to take its prey, it never did. It simply watched. Eventually, the prey would escape, and the two-legged creature would quietly saunter back to its eyesore of a den. She didn't understand how it could survive solely on the leaves it picked from outside its domain, but it somehow seemed content. Content with its solitary lifestyle. Content with simply watching its prey day in and day out. Content to stay in precisely the same place for weeks and, eventually, months on end. She felt a certain curiosity overcome her, a certain fondness. One morning, her restful sleep was interrupted by a delightfully savory, rich scent. She was on her feet, following the delectable smell before her eyes even opened. By the time she shook the tiredness from her eyes, she could clearly see the fur and smell the flesh of one of her favorite meals, a wallaby. Instead of a half-eaten carcass, which in itself would have been a feast, it was fresh blood and sinew still glistening in the rising sun. Her eyes lit up simultaneously with glee and suspicion. Her heart began to race, and her vision darted to and fro among the thick foliage, desperately searching for something amiss, some trickster hidden within, perhaps the executioner who had killed so many of her kind before. There was nothing unusual. All she heard were the quiet hum of cicadas, the rhythmic tweeting of the orange-bellied parrots, and the bubbling of the many streams across her territory. For all she strained her senses, she could find nothing amiss. Nothing other than the divine morsel which she could not keep her claws and teeth from any longer. By the time she finished, with a gut full to bursting, she suddenly felt quite tired once again. As she was about to lay down to sleep off her meal, her golden eyes caught a flicker of movement in the bush. Her hackles bristled as she froze, her sharp hearing suddenly perceiving careful, delicate breaths from the direction of the unknown entity. A low growl emanated from deep in her chest as she slowly backed away. Then the beast in the bushes very slowly emerged. It wasn't the first time she had seen it, but it was the first time she had seen it so close. It made a low, breathy sound. It was completely incomprehensible. It performed a horribly grotesque maneuver as it slowly reached backwards behind itself using a limb. The extremity then slowly emerged again, grasping hold of another exceptionally fresh piece of meat. She was on high alert, but even she could not deny the appeal of more food, especially with winter fast approaching. She hesitated for a moment, and that moment was all it took for the entity to toss the meat at her feet. Startled, she jumped back in alarm, but quickly reconsidered and, with her keen eyes trained on the entity before her, stepped forward until she felt the warmth of the newly offered meal caress her furry paws. The creature before her waddled slowly and awkwardly towards her, causing her to tense, but not enough to not enough to abandon her meal. As she pulled muscles and stretched flesh and fat, she kept a wary eye on the being who stared back at her in open curiosity. It seemed to move with exaggerated, predictable slowness, though it made only one strange movement that caused her to tense again, seeming to fall onto its back, and it then echoed its previously grotesque maneuver, grasping behind itself with one limb. However, this time it emerged with an abnormally straight stick and a rectangle instead of the wallaby. Moving slowly again at the sight of her tense posture, the entity began to rub the stick on the rectangle, glancing up at her from time to time. She felt a strange calm wash over her as she continued to consume her meal. As this creature watched her, she felt a familiar feeling reminiscent of when a magpie or a curious parrot would observe her. The feelings were entirely unlike being surveyed by a predator, a sensation she was obviously quite familiar with. After some time, and with most of her meal complete, she realized she had become so engrossed in her spoils that she all but entirely forgot that a creature was watching her. Eyes snapping upwards in a flash, scanning for the unknown entity, she realized it was gone. A beat passed as she strained to hear that same cautious telltale breathing, but she could detect nothing. Her curiosity was piqued. Over the next several days, she observed the being more and more closely. It may have been all in her head, but at times she perceived that it could somehow sense her presence. Occasionally, it would look in her direction and draw its lips back, another of its unfathomable maneuvers. Though it would sometimes show teeth, there never seemed to be any sign or a hint of threat in this motion. Strangely, it felt almost friendly. It would then turn around and continue on with its daily activities. Occasionally, she would accompany it through the day, stealthily trailing it through the bush, her camouflage rendering her nearly invisible and unnoticed by the creature. The entity would constantly wield its strange, straight stick and its rectangle, sometimes sitting motionless in one place for hours on end. The only thing that would change was its position when it noticed an animal in its field of vision. At that point, it would curl up into a malformed ball and begin to rub the stick on the rectangle. Its movements were so bizarre, so foreign, that she couldn't help but be a little fascinated by them. She became more curious, and less cautious, as the weeks wore on. Not once had she seen this being display any kind of aggression. It made no move to trap, capture, or consume any of the animals it waited so patiently for. It was a mystery how it sustained itself beyond the leaves and berries she saw it collect daily. There came a particularly brisk morning when she arrived at the creature's den, the dawn of day still good ways off. Though she intended to wait in her usual spot to observe the entity, a series of tremors ran the length of her body, and she realized with some surprise that she was shivering. She was unsure as to whether it was cold on the cold of the oncoming winter that she truly felt in her bones, or if it was just the alluring warmth emanating from within the creature's domain, and it was softening her feral adaptations. She found herself wandering around the structure, surveying its strange right angles for a time, before she eventually located a small weakness, a weakness from which substantial heat radiated. The fault was certainly too small for anything larger than a patty melon to squeeze through, not without a healthy amount of equal parts determination and curiosity. Luckily, she possessed both in sizable quantities. Nudging the poorly secured, lightweight branch aside with her nose, she began the struggle of fitting through a hole she refused to acknowledge was too small for her. It was a simple task to push her head through, bathing her snout in a blanket of warmth. Her sensitive ears caught the sound of soil, rocks, and sticks being kicked up outside as she attempted to continue pushing her too large frame through the narrow opening. As panic clawed its way up her throat at the prospect of being trapped, and in such a vulnerable position, she gave one final mighty kick and launched herself through the small opening, sending her sliding forward across the smooth ground. Her relief at freeing herself was short-lived, and despite the delicious warmth surrounding her now, she found herself in a completely unknown space, her eyes struggling to adjust to its relative brightness. In the process of getting her bearings, she banged her head against a solid object, startling her. As she recoiled, a creaking sound emanated from before her, unrelated to her movements. It was then that she saw the entity, as she cautiously peeked around the surface she collided with. It was sitting upright, eyes wide in surprise and alarm. "Loyal?" it breathed. Her heart leaped into her throat at such velocity that it was almost painful. She promptly ducked back behind the structure. With wild, panicked eyes, she realized there was a slight gap between the internal wall of the den and the strangely geometric object that she found herself hiding behind. In a bit of desperation, she wedged herself into the small gap, ignoring her fears of being trapped again in favor of trying to find a more defensible position should she need it. Her heart raced, and she held her breath as she felt the wooden floor give slightly. The entity had cautiously removed itself from the structure it had been sleeping on, and now loomed around the small, warm space she had been so fearless and so foolish to venture into. "Loe?" Its sound held more conviction now. As it began to approach her, she braced herself for a fight. Just as it hovered over her, it halted. It turned around, and it laid back down in its nest. With nowhere else to go without risking discovery, she stayed where she was, wedged between the wall and its nest, in the warm room mere feet from the entity. Her heart continued to hammer, and she focused all of her senses on the entity, preparing for some sort of attack. It did not move, however, and remained laying in its nest. Gradually, her panic began to subside, and despite her insistence in staying awake, it took mere minutes for her consciousness to fade into the embrace of the cozy ambient temperature. The blinding light of the mid-morning sun jolted her awake. Springing to her feet in a panic, she looked frantically around, her slitted pupils dilating tenfold when she saw what lay before her: another haunch of fresh meat. Ignoring it, she deftly leapt over the meal, scanning the space for the entity, who was nowhere to be found. Her sensitive nose was more than capable of picking up the now stale scent of the being who had clearly departed its nest at least a half-hour prior. How did it manage to slip out without her noticing? Finding that she was indeed alone, her heart rate began to settle into a smoother rhythm as her nostrils were once again filled with the meaty scent of the haunch, just within her reach. After another quick scan of her surroundings, she finally devoted her full attention to the unexpected meal before her. The impulse to drag the meal into the confined space she had discovered next to the creature's nest was too overpowering to refuse, and so she didn't refuse it. There, she enjoyed yet another day with a full belly and minimal effort. Satiated, well-rested, and full to bursting, she took her leave of the creature's home, squeezing back through the small hole in the wall. She silently crept back into the dense bush of the forest, once again watching and waiting until the entity returned. As before, it hauled several vegetables and plants on its shoulders as it entered its den. She took note of which flora it possessed, both scenting their earthy aroma and taking in the various colors of the textures. The entity, pausing before it closed the entrance, spoke loudly. "Erythrolos ilea?" It waited the space of a few heartbeats in silent hesitation, seemingly waiting for something. Finally, after a moment, it murmured, "Ismeonstith," and turned away. The den was sealed. She curled up in a temporary position, keeping the entity's nest in her line of sight as she settled down to rest. She had an early morning ahead of her. Waking before the first rays of light appeared, She ventured off into the familiarity of the forest. As she walked, she moved with graceful purpose, knowing precisely where to go to gather the ingredients she needed. Once she arrived to her destination, she quickly went to work. Before she even realized it, she had collected such a bulk of supplies that she had to drop off one mass of vegetation before venturing out to gather more. By the time she was done, the pile reached nearly the height of the creature's home. Panting and exhausted, but satisfied with her efforts in giving back to the creature whom had fed her twice, she sat to the side of the pile and waited until it emerged from its abode, as it did every morning. When the creature revealed itself, it let out a strange screech that she had not heard it, or any animal in the forest, make before, causing her ears to pick back up in alarm. God, the pile was never smetty. It seemed excited? She didn't know what exactly excited meant, but somehow she suddenly developed a frame of reference for this foreign feeling. The entity rushed forward suddenly, falling to its knees before the towering pile. Then it seemed to realize that she was sitting mere meters from it. Silence fell. Its icy eyes simultaneously bore into her soul while her amber eyes bore into its. In the midst of its breathless silence, only one sound escaped its maw. On ut. The two sat there for a while, staring intently at one another. Then she felt the urge, a compulsion, pull her towards the creature. She slowly stood and, one foot in front of the other, steadily approached it. The moment it touched her long, furred nose with its odd, thin, hairless phalanges delivered a strange sensation, but not an unpleasant one. She was used to communicating through biting, clawing, and scratching, so the intentionally tender touch of this thing was foreign, but not unwelcome. The two sat like this for a time before she removed herself from its reach. The individual seemed surprised when she removed herself from its vicinity, but respected the unspoken boundary. It slowly stood and with more confidence repeated, ki anut wolf. She recognized that last sound. That and tiger were screamed through the rainforests in the past, right before deafening pops and explosions would ring out. The instant before her friends and family dropped dead. The terminology left a bitter taste in her mouth as the memories assaulted her, threatening to send her hurrying for the safety of the jungle, but she mastered the impulse. So far, this human seemed very different from the others that had come before. It had her in a reaching distance, it had touched her, but it hadn't attempted to harm her. Why? She glanced back at the person one final time before retreating into the forests once more. Certainly not too far back from the increasingly interesting being in their home, though. Over the next several weeks, the two communicated only through mutual gifting of the other's favorite foods. She would leave some unusual plant life at the door. They would leave a bit of meat a bit further afield so that she could safely drag the food back to her now semi-permanent den, which she recently had relocated to be closer to the person's home. The mutual respect and admiration made both parties feel far less alone in the vast expanse of the forest, and life was good for them both. She would listen to the human from time to time. They would remove some material from their window and sing, filling the forest with gentle crooning. Sometimes she'd attempt to join in. Other times she'd fall asleep to the melodic sounds of their song, entering a deep slumber that wouldn't release her until the morning light. She would have been content if they had stayed like this as, in spite of seemingly being the last of her kind, she had found more companionship than she could have hoped for in the last few months. Months passed again, and the air was beginning to chill. Near Arctic temperatures brought frost to the trees and the plants. Many of the plants that the human consumed for sustenance were withering, and still, she brought vegetables for the human to consume. Despite her efforts, she could see the previously healthy human was beginning to ail. Painful coughing fits echoed through the dense brush and often woke her from her sleep. The human rarely emerged from their den anymore, so she would occasionally enter through the hole in the structure and rest beside the person's nest. Their bony fingers would weakly glide along her spine, and she would fall asleep next to them. Another night, the person's violent trembling woke her. Without thinking, she leaped into the bedding and curled into their side. With satisfaction, she realized the person's breathing and shaking had stabilized. From then on, the two of them fell asleep that way, night after night. When the person was too weak to stand on their own, they braced themselves against different protrusions within the room to get around. Unfortunately, after this exercise, they would be breathless and fraught with coughing fits, trembling by the time they returned to the bedding. She would lay, curled up in the nest, watching the human. During one of these journeys around the den, the person stopped at a small box suspended on a flat surface and momentarily searched through it. They lingered there for long enough that she couldn't help but wonder what it was that they had found, and she let out a small growl of curiosity. The person turned partially, glancing at her, and then at the small object in their palm. They closed their eyes, held the object to their heart, and then turned around and shakily returned to the nest. Hamem elite foliahet verldustre. Ora, ia aust thirl nedel, Philips pretero oi brevitge. Digiote so id snuvrid levers. Ik le assuritato itifer belisien. Profil stem minimi, junskere hit debre. Jestero oi abristeve ihentoriti. Anterixco sui. As the humans spoke, they gently slid a thin, wiry circle around her neck. The only weight upon it was a small turquoise teardrop pendant. Pendant? 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 This is important. Let's see. The instant the pendant rested on her chest, she felt a strange sensation of warmth radiate from it. Her limbs tingled. Her ears tingled. She yelped in surprise. Staring into the human's eyes with confusion, she saw that they weren't nearly as shocked as her. "Don't look at me like that, please," the human said. The confusion in her eyes turned into curiosity. Curiosity strong enough to distract her from the strange tingling sensation running throughout her entire being. "I wish I could have given this to you sooner," the human coughed. "I wish I could explain it better." Her mind began to race as the sensation began to fade. Flashes of a life she hadn't lived. Cities, countries, worlds. Her vision blurred slightly, and she brought a paw up to her face, nearly poking herself in the eye with strange, hairless phalanges. She brought her other hand up, feeling her face. No longer was there a long, furred nose. Her ears, however, those were still there. Clearly unfazed by her metamorphosis, the person spoke again. "Since the beginning of their time on Earth, humankind has been eradicating other species from the planet. Intentional or not, they expand, multiply, and care little for the environment disasters that they leave in their wake. But there are some people who do care, and some people who are not people at all." Her fellow human extended their hand, but it was now covered in feathers. Their necks stretched, sprouting white feathers on the back. A thick, bushy tail stemmed from their tailbone. "There are many souls contained within that pendant," the morphing being said. "It will bring to you unnaturally long life. Please use that life to..." A squawk erupted forth from the Tasmanian emu that now stood before her. "Use it to what?" She spoke.
Hello, motherfucker.
"Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Apex." She spoke, but she jumped, frightened by her own voice. It was smoother, softer than what she had sounded like mere minutes before. "What do you want me to use it for?" The small, frail emu before her rested its head upon the pillow, its breathing labored. She was in a state of panic, but she was now able to consciously control her breathing and accessed a memory that wasn't her own. Inhale for 5 seconds, hold for 5 seconds, exhale for 10 seconds, inhale, hold, exhale. She repeated the instructions to herself. Once she had managed to calm down somewhat, she rested a shaky hand delicately on the withering emu. "It's okay. You don't have to tell me. I'll use it to help the other animals. I will help humans understand. I will try to make this world a better place." There you go. That's my origin story. Did you like it? I hope you guys liked it. Also, Sweet Fire, Fabulous Fire. Hi, sweetheart. Thank you so much for the 10 stream streak. I really appreciate it. That's incredible. Thank you, thank you. Let me see what you guys have said while I was reading. God, I loved reading this when it came out the other month. Did you like it, Patricia? I did have a few questions from a few different people. Oh, thank you for the care package. I appreciate it. Sorry, you're gonna have to deal with the fact that I'm holding my book weird. Thank you for the care package, Tassie. I did have a few people ask the question of what was the super straight stick and the rectangle that the human was using. It was a pencil, a normally straight stick, and a little pad of paper, the rectangle. And that's what she was like scribbling on. Let me see here. I am my dog's #1 hype man. Every time she barks at the door, I cheer. Yeah, I get him. Oh my God. If I did that to Coda, he wouldn't stop barking. Let's see. Wait, hold on. It feels like I'm being cursed. It's so important. And that's why Tao is so smart. I do have many generations of animals in my pendant here. Hold on. There we go. In my pendant here. I like your story reading. Thank you, Apex. I'm glad you like it. Thank you so much. I loved it. Oh, terrific try. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'm so happy to hear that. That was so beautiful. I love the lore. Let's go. That was a lovely story. Did you like it, Galaria? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm so happy that you liked it. Don't get the book wet. Oh, true. Move the book. Poor bird friend, what a lovely telling of lore. I'm so glad you liked it. I also shouldn't take complete credit for it. I did write it, but I had my fabulous, fabulous best friend forever, Macheka, edit it for me, and she is an amazing writer. Like, she really should be writing books, to be honest with you. Oh, hold on, Strat, let me have a look 1 second. Oh, yeah, that's all right. You can totally do that. I do sometimes read quickly. And hi, sweet Naz. Welcome in over on YouTube. How are ya? We are having a great day. We're having a nice, relaxing story time day. I remember that I was the one who asked what the stick and rectangle was. First time around, I thought it was a camera and a monopod. That's a fair guess. That's a fair guess. But this would have been, this was a long time ago. This was back in the late 30s, early 40s. That this happened. So yeah. Sensei does have excellent writing skills, just like you do. Oh, thank you, Strat. I appreciate that. All right, let's see. We've done the Tau lore, so now we will do viewer submitted stories. And the fabulous Strat has made it so that I can comfortably do that because otherwise I was gonna be like, ooh, I don't know if this is appropriate, but he has read them for us, and yay, thank you, Strat. Cameras in the 40s were definitely very rectangle shaped. Yeah, that's a good point. That's true. Yay, story times, yay. All right. Everybody make sure that you got, are you guys all doing pretty well? Do you need any water? Need to go get any food, any snacks, anything like that? We still have about 40 plus minutes until our next break. So that should definitely get us through at least some of our viewer stories. Oh yes, and let me know how my reading speed was. Sometimes I read really quickly when I know the material, even though I stumbled over myself a bit. But please do let me know if I was reading too quickly or too slowly, or I doubt anyone's gonna say it was too slow, but please do let me know. Your vote is totally anonymous, so you won't hurt my feelings. Ooh, thank you so much for the head pat. Thank you for the head pat, sweetheart. I really appreciate it, lovely Storm. Thank you. Let's see. Your reading speed was perfect. Great to listen to while I work. Oh, perfect, Galaria. Oh, that's exactly what I wanted to make sure that you guys, like, I wanted that to be exactly what this is. I wanted you guys to be able to lurk and do any cleaning or work or whatever, and just that way you guys can kind of like stick around, but not feel like you're missing anything by not keeping your eyes glued to it. You don't have to comment. Nice and chill. Just in between our stories, we can talk for a couple of minutes, and then we'll go right back to it. All right, great. We have just right. I'm so glad you guys think that I'm not reading too fast. All right. Doing really well. I think you are doing a great job. Oh, thank you so much, sweet Vash. I really appreciate that, darling. Thank you. Everything Tau does and has ever done is perfect, and no one, not even Tau, can convince me otherwise. Thank you very much, sweetheart. Appreciate that very much, sweet Patricia. Ah, you gained a dimension. I have. Hi, sweet skeleton. How are you? It's great to see you. How's everything going? Feel like I need to go get my pillow and quilt just so I can fall asleep. You're welcome to, sweetie. Alpha Wolf. Hi there, sweetheart. Welcome in. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what an incredible pleasure it is to have you. Thank you so much for coming in. I really appreciate you. How are you doing today? We are doing a storytime stream today, so I hope that you are ready and willing to just kind of sit back and relax, or just have us on in the background while you do some work or cleaning. Up to you. All right, is good. How's you? Doing great. Having a good one. Really enjoying my new model. Really enjoying our whole 7 days of streaming. This is so exciting. Yeah. And having fun reading. You like my book? You like my book? I do have the, sorry, I meant to tell you guys, I do have the credits for the person who made this book, because this is a free asset, but if you want one for your 3D model, it is behind the, sorry, I'm going to scare you guys with my, by getting rid of the chat real quick. There we go. Velvet Altaloon. There you go. It's the book asset by Velvet Altaloon right there. Just in case you want one. It is free, like I said. Let's see. The book is so cool. I like it too. I was like, oh, thank God we've got a book. I was like, oh, what am I gonna do? Clutching my pearls? What am I gonna do for my storytime stream without a fucking book? Found one. And I think it actually looks pretty good. I like that I can gesture with it and stuff. And unless I have it at a very specific angle, it actually looks like I'm holding it, which is great. Let's see. Obligatory. If Tau has 1 million fans, I am one of them. If Tau has 10 fans, I am one of them. If Tau has only 1 fan, then that fan is me. If Tau has no fans, that means I am no longer on the earth. If the whole world is against the Tau, I am against the world. Thank you, sweetie. I appreciate that. Gonna grab my heated blankets? Yes, please do, sweet Shep. Yes, everyone get nice and cozy. We're gonna start reading some viewer-submitted stories over in the Discord. The book is so cool. Yee! Glad you like it. All right, let me pull up our viewer-submitted stories real quick. Oh, I managed to mute myself before I sneezed into the microphone. Let's fucking go. All right, let's see. How's the volume on the music, by the way? Nice and soft, right? It's like just barely audible, hopefully. Like it's not overpowering me in any way or being distracting, I hope. I am a Tau super fan. Rah! Rah! Bless you. Thank you, sweet chef. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. All right. Our first story time our first viewer submitted story time is from Patricia. Mongolian stepworm, Mongolian tavtai morphilk. Sorry, I'm gonna probably mispronounce that if you put that multiple times. Sorry. Field leaper. I can't hear it probably because my volume's low. Oh, that's all right. As long as you can hear me, that's the most important part. This is just for, you know, atmosphere basically. Let me see here. Okay. Long and slim, the Mongolian stepworm is an odd species and is on the very border of what could be considered a dragon, even by the standards of Asian subspecies. Unlike many of their equally sized counterparts in Europe and beyond, and even unlike the closely related Chinese long genus, they are completely flightless, preferring to use the snake-like shape of their bodies to bound across the grassy expanses of much of the Eurasian steppe. With documents dating as far back as the 9th century AD, showing their habitats range from the grasslands north of the Caucasus into the west to the edge of the Gobi Desert in the east. However, this range was slightly expanded by the expansion of the Mongol Empire in the 13th century, with confirmed sightings in northern India, modern-day Turkey, southern China, and northern Russia. With a plethora of unconfirmed sightings in numerous other places, ranging from Albania and Greece to Iran. With a sighting of at least a single stepworm on Tsushima Island, Japan. Tsushima mentioned. Tsushima mentioned. Let's see. Sorry, I got distracted by Tsushima. Where the sighting persists as a local legend, akin to the Sasquatch or to the Yeti to this very day. But it is believed that this particular specimen died out long ago, along with the Mongol Empire's plans for Japan. Arguably, their most dragon-like feature is that juvenile stepworms hatch from eggs laid in clutches of 2 to 5 that are laid in high-up places in the summer. The majority of the remaining stepworms today lay their eggs in the Altai Mountains, and that are at the very center of their range. Mongolia, northwest China, Kazakhstan, Russia, and a very small population in far north Afghanistan. However, following the takeover of Afghanistan by the Taliban in 1996, it is believed that this small population has since been killed off or moved on to join their kin in nearby China. The last sighting of any members of this population was by a unit of Canadian Special Forces who reported seeing a lone stepworm in Shan province in 2012. The Mongolian stepworm is most recognizable by its lack of wings and extremely long, winding body, with historical examples being as long as 70 meters, with a modern average being only 50 meters for males and 40 meters for females. They sport a wide variety of colors that match their habitat and mating cycle, with the already vibrant colors and patterns becoming more ostentatious for both males and females during mating season. Mongolian stepworms are one of the few dragons of their size to be domesticated, initially being domesticated by steppe tribes in Central Asia. They are still often kept by steppe herders as a way of protecting their flock from predators and small invasive dragon species, such as the ubiquitous German redwing found the world over. Very cool. I like that. That's beautiful. Well written. Very well done. So is this a character that you've written about, like a creature that you've made up? Or is this a character that you just kind of wanted to elaborate on that you'd heard of, maybe? Well done, Patricia. You just ask about music. I don't hear any music. I can turn it up just a little bit if you want. Yeah, there's just really subtle music in the background. It's just some nice little acoustic guitar, so it's not like dead silent when I have pauses. Radish, hi, sweetheart. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the 45 student streak, sweetheart. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. You did make it, absolutely. Let's see. Stepworm. Stepworm, I'm stuck. Sorry. Sorry. Oh my god. Thank you so much, Tao. Completely made that up. Wow, Patricia, that's awesome. What a cool little guy. Sadu should draw one if they want to. I can't unhear it. It is a work of fiction made only by me. That's amazing. I kind of, oh, there you go, Sadu. Sadu, you and I are on the same page. Primal, hi there, Primal. Welcome in. How are you? Good to see you. All right. I'm really, really glad you like it. Yeah, it's super cool, Patricia. Help stop ladder, I'm stuck. All right, let's see here. We will move on to another one of Sweet Patricia's works. Let's check here. All right. It's late at night as the enchanted B-29 super fortress flies high above the clouds. The rest of the gang is asleep at various points of the aircraft. Dan is asleep at the codebook desk, a bunch of books in front of him and a blanket draped over his shoulders, courtesy of Madison, his sister. Amy, ever the recluse, is sitting in the ball turret by herself. When you think about it, that's probably why her back is always messed up. Max is up to the back, asleep in the chair that the tail gunner would have sat in. He's always so paranoid that some kind of threat is going to pop up out of nowhere and try and take down the plane. Madison and Sophia have claimed the lower bunk and are cuddling in their sleep. It's like they're not even trying to hide it anymore. Not that there would be any room for hate on this already cramped plane in the first place. They probably know that. My name is Hazel, and I'm like everyone else here. Someone who lost everyone and is now stuck here. But I share something with Maddie and Sophia. By that, I mean I'm gay as well. Not that I'm brave enough to admit it to anyone. I'm sleeping in the top bunk. Well, trying to sleep at the very least. Carrying the blanket I grabbed during our stop in Stockholm all those weeks ago, I make my way to the cockpit and sit in the co-pilot seat next to Lily, who just so happens to be the prettiest girl in the world, even before everyone on the planet disappeared, mind you, who is also wide awake. You know, I just can't figure it out, she says drearily, and with a slight sleepy croak in her voice. You just can't figure out what? She points at the fuel gauge. I just can't figure out how it works. She places her chin in her palm, thinking. What do you mean? The fuel's infinite. We already know that, I reply, sounding more opinionated than I would have liked to. I've been watching this gauge for the last hour or so. It's not infinite. Every minute or so, it goes down by a centimeter, very slowly, and then just as slowly, it goes back up again. So the fuel tank itself isn't infinite. It's just that it's being miraculously infinitely refueled, I say doubtfully. Precisely. A few moments of silence pass before I work up the courage to speak up. So where's the next place we're heading to? Pretty sure we're bound for Seoul. Did you know that I've always wanted to visit South Korea? Never been there, only seen the pictures, but it looks really pretty. I hold back with all my might to say, just like you. Third, oh wait, sorry. Oh, that's, I was like, sorry, Patricia. I actually want to read more of that. I was like, oh, this is so cool. This is so interesting. And then I'm like, oh, we got another story. Okay. That's really cool. That sounds like a fascinating mystery to resolve. I like that one a lot, Patricia. Well done. Very cool. Very cool. All right. Let me see here. Yeah, that sounds really, really cool. I like that a lot. All right, last one, the third and final submission for the Storytime stream. Also from lovely Patricia in the chat. Let's see. Evolution. All species have been evolving since the first inklings of the most microscopic of life crashed down onto Earth billions upon billions of years ago. Star Pride! Hi there, sweetheart. Welcome in. How are you doing, honey? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what an incredible pleasure it is to have you. How are you doing today, sweet Star Pride? And would you like me to call you Pride, Star Pride? You have my secret submission in DMs. Thank you, Storm. I'm reading them in the order that they came in, and I think yours was probably the last one, so I will get to yours. And it is appropriate, Storm. There's nothing triggering or anything that's gonna be like make anyone uncomfortable, right? I kind of wrote all of that in one sitting after a stroke of inspiration hit me at 2 a.m. and I haven't figured out what to add to it. It's great. That's really interesting. I want to know more about this infinite but not so infinite fuel supply. Thank you so much, Sweet Star Pride, for coming in. Welcome to our Storytime stream. We've dimmed the lights for you. Please feel free. Normally we do lots of gaming and stuff like that. Sometimes it's not as cozy as this. We're a bit chaotic as well. I'm very emotive. So we do art here as well as gaming. And for both of those, it can get a little crazy, but it's always a positive space. But today, morning, afternoon, evening, night, whatever time it is for you, we are reading viewer-submitted stories and then creepypastas. So yes, welcome in, sweetie. Feel free to lurk. This is the perfect stream for a lurk. I'm just reading you guys stories for the next 5 hours. So yeah. All right, let's see. Life changes now too, but like all examples of evolution, you can never truly see where it began. Maybe it was when people first pierced their skin for cosmetic or religious reasons. Maybe it was when people started replacing their organic limbs with bionic limbs for no apparent reason other than the looks, not that it now matters. Now people become less and less human with each passing year, replacing their flesh with carbon fiber, replacing their skin with chrome, their nervous systems with cyberware. Who I am does not matter. Who I like does not matter. Not even my name matters anymore. People don't need names these days. Everybody simply knows who everyone is through the actual digital web that connects the chips and circuitry in everyone's heads. We see everything. We know everything. Becoming cyborgian is now about more than cosmetics or about rebelling against traditional views of fashion or oneself. It is now everything. Babies are born and then immediately augmented. Sometimes a couple will have a baby incubated and develop in a literal test tube at a much faster rate, and that way they may come out as an ordinary baby. They may come out as an ordinary baby would have in the past. They may emerge developed into an adolescent, or perhaps even they will have grown into a fully developed person, having had all of the information and formative data they would have gained in their childhood implanted into their brains as it develops. I'm not sure whether we as a species will evolve further or if we shall reach a point where continued adaptation and biological development is possible. Maybe one day, human will stop being a phrase that is uttered with contemporary intent, or maybe nothing will ever be uttered again should we one day do away with speech as we are beginning to already. Doing away with mouths and larynxes and vocal cords in favor of auditory devices and speakers that can imitate any form of speech or tone, or brain chips that automatically translate every single perceivable known language into information when it reaches the brain. Am I afraid? What is there to be afraid of? What does being afraid even mean anymore? I'm not sure. Whenever I was born, I can say with certainty that it was during the perfect time to experience life before and after everyone started augmenting themselves. Again, not that the past matters that much anymore. We can't change it for the time being. I say for the time being because I'm certain there was a time when people thought we couldn't change the outcomes of something. When people thought one couldn't fly, or when people thought one couldn't alter their body to appear more machine than man. I remember the blue skies, the green leaves on trees, the acoustic rhythm of old music and old language. And now I look outside and see what one might consider to be either cruel imitations or masterful recreations of what once was. Despite how we are continuously advancing, it appears that as a society, we have devolved and will likely grow more primitive in the years to come. No longer do we write as much in the manner we once did. Traditions and histories are being lost to new ones. And the way in which these are told have changed from writings in a book or on a screen to word of mouth, or rather, echoes through the mind web and simple paintings on walls like our ancient ancestors once did all those millennia ago. I am unsure what the future holds. Perhaps it will become more and more mechanized. Perhaps things may begin to move back to the way things once were. Whatever the future holds, I find it unlikely that anything other than the former will be the outcome. I don't know who you are, where you are, what you are, when you are, or anything like that. But I know that the time left for this exchange is coming to an end. I bid thee farewell, and I wish you good luck in the ever-changing times that we find ourselves in. That's awesome too. That's so good. Oh my gosh, that's fantastic. I love that. That's so interesting. I haven't I haven't really gotten that into like sci-fi stuff. This is really interesting, enthralling stuff. Well done, Patricia. These are great writings. Let me say hi to everybody who has come in. Let me see. It may sound a little pompous and confusing is all. It is a graduate thesis on magic after all. There's a meta consideration that I wonder if people will spot. Okay, all good, Storm. I'm looking forward to reading it. Thank you. I'm late, but I'm still here. That's all right, cutie cat. You arrived precisely when you mean to. Hi, welcome in. Let's see. Oh, Cookie! Hello, gorgeous Cookie T. Could I get a shout out for a fantastic and phenomenal artist with the sweetest voice and the sweetest personality to match? Lovely Cookie T. You guys, Cookie T is a phenomenal fellow Aussie streamer. Brilliant artist. If you guys have seen my PFP on Discord, that is her artwork. I commissioned her for that. I'm in love with it. Please do check her out. She's absolutely incredible. How are you, lovely Cookie? It's a pleasure to see you. Do you like my book? Do you like my book or my model? Just kidding. But no, I'm glad that you like the model, sweetie. Thank you so much. How have you been, lovely Cookie? I'm genuinely feeling so proud of myself right now. Thank you. You should. That was incredible. I'm so proud of you, sweetheart. That's amazing. That is amazing writing. You're a fantastic fucking writer, Patricia, for real. Let me see. I'm not sure if you read this or not, but I kind of wrote the B29 story in one sitting after. Oh, I did read that one. Yeah. Thank you for the shout out. Of course, sweet Cookie. I'm so sorry I haven't gotten to get into any of your streams recently. I've been prepping for like weeks for this 3-day view, and then of course this whole week I've been streaming. I'm streaming for 7 days, so I haven't gotten a chance to come in, but I did see that you were streaming the other night, and I was like, oh crap, I wish that I could go in there, but I really had to get some stuff done, so I will be back once all of my re-debut stuff is over, as often as I can, of course. Girl, I love everything about you. Oh, I love everything about you too, sweetie. You're so lovely. And yes, we have legs now. Hold on, let me show you my leggies. Ah, look at the leggies. Look at them be. You like the leggies? I can see a Cookie and Tau collab. Cookie can sit on Tau's head. Oh my god, I would love that. That'd be fantastic. But yeah, I hope that you like. Let me see. You're all good, BBG. So proud of you and all your hard work. Thank you so much, sweet Cookie. I really appreciate it, darling. Thank you. And yes, we got them leggies. Let's go. The last story reminded me of another story called The Last Question. Ooh, is that like a creepypasta or something, Skellington? Where's it from? I wish you could see the huge smile on my face for the praise of my stories. Oh, it's so well written, sweetheart. I absolutely love it. Thank you so much for sharing it with us. Thigh squish. Thigh squish. Little guy shoe charm. That's right. We do have a little guy shoe charm. And if you would like your very own cough cough exclamation point merch, we do have a little pal keychain if you would like to grab one. I'd love it if you grab one. All right. Let's see. What's our next one? Thank you, Strat. There it is. All right. Let's see here. Oh, we got something from Sweet Shep. Oh, I'm so excited. All right. Let's go look at Shep's beautiful writing now. All right, you guys. Little different and modernized from varied translations. My great-great-grandparents started telling this story for comfort in dark nights when loneliness or thoughts of being lost or hopeless would disrupt sleep. Ooh, Guardian of the Lost, short story by 2 great-grandfolks. Oh, this is so exciting. I'm really excited to read this, Sweet Shep. I'll definitely be making a continuation to the B29 and Dragon Compendium by the time the next Storytime stream comes around. Yes, please do. Please do. I'd love to see it. Read it. See it. Experience it. Read it. All right, let's see here. Oh, yes, Strat, that'd be great. Sorry, I just read your DM there. Thank you so much. That'd be amazing. All right. Not long ago, in Farnham, Quebec, there lived a friend who was both human and animal, gliding through the wind like the twisting smoke of a great fire. A distinctly human figure, but with the head of a fox, dark and misty as a shadow, but lacking in the insecurity that deep darkness causes. It is said to live so far away in the forests and mountains that their bright greens fade into dark blues, blocking all the sun. This neighbor was gentle to all, from the largest adult to a delicate newborn, tall as a redwood with thick legs like their trunks and peppery dark pelt like the starry night sky. The people and animals of this place have traveled long distances on rugged terrain that has swept so many into danger all alone. No one, not even you, should be afraid for a long time because you are not truly alone or without hope in this place. The sun, snow, rain, or darkness could not stop the force of intense warmth and an almost familial concern. This is how you know a friend is running as fast as they can with a promise of help. It gallops quadrupedal through the trees, faster than lightning, more powerful than the loudest sound of thunder, yet no plant nor animal is disturbed in its path. If it is dark, you can see a pale glow of its paws and eyes as it travels, glittering through the space of the pine's towering branches like thousands of fireflies. The quadruped posture turns into biped while it stops slowly when it finds the lost or injured, crouching down for them to pass its large hands over tired bodies with eyes full of aged worry, like grandparents who have found you bedridden and cooked food in hopes you may brighten up. It is during this process that the fear and pain fade into calm and then to sleep, some account waking up placed upon a bed of soft tree branches warmed from firs close to nearby villages, while others faintly recall the gentle rocking as this mammoth yet secure-handed figure securely carries you home, with no injuries to speak of. Birds to their nests, rabbits to their burrows, humans to their homes, and deer back to their herds. For many moons, this dear friend would rescue, heal, and lead every type of traveler in need of assistance. Its instincts paternal when finding children with no home and infant animals refused from their group will travel miles until haven and company is found, carrying all on its back, feeding its passengers with the natural treasures this land has to share. There may be times when you happen upon a feeling of lost dread or loneliness, but fear not. For none of us it isn't ever meant to last, and much like snowstorms fade to spring, blooms there is hope, community, the world there for you. Rivers and deer are a way for the lost, moss to show you which way to go. Birds will quiet to warn you when danger is close. Trials come at us all, but we are equipped with more teeth and claws than it expects, with more bravery than we believe. A deep strength exists in every life. A light, like a candle, lives too. The world is a brighter place because we persist, and your own brilliance knows no bounds to what you can survive and accomplish. Aw, that's beautiful. I love that, sweet Shep. Oh, I wish I grew up with such an amazing, that sounds fucking great. Wow. If my grandparents or my parents told me this stuff, I would have been like, wow, I have all the confidence in the world that things will just be okay, right? That is awesome. That's beautiful. Thank you so much for sharing that, sweet Shep. That is so beautifully written. All right, let me catch up with everybody and what was said here. The last question is a really old short story where a robot is asked what the meaning of life over the years, and it always says insufficient data, and at least at one point all humans become uniminded. Oh, is that in the public domain? Because maybe I can read it if it's not too long. You did say a short story, so maybe I can read it. Let's see. Oh my God, your merch apparel is so pretty. I might just grab something. Cookie, cutie cookie. Oh my God, I would love if you would, and I would love to see it when you get it. No pressure to take photos of yourselves if you don't want to take photos of yourselves wearing stuff, but if you just send me pictures of the stuff, even if you just got it, oh, I'd be so excited. Thank you so much for considering it, sweet cookie. I really appreciate it. Back with more popcorn. What did I miss? Hi there, gorgeous gamer. Welcome in. Well, welcome back. How's your popcorn? What kind of popcorn do you guys like? What kind of popcorn did you get? Let's see. I'm broke as fuck, so the closest thing I can do is draw my OC with merch. Do it, Setu. Do it. Banana. Hello, beautiful Banana. How are you? It's a pleasure to see you again. Let's see. Thank you for including. They'd be happy it was shared. Oh, yes, absolutely. Well, my thoughts are going out to your wonderful grandparents who instilled such a beautiful piece of confidence-inspiring beauty. That was amazing. That was so lovely. Thank you so much, sweet Shep. This is proving to be one of my favorite streams you've done. I get to hear people's beautiful writings. I get to feel happy about my own writing, and I get to be with Tau's lovely new model. I'm so glad. I really genuinely love storytime streams. If I'm ever able to go full time, I would not mind implementing like one of our shorter streams, like a Tuesday night or something, for just like 3 hours a week, just reading. I think that'd be really fun. Yeah. I would love to. Need to decide which one I like best. Yay! I'm so excited, cutie cookie. I can't wait. Oh, you have to tell me what you get. Oh, I'm so excited. I like your model. Thank you, sweet banana. I appreciate it. I'm loving my model. If you want to go and let my wonderful model mama know how much you love the model, she is pinned in our chat. Please do check her out. MintEXCE. She's fantastic. Follow her on all her social medias. Follow her on Twitch. She is extraordinary. We love Mint. Oh, it's not in public domain. Boo. Do you like how boo? And then my fucking book just drops. Never mind. No more reading. Just kidding. Just popcorn with butter and salt. Oh, nice. Very nice. Very nice. You know what? Anything with corn in it has my seal of approval. The book was released in 56, so that's like 7 years old. Oh, Google says it is. Oh, huh. So Strat's got a different answer than Skellington. I might have to. Oh, you just checked it, Strat. Okay. In fact, I'm making a promise to myself that I will continue writing the B29 story after stream ends. Oh, awesome. So excited, sweetie. All right, let's see. I think we've got, let me see. We've got, oh, nice. Okay, so we have a final one from the fabulous Nyx for this SCP, and then we'll go to Storm's magical thesis. Yes, and then we're gonna probably do the SCP, and then we'll go on a break, and then we'll come back and read Storms, and then we'll read some creepypastas. All right, let's see. Yeah, it's the half cat time. You guys ready for half a cat? All right, you guys. This is item number SCP-529. Object class, safe. Special containment procedures. No special precautions have yet proven necessary. Josie is quite affectionate, and at this stage is free to move about the lower levels of the facility. Staff are not permitted to feed cheese to her. She will become distressed if not given, if not given sufficient cheese. Description. SCP-529 is a small house cat, Felis catus, with gray tabby markings. Part of the animal to the rear of the end of the rib cage appears to be missing. The body terminates sharply as if sliced in two. In spite of this, the animal has no health problems and moves about as if its hindquarters were still in place. For example, walking takes place as usual, and sometime after feeding, the animal makes motions as if to void itself of waste matter. Let's go, Josie. Ah, yes, even if you're only half a body, you can still take a shit. Let's see. The cross-section does not display the interior of the animal, but appears pure black to the eye and absorbs all non-visible wavelengths of light. It is slightly yielding to the touch. Gentle stroking of this area sometimes yields a positive reaction, purring and so on, but more usually leads to the creature turning on the agent, claws at the ready. Those scratched have experienced no abnormalities. The hind regions do not appear to be invisible. A cursory examination will show that there are no hindquarters at all. DNA testing has shown the animal to be female. That's so cute. That's really funny. I like that. I like that very much. Thank you, Nyx, for that one. That's cute. Sorry, I'm just going through and giving everyone these thumbs up that you guys all very well deserve. We have such incredibly talented writers in this chat. I'm so impressed. Yeah, it's just a cat, but it's half. Yeah, it's half of a cat. Let me catch up with you guys, and then we'll go on just a quick 3-minute break. You know how this works. And then we will read Storm's magical thesis. And then I actually want to know if you guys, I don't want to like spook anybody. Like, I love creepypastas, right? But I totally understand how some people might not think that those are particularly cozy, I guess. Cozy. Let me see. What fan fiction are you reading today? Hi, dearest Dim. Welcome in, sweetheart. How are you doing? We are actually reading everybody's personally written stuff, although that SCP thing, I don't think Nyx wrote it, but I'm still happy to read stuff that's in public domain and things like that. I'm also happy to read poetry. If you guys like, one of the things that we've always kind of defaulted to when we run out of stuff is Edgar Allan Poe. Big fan of him, even though he's super creepy. Life advice: never try and hold a poop, especially if you feel like you really, really need to. It's very unhealthy. True. Should we take a break before we start with folklore? Yes, oh wait, that's right. We ought to do folklore first, don't we? Yes, let's do that. Does anybody have any specific folklore that you would like me to read about? Feel free to just shout it out in the chat, and Strat can let me know who comes first and stuff like that. Let's see. There's plenty of SCPs that aren't going out of its way to murder you. That's true. That's a good point. And there are plenty that are. Let's see. I love creepypastas. Got a few that were recorded on Audible. Let's go, Galaria. Awesome. I've got two that I really want to share with you guys, even though one is kind of sad, but the other one's quite funny. So yeah, I hope that you'll at least let me read those ones, even though they're kind of long, especially the sadder one. That's like a 45-minute read, but I think it's worth it. It's really interesting. Yeah. Oh, you want me to read about the Wendigo? I can do that, Violent. My least favorite creepypasta has... Oh, Jeff is my least favorite creepypasta. His origin is so shitty and the history behind the image is really sad. Yeah, no, we won't be reading like anything that's like triggering. I don't want that. I'm so down for creepypastas, but I'm not gonna read anything that has to do with like, yeah, triggering stuff. Let's see. All right, so we got Wendigo. Would creepypastas have a topic to mention if some themes need a heads up? Yeah, no, that's why it's important to me that someone has already read it and someone trusted has already read it. Like for example, so one of the creepypastas, the funny one, is about a guy who invites all his friends over for Halloween and only one shows up. But it's not actually sad. It's quite funny, you'll see. And then the other one, the longer one, is actually, it is about gambling, but it's like a cautionary tale against gambling, so it's not triggering. But yeah. Oh, good morning, gorgeous Gundam. How are you? It's a pleasure to see you. Oh, Scandinavian folklore, sure. Hey, Tao, when you read, do you make voices for the characters in books? I do, dearest Dim, and normally I would, but you guys actually, I had you guys vote on whether you wanted me to read Zen, which means that I'm kind of talking like this the whole time, or whether you wanted me to do some voice acting, because I do love voice acting, but I know it's not actually as relaxing if I'm yelling. And obviously I'm not yelling all the time, only if a character is yelling, but like, yeah. In fact, before we get into the creepypastas, I might take the... Bellos! Thank you for the bald. Hi, Bellos. Welcome back. How are you? It's good to see you, honey. But yes, before we get into the creepypastas, because those tend to be a little bit more emotive, I'll redo the poll. But for the thesis from Storm and the folklore, those shouldn't involve too much emoting, so I will keep Zen for that. Is any myth or folklore on the table? If so, the origin of Psyche, the goddess, as long as it's not triggering. Like, I don't want to hear about Zeus doing horrible things to people, but yeah, if, I will trust you guys on that. Oh, thank you so much for the care package, sweet chap. Sorry, I'm just holding my sticky book. My sticky book. Let's see.
Mama, as a pouch pal, I'm really glad the bald redeem doesn't shave me. Thank you for that.
I'm really glad that the bald redeem doesn't shave me. Oh my god. The Three Princes and Their Beasts from Lithuania is a nice story not many have heard of. Ooh, sure. Strat, is it okay if I ask you to please send me all these suggestions? I think we've had Wendigo, something that, was it Skellington who suggested one? Fuck, sorry. And then the Lithuania one. Did somebody say gambling? Lower sunglasses. A cautionary tale against it. Oh, thank you so much, Strat. You were amazing. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Japanese folklore. Yes, absolutely. We can totally do Japanese folklore. Bellows, shiny and resplendent. Resplendent is a fantastic word. Love that. You do whatever you feel like, Tao. Your streams are always amazing and such a joy to end my day with. Oh, dearest Tim, that makes me so happy, sweetheart. Thank you. That was really kind. I'm really happy to hear that. All right, let's see here. I may be a bit freaky, but Zeus was just flat out freaky. Zeus was fucking evil. Yes, Zeus. His lifestyle is all kinds of wrong. It is. For folklore, what about the Kamaitachi? Sure, I don't know what that is. But Strat, can you send that to me? Thank you. Scandinavian was another suggested by me. Okay, Scandinavian folklore. Yep, we could put that. Resend, my favorite creepypasta, I think, is a story about someone who slept in an abandoned cabin and scared a monster because it thought it had... Oh, I've read that one, Violent. I love that one. Yeah, it has no face. And then he's like, he goes to the supermarket or something afterward, and he's like, so this weird fucking cabin, it was like... Psyche doesn't involve Zeus, oddly enough. There's a small section that might be a little triggering, but I don't know if certain interpretations have it. Okay, fair enough. Well, I can probably skip over that or paraphrase it if we run into that. I have a bunch of Japanese and Indian folklore if we need any. Amazing. Thank you, Strat. All right. I don't remember the title. I think it's literally It Has No Face. I'm pretty sure. The story of Hu Yi and Sheng can have a sad but lovely ending, depending on the writer. Chinese mythology? Let's try that one too. Hu Yi and Sheng? Perfect. I like the imagery of Medusa sharing tiny ice cream cones with her snakes. That's so cute. Oh, I love that. That's adorable. I like Tales from the Gas Station. Tales from the Gas Station is great. Did you listen to Mr. Creepypasta's rendition of it, Galaria? Feels like a parody of creepypastas and horror tropes. Made me laugh more than scared. Yes, absolutely. Agreed. Norse mythology? Yep, we can do that. We can do some Norse mythology. Yeah, but all in all, Psyche has a really sweet ending. Okay, perfect. We put Psyche on the list as well. Thank you, Strat. All right, you guys, we do need to go on a very quick break. It's only going to be 3 minutes. That's 180 seconds, and then we'll be right back, and we'll be reading some more. We'll get into Storm's little magical thesis, and then we will read some folklore. I think I'm going to draw a line on maybe doing 2 folklore from each culture, just for now, and then I want to read my creepypastas, which I swear are not actually that scary. Okay, they're interesting. I really like interesting stuff like that. I would say that both of the creepypastas I've picked out are about as like creepy as like Patricia's like the kind of what's it called, the vibe of Patricia's evolution writing that we read, where it's kind of a little bit bleak, but it's like really beautiful and it's really interesting. That's about as like scary as I think they both get. Yeah. All right. I love all mythologies. They are so interesting to me. About the culture of their time. Yeah, me too, Vash. I love mythology. But yeah, once we finish those creepypastas, then we will go back to folklore if that's what you guys want to do. All right. Yeah, the cyborg one. That's the one. That's the one. Sweet Patricia. Yeah, it's kind of bleak, right? But it's not like scary. So yeah. All right, cuties, let's go on this quick break. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. I'm allowed to have my hair back, and I will see you in about 3 minutes. If you need to take any vitamins or medications, please do that. And on that note, I will see you in 3 minutes. Mwah! Hello, 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 cutie pies, and welcome back. Hi! Good to see you again, sweethearts. Welcome back, awesome Aussie, welcome back. Good to see you again. All right, let me see here. Let me just turn our beautiful snivy music down, turn our acoustic up. Welcome back, beautiful Bublin, welcome back. Welcome back, Sweetest Said It. Welcome back, Nick, the Toast Slice Jam Slice. Welcome back, Sweetest Stride. Welcome back, Precious Patricia. All right, so, let me see here. So let's begin with, we've got lovely Storm. There we go.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hi, sweet Caution. How are you? Welcome in. Okay, here is Storm's. Ooh, whoa, sorry. I almost just like yanked my headphones out of my microphone. That would have been bad news, bears. Okay. All right. Let's see. All right. Extracts taken from immovable object versus unstoppable force. Looking good in HD? Hell yeah, let's go. I'm glad that you like it. Welcome in, Caution. Yeah. Boom. Oh, wait, I only have one hand available at the moment. Posted progress in the art. Oh, nice. I fitted the tracks on the model. I'm excited, Patricia. We'll definitely check it out. All right.
Hate how guess what the first rocket us Aussies are sending to space will carry a jar of Vegemite on board.
That sounds like a very Australian way to get to the moon. Yeah. Or to space in general. I love that. Thank you, Radish. That's very funny. Okay. Let's see. All right. Extracts taken from immovable object versus unstoppable force. An examination of the quantum interactions between magical mythos expanding upon the examinations of mythodynamics presented by Dr. Kyria Shirako. Thesis penned by Luke James Fortune. Chapter 1. Interactions and Quantum Magic. When magics from various mythos interact, it is a necessity that the rules /laws guidelines governing both mythos of magic must be compared to determine what sort of governing outcome might be expected from the interaction. Keeping the above in mind, in the majority of cases where spells interact, any outcome is generally the result of one magical force overcoming the other, and the primary interaction between magical mythos is seemingly one of a combative nature. In Dr. Shirako's Mythodynamics treatise, the observation is made that belief is what shapes magical forces. It therefore follows that strength of belief would have an effect on magical interactions outside of the normal rules of the mythos. Keeping the previous paragraphs in mind, oftentimes unexpected magical effects can affect the areas surrounding the interactions, often without reference to the original spells being utilized. An example would be held in what has become known as the Battle of Begerk, in which mages were involved hiding amongst rank-and-file troops, where one mage fired magical missiles at another, and they encountered a shield of protection from a different mythosphere. The unexpected result of both regiments of troops being transfigured into angry chickens ensued, in addition to the offensive spell overcoming the defensive spell. This interaction of an unexpected and quite possibly random effect can be ascribed to the quantum magic. In much the same way as quantum science, quantum magic exists in an indeterminate state until interaction from magical effects cause its observation and interaction. It therefore follows that quantum magic follows no set rules, laws, or instructions until it actually comes into effect. Thus, chickens. Chapter 4. On Sources of Quantum Magic. Quantum magic effects do not on observation, appear to be magically fueled by the magical effects causing their creation. Some mythos require magic to be fueled in some fashion, be it from a personal store of mana, strength of the individual using the magic's life force, or any of hundreds of permutations. It is often rare for the magical driving force behind the interacting spells to fuel the quantum effects caused by the inter-mythospheric interaction. That said, it is not unheard of for fueling of effects to occur, given the chaotic nature of quantum magic. However, such fueling is generally present when one or both spells causing the quantum magic effect, QME, are from a mythosphere that requires spells to be fueled. That said, the strength of effect between the spells is not always dependent of the strength of the magics being utilized in the interaction. It has been reported, but never verified, evidenced, or otherwise recorded other than through legend and word-of-mouth stories, that a single spark requiring little magic energy used against another minor spark from a different magical mythosphere has been directly responsible for the much larger magical effect of the destruction of an entire plane of existence, including the magic users involved. For obvious reasons, this researcher has no desire to test such an occurrence. Chapter 8, on safe interaction in a mythospheric-oriented plane. Every plane of existence has its own unique characteristics where physics and sciences are concerned. While some are facsimiles of one another, it suggests some mythospheric arrangement can be applied to scientific measurement regarding multiple planes. Almost every plane of existence where magic can be utilized also has its own rules, regulations, myths, and otherwise controlling methods of magical use. In such a regard, these are indeed as measurable and quantifiable in the majority of cases with enough research, some of which can be through trial and error. That said, get the physics wrong on a world, the ball bounces higher than expected. Get the magical interaction wrong, you get chickens. As the potential for magical effects to be more destructive when messing around with the unknown, it is this researcher's opinion that several methods should be developed for the safe utilization of magic in such situations. Chapter 9. Suggestions for some methods of safe mythospheric interaction. The first and foremost in utilization method is to limit the strengths of magic. Mythospheres can, in general, be introduced and interact with when such introduction is done on a gradual scale. For example, a wizard who can conjure meteorite strikes on one plane should limit their magics to, say, a singular magical missile at a time until the mythospheres interact safely. Eventually, this method can be developed on a slow-growing timeline scale, until once again meteorites can be conjured without them turning into miniature chocolate-covered malt balls before impact. The disadvantage of this method is that it requires patience, which some magic users do not have listed among their virtues. An alternative in the construction of artifacts through which more powerful magics can be channeled. Such a method has been successfully used as a filter arrangement when traveling between worlds. The purpose of the artifact is essentially to translate the magical spell into a mythospheric appropriate equivalence. The construction of such artifacts is not difficult, but does require research and generally the assistance of a magic user from the mythospheric destination. No method of magic interaction is foolproof against quantum magic effects. Magic in and of itself can be unpredictable, and any individual needing to experiment in such a field should always tread with caution. There you go. That is very interesting. It sounds, it's so interesting because it definitely sounds like if in this world if magic was a science, this is exactly what a thesis would sound like. Thank you, Storm, for the submission. I appreciate it. Okay, let me see here. I'm in this book. This got me feeling like this is some kind of college lecture giving me the reaction of, huh? Well, it is a magical thesis. Like it's a fictional thesis written by Storm, but hold on, let me fix my. There we go. Awesome. Okay, so let me pull up some stories real quick. Next is the Wendigo story. All right, let's see. Let me see. There we go. All right. The Wendigo. All right, here is the legend of the Wendigo. That was so cool, right? Very, very well written. Okay. Oh, wow. Great. Okay, I think I found the actual origin story. Cool. I wish that this page would not be laggy. 1 second. Just getting the readable version of this. Oh my god. Bruh. What the fuck? This webpage is lagging me hard. Okay. I think I got it. Yeah, cool. Okay, cool. We've got the Wendigo. All right. I found a shorter version of the Psyche myth that isn't like 50 pages long if you want me to send a link to the page. Actually, Skeleton, that would be great. Let me permit you real quick. Hold on 1 sec. Permit. There you go. Hopefully that will let you post. If not, I'm very sorry if it times you out for 30 seconds. But just for clarification, will you be looking at the progress pic now or later? I'll need to check it out after stream, Sweet Patricia. All right. Let me see here. Okay. Oh crap, it still didn't do it. That's all right. I can grab this. Sorry, sweetie. Oh, perfect. This is great. Okay, awesome. I can definitely read this. Thank you. I have it up even if it's not necessarily cooperating on in the Twitch chat. Sorry about that. All right. It's a thesis for wizards. Exactly. It's a thesis for wizards. Even on a stream where we're not technically doing anything, the scuff still follows us. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Absolutely. Professor Tao, I think I'm in the wrong class. I'm an acting major, not a mage major. A major? Sorry, that was a dumb joke. All right. Firstly, the Wendigo. Allow me to bring my book up. Oh, I just muted myself. Ugh. All right, let's see. It should have let Skelly send the link. It should have. I don't know why it didn't, but I've noticed that that sometimes happens, so I sometimes have to do it in different ways. Like if you do it exclamation point permit at Skellington, and then you also have to do exclamation permit not at, but then Skellington. Yeah, it's very weird. It's very, yeah. Sorry, sweetie. We got it, though, which is the important thing. That's true. Thank you so much, Skellington. All right. The Wendigo is a horrifying creature that appears in Algonquian Native American legend who devours human flesh to survive a harsh winter. But are they only a myth, or are they really cannibalistic humanoids waiting in forests for their next victim? As the tale goes, the first ever Wendigo was once a lost hunter. During a brutally cold winter, the man's intense hunger drove him to cannibalism. After feasting on another human's flesh, he transformed into a crazed man-beast, roaming the forest in search of more people to eat. In another version of the story, the first Wendigo is said to have been a warrior who made a deal with the devil. In order to save his tribe, he gave up his soul and was transformed into a Wendigo. When peace ensued, there was no need for such a fearsome creature, and the warrior was banished from his tribe and forced to live as an outcast. The tale of the Wendigo, sometimes spelled with an I instead of an E, comes from Algonquian Native American folklore, and the exact details vary depending on who you ask. Some people who claimed encountering the beast say it's a relative of Bigfoot, but other reports compare the Wendigo to a werewolf instead. The Algonquians are some of the most extensive and numerous of the Native American groups in North America, and they once lived along the Atlantic coast in the Great Lakes region. However, Wendigo-like creatures are also found in the legends of a lot of other Native American tribes, including the neighbors of the Algonquians, the Iroquois. Amongst these people, the creature known as the Stonecoat bears some similarities to the Wendigo. Roughly translated, the word Wendigo means the evil spirit that devours mankind. Another translation, said to be made by a German explorer around 1860, equates the word Wendigo with cannibal. Wendigos are said to have an insatiable hunger for human flesh. No matter how much flesh they eat, they remain hungry. This hunger is reflected in their appearance, which according to some is extremely thin. Despite their gaunt physiques, Wendigos are described by some as giants, measuring at up to 14.8 to 15 feet in height. For my Australians, that's like 5 meters-ish. Whilst there are slight variations as to the physical description of this creature amongst the different Algonquian peoples, it is generally agreed that Wendigos have glowing eyes, long yellowed fangs, and long tongues. Most Wendigos are also said to have sallow and yellowish skin, though others say that they are matted with hair or have decaying skin. According to ethnohistorian Nathan Carlson, it has also been said that the Wendigo has large, sharp claws and massive eyes, like an owl. However, some other people simply describe the Wendigo as a skeleton-like figure with ash-toned skin. Different versions of the Wendigo legend say different things about his speed and agility. Some claim they are unusually fast and can endure walking for long periods of time, even in harsh weather conditions. Others say that it walks in a more haggard manner, as if it is falling apart, but speed wouldn't be a necessary skill for a monster of this nature. Once it has infiltrated human minds, it can turn them into Wendigo as well, instilling upon them the same lust for human flesh that he himself has. One of the most infamous— Oh, Orca! Sweetheart! Hey, Arnie! Welcome in! Welcome! Oh, hold on. Hi, welcome! Thank you so very much for the 13 months! That's crazy! Sorry, you get a book, a heart with a book in it. Thank you so much! How are you doing? I hope you're doing great. I hope the water is nice and you're not in it. Please don't be in icy Arctic water. How are you though? And welcome back, Terrific Try. It's good to see you again. Let's see. Okay, We're just reading stories, sweetie. Thank you so very much for the resub for 13 months. Is that right? Thank you so much. I really appreciate the support, darling. All right, let's see. There we go. One of the most famous cases is the story of Swift Runner, a Native American man who murdered and ate his whole family during the winter of 1879. According to Animal Planet, I don't know how much I trust Animal Planet, to be honest. Swift Runner claimed to be possessed by a Wendigo spirit at the time of the murders. Still, he was hanged for his crime. Some believe that the human personality continues to reside within the Wendigo, specifically where its heart should be. This person is frozen, and the only way to kill a Wendigo is to kill the human within it as well. A few legends state that the frozen person is successfully rescued from inside the creature. In most cases, however, death is the only way to free a person from the Wendigo. But no matter which version sounds the most plausible, this is obviously not a creature that you would like to run into on a hike. Wendigo are believed to roam around the forests where the Algonquians lived, and forest dwellers that have disappeared over the years are rumored to have been eaten by these creatures. Many Wendigo sightings have been reported over time, not only by Native Americans, but by white settlers as well. At the turn of the 20th century, the Algonquian tribes blamed many unsolved disappearances of people on the Wendigo attacks. At the beginning of the 20th century, an 87-year-old by the name of Jack Fiddler was tried for murder of a woman. Whilst he pleaded guilty to the crime, he defended himself by saying that the woman was on the verge of transforming into a Wendigo, as she was being possessed by the evil spirit. Therefore, she had to be killed before she murdered other members of the tribe. In addition to this woman, Fiddler claimed to have slain at least 13 other Wendigo during his lifetime. But the believers say that Wendigo are still out there in the woods, and underneath the terrifying flesh-eating demon, there might still be a human who was once just a hungry hunter. Ooh. And then clap, the book, go clap. Thank you for the suggestion. Much appreciated. Oh, you bought the hoodie cookie. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. So I'm trying to figure out why my hands aren't tracking all of a sudden. One second. Yay, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. I really hope that you like it, sweet cookie. I've heard that Uwu Market merch is nice and comfy, so you'll have to tell me. You'll have to tell me. But thank you so much. I really appreciate it. All right. I'm not in it just on. I'm doing well though. Sorry for distracting from the stories. Not at all. Don't apologize. That's so good to see you, sweet Orca. We've missed you, honey. I'm so glad to see you. Let's see. Go check your fax machine. What? What do you mean, go check my fax machine? I don't own a fax machine. Thank you so much, lovely cookie. I really appreciate it. I can't wait to see what you think of it. Yay! Despite the fearfulness of the Wendigo, I cite the ancient literature. If it bleeds, we can kill it or grill it. Don't eat cannibals. Tau has a fax machine? Exactly. I do not know how to use a fax machine, to be clear. All right, let's see. What is next? Being perfectly honest, the Mongolian stepworm solos Wendigos, no difficulty. All right, let me see here. I don't know why this is... Okay, there we go. All right, so that was for violent. Now we got Scandinavian folklore. Sweet Patricia, is there any specific Scandinavian folklore you would like me to read? How you should get a fax machine? Why? What would be the purpose of me getting a fax machine? That's the real question. If you can give me 5 reasons that I need a fax machine in the year 2025, I will consider it. And it has to be 5 reasons that no other object or resource that I might currently possess can substitute for. Go. Let's see. What are you doing, stepworm? May as well throw in a cassette player too. Exactly. Tau doesn't need a fax machine. She can fox people instead. Abadumtus. So we can send faxes to you. Why don't you just mail me stuff? Mail me stuff to my P.O. box. You can do that. I've got my P.O. box listed on the Discord if you want to send me things. What his little ass gonna do when a giant fucking lizard bounds over mountains and picks him up and takes him away to feed him to their hatchlings. I like some stuff on trolls. Okay, sure. Let's see. Trolls of Scandinavian Folklore. Let's see. Okay. That's a short one, but that's all right. We have lots of these to get through, so. All right, you guys. All right. Excuse me? Sorry. There. Okay. Trolls. In early Scandinavian folklore, giant monstrous beings, sometimes possessing magic powers. Hostile to men, trolls lived in castles and haunted the surrounding districts after dark. If exposed to sunlight, they burst or turn to stone. In later tales, trolls are often are man-sized or smaller beings, similar to dwarves or elves. They live in mountains, sometimes steal human maidens, and can transform themselves in prophecy. In the Shetland and Orkney Islands, Celtic areas once settled by Scandinavians, trolls are called trows and appear as small, malign creatures who dwell in mounds or near the sea. In the plays of the Norwegian dramatist Henrik Ibsen, especially Peer Gynt from 1867 and The Master Builder from 1892, trolls are used as a symbol of destructive instincts. Trolls in modern tales for children often live under bridges, menacing travelers and exacting tasks or tolls. There you go. That's a good one. Thank you, Patricia. Trolls be like, we do a little bit of trolling. They do be like. Oh, I said it right. I said Celtic right the first time? Fuck, I'm getting confused. Because I'm like, okay, this is how I want to say it, but that would have been how I've said it before. And Patricia said I didn't say it right before, so I need to say it this way, but it is Celtic. So I just need to remember that the C sound is the C sound. It's not the S sound. Celtic is Celtic. Got it. Okay. Do you want a troll story? Well, I think that's a good little summary about trolls. Is there a specifically Scandinavian one? We also need to make sure that's appropriate because I'm not sure if you remember, Strat, but the last time that we did a storytime stream, let's just say there were some questionable things said in some of the old folklore. Because old folklore, they use certain terms and have some pretty fucked up ideas of what's, you know, appropriate, not sexist, not racist. Yeah. So I'm hesitant to read anything that's like a story written, you know, hundreds of years ago because they tend to be like, yikes. So I think we'll go with this. I was so happy you said Celtic correctly and then you corrected yourself and said Celtic. No. Okay, Celtic. Okay, let's see. The origin of Psyche and the goddess. Let's do that one next. Okay. All right. Let's see here. Here is this one for the lovely Skelly. Cupid and Psyche. A certain king and queen had 3 daughters. The charms of the 2 elder were more than common, but the beauty of the youngest was so wonderful that the poverty of language is unable to express its due praise. The fame of her beauty the fame of her beauty was so great that strangers from neighboring countries came in crowds to enjoy the sight and looked on at her with amazement, paying her that homage which is due only to Venus herself. In fact, Venus found her altars deserted, while men turned their devotion to this young virgin. As she passed along, the people sang her praises and strewed her away with chaplets and flowers. This homage to the exaltation of a mortal gave great offense to the real Venus. Shaking her ambrosial locks with indignation, she exclaimed, "Am I then to be eclipsed in my honors by a mortal girl? In vain, then, did that royal shepherd, whose judgment was approved by Jove himself, give me the palm of beauty over my illustrious rivals, Pallas and Juno. But she shall not so quietly usurp my honors. I will give her cause to repent of so unlawful a beauty." Thereupon she called her winged son, Cupid, mischievous enough in his own nature, and rouses and provokes him yet more by her complaints. She points out Psyche to him and says, "My dear son, punish that contumacious beauty. Give your mother a revenge as sweet as her injuries are great. Infuse into the bosom of that haughty girl a passion for some low, mean, unworthy being, so that she may reap a mortification as great as her present exultation and triumph." Cupid prepared to obey the commands of his mother. There are 2 fountains in Venus's garden, one of sweet waters and the other of bitter. Cupid filled 2 amber vases, one from each fountain, and suspending them from the top of his quiver, hastened to the chamber of Psyche, whom he found asleep. He shed a few drops of the bitter fountain over her lips, though the sight of her almost moved him to pity, then touched her side with the point of his arrow. At the touch, she awoke, and opened eyes upon Cupid, himself invisible, which so startled him that in his confusion he wounded himself with his own arrow. Heedless of his wound, his whole thought now was to repair the mischief he had done, and he poured the balmy drops of joy all over her silken ringlets. Let me just say hi to you guys real quick. Angelina! Hello, awesome Angelina. How are you? It's a pleasure to see you, sweetheart. We're doing some story time today. How are you? Finally home. God, I've been out of the house all day and I'm so tired, but I still have homework. I'm sorry, sweetie. Hopefully we can help entertain you with some nice little lurkable stories. This one uses a little older English. That's okay, sweet skeleton. I don't mind. Is it just me, or are the Greek gods some of the most pathetic, vain, and jealous motherfuckers in the universe? Very powerful, but yes, they are all those things too. Okay. Let me see. Psyche, henceforth frowned upon by Venus, derived no benefit from all her charms. True, all eyes were cast eagerly upon her, and every mouth spoke her praises. But neither king, royal youth, nor plebeian presented himself to demand her in marriage. Her 2 elder sisters of moderate charms had now long been married to 2 royal princes, but Psyche, in her lonely apartment, deplored her solitude, sick of that beauty which, while it procured abundance of flattery, had failed to awaken love. Her parents, afraid that they had unwittingly incurred the anger of the gods, consulted the oracle of Apollo and received this answer. The virgin is destined for the bride of no mortal lover. Her future husband awaits her on top of the mountain. He is a monster whom neither gods nor men can resist. This dreadful decree of the oracle filled all the people with dismay, and her parents abandoned themselves to grief. But Psyche said, "Why, my dear parents, do you now lament me? You should rather have grieved when the people showered upon me undeserved honors, and with one voice called me a Venus. I now perceive that I am a victim to that name. I submit. Lead me to that rock to which my unhappy fate has destined me." Accordingly, all things being prepared, the royal maid took her place in the procession, which more resembled a funeral than a nuptial pomp, and with her parents, amid the lamentations of the people, ascended the mountain, on the summit of which they left her alone, with sorrowful hearts returned home. While Psyche stood at the ridge of the mountain, panting with fear and with eyes full of tears, the gentle zephyr raised her from the earth and bore her with an easy motion into a flowery dale. By degrees her mind became composed, and she laid herself down on the grassy bank to sleep. When she awoke, refreshed with sleep, she looked around and beheld nearby a pleasant grove of tall and stately trees. She entered it, and in the midst discovered a fountain, sending forth clear and crystal waters, and fast by, a magnificent palace whose august front impressed the spectator that it was not the work of mortal hands, but the happy retreat of some god. Drawn by admiration and wonder, she approached the building and ventured to enter. Every object she met filled her with pleasure and amazement. Golden pillars supported the vaulted roof, and the walls were enriched with carvings and paintings representing beasts of the chase and rural scenes adapted to delight the eye of the beholder. Proceeding onward, she perceived that besides the apartments of state, there were others filled with all manner of treasures and beautiful and precious productions of nature and of art. While her eyes were thus occupied, a voice addressed her, though she saw no one, uttering these words: "Sovereign lady, all that you see is yours. We whose voices you hear are your servants and shall obey all your commands with our utmost care and diligence. Retire, therefore, to your chamber and repose on the bed of down, and when you see fit, repair to the bath. Supper awaits you in the adjoining alcove when it pleases you to take your seat there." Psyche gave ear to the admonishments of the vocal attendants, and after repose and the refreshment of the bath, she seated herself in the alcove, where the table immediately presented itself without any visible aid from waiters or servants, and covered with the greatest delicacies of food and the most nectarous wines. Her ears, too, were feasted with music from the invisible performers, of whom one sang, another played on the lute, and all closed in the wonderful harmony of a full chorus. She had not yet seen her destined husband. He came only in the hours of darkness and fled before the dawn of morning. But his accents were full of love and inspired a like passion in her. She often begged him to stay and let her behold him, but he would not consent. On the contrary, he charged her to make no attempt to see him, for it was his pleasure, for the best of reasons, to keep concealed. "Why should you wish to behold me?" he said. "Have you any doubt of my love? Have you any wish ungratified? If you saw me, perhaps you would fear me, perhaps adore me, but all I ask of you is to love me. I would rather you would love me as an equal than adore me as a god." This reasoning somewhat quieted Psyche for a time, and while the novelty lasted, she felt quite happy. But at length, the thought of her parents left in ignorance of her fate, and of her sisters precluded from sharing with her the delights of their situation, preyed on her mind and made her begin to feel her palace as but a splendid prison. When her husband came one night, she told him her distress, and at last drew from him an unwilling consent that her sisters should be brought to see her. So, calling Zephyr, she acquainted him with her husband's commands, and he, promptly obedient, soon brought them across the mountain down to their sister's valley. They embraced her, and she returned their caresses. "Come," said Psyche, "enter with me my house, and refresh yourselves with whatever your sister has to offer." Then, taking their hands, she led them into her golden palace, and committed them to the care of her numerous train of attendant voices, to refresh them in her baths, and at her table, and to show them all her treasures. The view of these celestial delights caused envy to enter their bosoms, at seeing their young sister possessed of such state and splendor, so much exceeding their own. They asked her numberless questions, amongst others that of what sort of a person her husband was. Psyche replied that he was a beautiful youth, who generally spent the daytime in hunting upon the mountains. The sisters, not satisfied with this reply, soon made her to confess that she had never seen him. Then they proceeded to fill her bosom with dark suspicions. "Call to mind," they said, "the Pythian oracle that declared you destined to marry a direful and tremendous monster. The inhabitants of this valley say that your husband is a terrible and monstrous serpent, who nourishes you for a while with dainties that he may buy and by devour you. Take our advice. Provide yourself with a lamp and a sharp knife. Put them in concealment that your husband may not discover them, and when he is sound asleep, slip out of bed, bring forth your lamp, and see for yourself whether what they say is true or not. If it is, hesitate not to cut off the monster's head, and thereby recover your liberty." Psyche resisted these persuasions as well as she could, but they did not fail to have their effect on her mind, and when her sisters were gone, their words and her curiosity were too strong for her to resist. So she prepared her lamp and a sharp knife, and hid them out of sight for her husband. When he had fallen into his first sleep, she silently rose, and uncovering her lamp, beheld not a hideous monster, but the most beautiful and the most charming of gods, with his golden ringlets wandering over his snowy neck and crimson cheek, with two dewy wings on his shoulders, whiter than snow, and with shining feathers like the tender blossoms of spring. As she leaned the lamp over to have a better view of his face, a drop of burning oil fell on the shoulder of the god. Startled, he opened his eyes and fixed them upon her. Then, without saying a word, he spread his white wings and flew out of the window. Psyche, in vain endeavoring to follow him, fell from the window to the ground. Cupid, beholding her as she lay in the dust, stopped his flight for an instant and said, "Oh, foolish Psyche, is it thus you repay my love? After I disobeyed my mother's commands and made you my wife, will you think me a monster and cut off my head? But go, return to your sisters, whose advice you seem to think preferable to mine. I inflict no other punishment on you than to leave you forever. Love cannot dwell with suspicion." So saying, he fled away, leaving poor Psyche prostrate on the grounds, filling this place with mournful lamentations. When she had recovered some degree of composure, she looked around her, but the palace and gardens had all vanished, and she found herself in the open field not far from the city where her sisters dwelt. She repaired thither, and told them the whole story of her misfortunes, at which, pretending to grieve, those spiteful creatures inwardly rejoiced. "For now," said they, "he will perhaps choose one of us." With this idea, without saying a word of her intentions, each of them rose early the next morning and ascended the mountain, and having reached the top, called upon Zephyr to receive her and bear her to his lord, and then leaping up, and not being sustained by Zephyr, fell down the precipice and was dashed to pieces. Psyche, meanwhile, wandered day and night without food or repose in search of her husband, casting her eyes on a lofty mountain having on its brow a magnificent temple. She sighed and said to herself, "Perhaps my love, my lord, inhabits here," and directed her steps hither. She had no sooner entered when she saw heaps of corn. Yum. Some in loose ears, some in sheaves with mingled ears of barley. Scattered about lay sickles and rakes, and all the instruments of harvest without order, as if thrown carelessly out of the weary reaper's hands in the sultry hours of the day. This unseemly confusion the pious Psyche put an end to by separating and sorting everything to its proper place and kind, believing that she ought to neglect none of the gods, but endeavor by her piety to engage them all on her behalf. The holy Ceres, whose temple it was, finding her so religiously employed, thus spoke to her. O Psyche, truly worthy of our pity, though I cannot shield you from the frowns of Venus, yet I can teach you how best to allay her displeasure. Go then, and voluntarily surrender yourself to the lady and sovereign, and try by modesty and submission to win her forgiveness, and perhaps her favor will restore you the husband you have lost. Psyche obeyed the commands of Ceres, and took her way to the temple of Venus, endeavoring to fortify her mind and ruminating on what she should say and how best propitiate the angry goddess, feeling that the issue was doubtful and perhaps fatal. Venus received her with angry countenance. Most undutiful and faithless of servants, she said, do you at last remember that you really have a mistress, or have you rather come to see your sick husband, yet laid up of the wound given by his loving wife? You are so ill-favored and disagreeable that the only way you can merit your lover must be by dint of industry and diligence. I will make trial of your housewifery. Then she ordered Psyche to be led to the storehouse of her temple, where she was laid up a great quantity of wheat, barley, millet, vetches, beans, and lentils prepared for food for her pigeons, and said, take and separate all of these grains, putting all of the same kind in a parcel by themselves, and see that you get it done before evening. Then Venus departed and left her to her task. But Psyche, in a perfect consternation and at the enormous work, sat stupid and silent, without moving a finger to the inextricable heap. While she sat despairing, Cupid stirred up the little ant, a native of the fields, to take compassion on her. The leader of the anthill, followed by whole hosts of his six-legged subjects, approached the heap, and with the utmost diligence, taking grain by grain, they separated the pile, sorting each kind to its parcel. And when it was all done, they vanished out of sight in a moment. Venus, at the approach of twilight, returned from the banquet of the gods, breathing odors and crowned with roses. Seeing the task done, she exclaimed, this is no work of yours, wicked one, but his, whom to your own and his misfortune you have enticed. So saying, she threw her a piece of black bread for her supper and went away. Next morning, Venus ordered Psyche to be called and said to her, behold yonder grove, which stretches along the margin of the water. There you will find sheep feeding without a shepherd, with golden shining fleeces on their backs. Go, fetch me a sample of that precious wool gathered from every one of their fleeces. Psyche obediently went to the riverside, prepared to do her best to execute the command. But the river god inspired the reeds with harmonious murmurs which seemed to say, O maiden, severely tried, tempt not the dangerous flood, nor venture among the formidable rams on the other side, for as long as they are under the influence of the rising sun, they burn with a cruel rage to destroy mortals with their sharp horns or rude teeth. But when the noontide sun has driven the cattle to the shade, and the serene spirit of the flood has lulled them to rest, you may then cross in safety, and you will find a woolly gold sticking to the bushes and the trunks of the trees. Thus, the compassionate river god gave Psyche instructions how to accomplish her task, and by observing his directions, she soon returned to Venus with her arms full of golden fleece. But she received not the approbation of her implacable mistress, who said, I know very well it is by none of your own doings that you have succeeded in this task, and I am not satisfied yet that you have any capacity to make yourself useful. But I have another task for you. Here, take this box and go your way to the infernal shades. Give this box to Proserpine and say, my mistress Venus desires you to send a little of your own beauty, for in tending her sick son, she has lost some of her own. Be not too long on your errand, for I must paint myself with it to appear at the circle of the gods and goddesses this evening. Psyche was now satisfied that her own destruction was at hand, being obliged to go with her own feet directly down to Erebus. Wherefore, to make no delay of what was not to be avoided, she goes to the top of a high tower to precipitate herself headlong, thus to descend the shortest way to the shades below. But a voice from the tower said to her, Why, poor unlucky girl, do you design to put an end to your days in so dreadful a manner? And what cowardice makes you sink under this last danger, who have been so miraculously supported in all your former? Then the voice told her how by a certain cave she might reach the realms of Pluto, and how to avoid all the dangers of the road, to pass by Cerberus, the three-headed dog, and to prevail on Charon, the ferryman, to take her across the Black River and bring her back again. But the voice added, when Proserpine has given you the box filled with her beauty, of all things this is chiefly to be observed by you, that you never once open or look into the box, nor allow your curiosity to pry into the treasure of the beauty of the goddesses. Psyche, encouraged by this advice, obeyed it in all things, and taking heed to her ways traveled safely to the kingdom of Pluto. She was admitted to the palace of Proserpine, and without accepting the delicate seat or delicious banquet that was offered to her, she contented with coarse bread for her food, and she delivered her message from Venus. Presently, the box was returned to her, shut and filled with precious commodity. Then she returned the way that she had come, and glad she was to come out once more in the light of day. But having got so far successfully through her dangerous task, a longing desire seized her to examine the contents of the box. What, said she, shall I, the carrier of this divine beauty, not take the least bit to put on my cheeks to appear to more advantage in the eyes of my beloved husband? And so she carefully opened the box, but found nothing there of any beauty at all, but an infernal and truly Stygian sleep, which being thus set free from its prison took possession of her, and she fell down in the midst of the road, a sleepy corpse without sense or motion. But Cupid, being now recovered from his wound, and not able longer to bear the absence of his beloved Psyche, slipping through the smallest crack of the window of his chamber, which happened to be left open, he flew to the spot where Psyche lay, and gathering up the sleep from her body, closed it again in the box, and waked Psyche with the light touch of one of his arrows. Again, said he, have you almost perished by the same curiosity? But now perform exactly the task imposed on you by my mother, and I will take care of the rest. Then Cupid, as swift as lightning penetrating the heights of heaven, presented himself before Jupiter with his supplication. Jupiter lent a favoring ear, and pleaded the cause of the lovers so earnestly with Venus that he won her consent. On this, he sent Mercury to bring Psyche up to the heavenly assembly, and when she arrived, handing her a cup of ambrosia, said, drink this, Psyche, and be immortal. Nor shall Cupid ever break away from the knot in which he is tied, but these nuptials shall be perpetual. Thus, Psyche became at last united with Cupid, and in due time they had a daughter born to them whose name was Pleasure. Aw, that is a nice ending. That's much more preferable than some of the awful Greek gods, huh? That was lovely. Thank you so much, Sweet Skeleton. That was fantastic. I really enjoyed that. Let me see what you guys have said here. I'll just catch up with you guys. Let's see. Like, for the love of Perseus, give them an ego check. Greek deities are vain, jealous, and horny. True. Very true. Let's see. Oh, hi there, Hydra. Welcome in. How are you doing, sweet Hydra? Such a funny word, that bosom. It is. Bro dipped out. This story, like many Greek stories, is wild as fuck. If you're back, I'm gonna eat lunch. Enjoy, sweet Setto. I hope you liked it. Frostbite. Hello, fabulous Frostbite. Welcome in. How are you doing? The story of Eros is a lot tamer than most. Yes, very fair. Very fair. A surprisingly happy ending. I know. Skellington found us the sole happy ending in some of this mythology. I crashed out. That's okay, sweet Ozzy. I'm glad that I'm soothing enough to help you crash out. Granted, Aphrodite tried to set her up with a monster, but thank goodness Eros stepped in. That's true. That is true. Thank you, Eros. I may be horny, but at least I'm not vain and jealous. True, true. Such a happy couple. Oh, hey, Zeus. Love story time. I'm so glad you're enjoying it, sweet Frostbite. We're reading through, so we've done my lore. We have done viewer submitted stories. Now we're doing fables and legends, and then we're gonna do a couple of creepypastas. And then if there's still time left with stream, we will accept more fables and legends and stuff. Loaded up the Minecraft ROM, went AFK and just dozed. Nice. Hey, listen, as long as you enjoyed it, that's the important part. I've sent another progress pic of the model, and I'm gonna have you playing in the background when I make something amazing. I'm excited. The myth of Psyche is probably my favorite. Psyche is the goddess of soul and Eros of physical attraction. Ah, wow, a soulful, hot person. Do it has no face for creepypasta. I don't want to do that because unless there's, we can do a vote, but I'm trying to keep away from the stuff that actually might give people nightmares because it's not cozy to have nightmares. You know what I mean? We will see how people react to the two that I'm doing, and if you guys want it has no face after that, then we can. But I just don't want people to be spooked is all. I enjoy listening to ASMR stories. I'm so glad, Fabulous Frostbite. Yeah, I'm trying to find the happy medium between like not doing ASMR because I know a lot of people don't actually like super soft spoken stuff, but also having like a relaxing voice that's still pleasant to listen to. Oh, make something for lunch. Gotcha. Okay, gotcha. I hope that you enjoy whatever you're making. All right, let's see. What is another? Violent, thank you for the balding. Hold on, there you go. We got 5 minutes of balding. All right, let's see. So now we got the three princes and their beasts from Lithuanian folklore. Thank you, Strat. I will read this one. Oh my gosh, Mayari! Hi there, sweet Mayari. It's been forever. How are you doing? Welcome in. Thank you so much for the pal attack. Do you like my lack of hair? How are you doing? Oh my gosh. All right, let me see here. Three princes and their beasts. Oh no, I must have... Uh-oh. I might not be able to read the... Oh, I can. I just had to go to the... Wow, this is a decent one. Okay, cool. I'm excited. Thank you for the care package, sweet Ozzy. I appreciate it. You look so good. What a pretty egg. Hey, thank you. Thank you so much. How have you been? How have you been, Mary? Sorry, that was like the loudest gulp. The Baltic states, Latvia, Estonia, and Lithuania, as well as their folklore, are very underrated. This is true. This is true. Not enough things with those things. Ooh, Italian. Thank you for the head pat. Thank you very much for the head pat, sweetie. I appreciate it. Let's see. Good. Hope you've been good, my love, and I hope you've been well, Strat. Yeah, I've been good. I've been so stressed out the last several weeks, but now everything is coming to a head. We are finally here for our 2.0 re-debut. So yay! It's such a relief, and it's so much fun to finally be able to express myself and I'm being seen. I feel like I'm being seen. Also, I meant to remove my cloak because I feel like it's more comfy without my cloak to read our stories. Let's see. This model, though, my buff queen. Let's go. Coming to a bald head? A bald head? Yeah, it's a redeem. It's okay if you wait 3 more minutes, you'll see my hair. Can you imagine? It's like, yeah, sorry. I couldn't afford the hair, so Mint just gave me my bald mall. No, I'm kidding. Whenever you get head patted whilst bald, there should be a slapping sound. No! That would give the wrong impression. The hair's a DLC. Yes, exactly. I love that. I mean, bald queens are beautiful too. Hey, this is true. This is true. But I'm just saying, like, I think that probably Mint, like at least 25% of Mint's hundreds of hours went into my hair. So I feel like it's very important that you see my beautiful hair. Doppel, hello, dearest Doppel. Welcome in. How are you doing, hun? A squeaking sound with a small ding at the end, but no ears is still cursed. You can always redeem the pal hat, and then it looks like I've got something on at least. Tal forgot to pay for her EA subscription. I don't have enough for the pal hat though. Oh, I'm sorry, Ozzy. Oh, I'm sorry. I think I came in at the right as you took it off, so I only caught a glimpse of your hair. Oh, I can't wait to show you my hair when it returns. I think, let's see. Head pats should squeak when you're bald. Head pats should squeak your bald. That would be funny. I've been here, but thanks for the welcome. Oh, I'm sorry, Doppel. I forgot that you, oh yeah, you said granted Aphrodite. I literally read your messages. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm so disorganized. Thank you for the pal hat! Yay! What do you think? Do you like my little pal hat? Pal hat granted. Thank you, Mayari. This is a 5-minute redeem as well. Bald story time? Well, yes, but I also need to, I actually probably need to go into Vneon and make this an auto 5-minute thing so it disappears after 5 minutes without me having to pay attention. Oh, thank you for the 5-minute timer strap. My pal hat actually goes away by itself after 5 minutes, which is really nice. It's automated, so I just need to do the same thing with my hair. In fact, I might be able to do that really quickly. Hold on. let me see. Hold on. I'm just gonna open up my graphs. I don't know if you guys can see this. Oh, good, you can't. Cool, love that. Sorry, 1 second. I'm just gonna do the exact same thing that I have for my little pal hat, except for my bald. Where's the pal hat? There's a care package. There's a pal hat. Okay, great. 1 second. I'm just gonna duplicate this and I'm gonna put, how do I have it? Do I have it titled as like bald all caps? The pal assets look great too. I'm so glad you like them, Sweet Mary. Those are actually by the fabulous Woolly Star. She retopoed them from my little boot charm and colored them as well. Yay, timer's up. I can be unbald again. Hi. It's on my hair again. Yeah, I absolutely love my hair. It looks amazing. I love how it like trails behind me and everything. It feels so good. When the hair comes back, is there ear as it moves? Okay, it is just all caps bald. 1 second. We actually need to go on a quick break, but I am just this really should not take too long. I'm just gonna grab all these and I'll just copy all those. There we go. Okay, it's not a prop though. Okay, that's it. I will fix this while we're on a break. Congrats on new audios you've been putting out. That's true, Mayari. I've been seeing that your YouTube channel's been blowing up, sweetie. That's awesome. I'm so happy for you. That is truly fabulous and so well deserved, honey. Let me see here. Yeah, all right. I will just, sorry, I've just realized that there are a couple of things that I need to fix. If I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna just shrink that a little bit too. There we go. All right, you guys, yeah, let's go on a quick break. Oh, thank you, SiriBot. You guys, we're gonna go on just a very quick break, only about 3 minutes. Maybe like 1 more minute so that I can get the bald redeemed to just auto. That would be fantastic. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. And by the way, I will re-redeem the pal hat for when we get back because we're gonna miss out on some time, so we will just have a full 5 minutes more of it. Yes, cutie pies, I will see you in about 3 to 4 minutes. Yes. Please hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and if you need to take any vitamins or medications, then do that, and I'll miss you. See you soon. Hello, 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 cutie pies, and welcome back. I am bald again. I'm testing something. Bear with me while I test. I think, sorry, it took a little bit longer. I think I've automated it. So I have sent the signal to it, and it should come back in about 4 minutes. We will see if that works. If it does, I would love it if you guys could redeem it again. Just to see if it's working properly. Sorry for all the baldness. Yes, okay, let's see. Ozzy, welcome back, sweet Ozzy, welcome back. And Valiant Vash, welcome back, honey. It's good to see you again. Also, let me get our little pal hat back up there for sweet Miari. One second, because it's free for me to do it. There we go. Yay! All right, cute. Okay, welcome back, Precious Patricia. Welcome back, Sweet Strat. Ready to get back to the reading? Yes, always. I love reading to you guys. I'm really hoping you guys are enjoying it too. And welcome back, Nick's Potato Slice Jam Slice. I'm deafened? Oh, I get it. Because I'm lacking ears again. Bald, my eyes. I'm sorry. Wanted to say I really enjoyed your story time. I gotta go. Work meeting's coming up. Oh, good, lovely Galaria. Thank you so much for coming in, sweetie. It's been such a pleasure to get to know you just a little bit. Hopefully, you'll come to another stream and I'll get to know you a little bit better still. And I hope you have a great time at the work meetings. Thank you so very much for coming in. It's been nothing but a pleasure. Have a wonderful one. Thank you for coming in. Yes, now the hat is back. The hat is back, and that will go off in time as well. We should get hair back and pal back within about 30 seconds of each other. Or sorry, no pal. Anyway, you know what I mean. Okay. Oh yes, and then let me turn down our snivy music and turn this back on. Ow. Believe it or not, I have been streaming for about 3 hours, and the fact that I'm doing this, I am holding my arm up the entire time, and I'm starting to feel it in my bicep. So, for our next break, I need to remember, someone remind me, to configure it so that I can put it in this hand instead. Because this arm needs a break. Let's see. I personally don't understand the pushback against the baldness. I think it's wonderful. Thank you, Patricia. I'm glad. Well, to be honest, I don't mind the baldness per se, but I do really want to show off Mint's incredible hair work. Like she fucking knocked it out of the park. You know what I mean? So that's the only reason that I'm not fond of the baldness, is because I'm like, look at what an amazing job she did. Look at how incredible my hair is. You've been streaming for 3 hours, 10 minutes, and 3 seconds at the time of sending this. Yeah, rest your elbow on something. I don't, my current chair, I'm still waiting for my, the wonderful new Juby chair that the fabulous, I think it was Storm. I think it was mostly Storm, and then it was also Strat. There was like, mostly Storm and then somebody else. But we got the Juby chair. It has these really comfy, nice armrests. The one that the chair I have right now does not, so I must float. I'm going to take a nap to recover some sleep. You have the list of stuff to read, so I think I should be fine. Yes, 100%, sweet Strat. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, darling. Thank you so much for coming in, and thank you so much for keeping track of everything. I really appreciate it. Let's see. I push back against the lack of ears. Welcome back, sweet Sedu. Don't force yourself to hold up your arm force, but the immersion, guys, the immersion. I've done some 3D modeling and a bit of bone rigging, and it's hard. Yeah, no, Mint's amazing. Mint's actually fucking incredible. Storm and Strat are actually combining funds to send you a Herman Mo chair. I don't think I'm gonna need one. This Juby chair looks fantastic, and I've heard really good things about it, so I'm very excited. I'm still against your current chair because of rust. Oh yes, also the fact that it's rusty and sharp. And to be honest, I'm kind of debating whether I should actually open up the chair once it gets here. Or whether I should just wait until we get to the new place. Like, I don't want anything bad to happen to my new chair. And if it means, oh, yes, okay, cool, that worked. Oh, I'm so glad that worked. That's fantastic. Awesome. Okay, that means that I actually have, oh, I can finally get my badum tis back now on my stream deck, because it's completely filled up and I previously had to click on the bald bit. But now that the bald is automated, we're all good. Okay. Let me see. The chair could be strapped and I'd still sit on it until it falls apart. Yeah, well, this one's about to. I'm not sure if you guys ever hear it when I'm like moving around. No, it doesn't look like you do. I will never understand how God was supposedly able to create the universe in 7 days. Do you have any idea how hard bone rigging is and how much you need to learn Blender before making complex stuff? Yeah, no, for real. I mean, Mint is like a fucking magician. A very hardworking magician that takes many hours on her craft, which means that it's not magic, it is just full skill, but you know what I mean. Okay. Actually, maybe, do you guys mind if I, if I put my, if I put my book in my other hand? Do you mind if I do that? Hold on a second. Things are gonna, it's gonna be a little bit messy for a sec. It's actually not too far off. I just need to, whoop, 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 whoop. Hold on. Nope. Wait. Huh? Oh, we're so close. Fuck. Hold on. Oh, my hand is just a little bit off. I just gotta... Oh! Nope. It needs to be right there. What about my Z position? Nope. It needs to be right there. Sorry, I'm still learning about 3 dimensions. My multiple dimensions. This way I will be more comfy when I'm reading, because I can switch it back and forth. What is this? 7? Nope, that's gone. Sorry. Whoa. Sorry, you guys get to watch me fuck around and find out with my 3D stuff. This is my first time doing anything 3D, so it's a very special experience for me. We're almost there as far as like me being okay with 9. Almost. This is what I did before stream. There we go. Okay, cool. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure that that was working. All right, we're good. Let me see what you guys have said here. Speaking of Blender, oh, Sadu, have you done some more research? Nyx is God. This is obviously not true because Tau is God. I am not God. I am just the Thylacine. Are you forgetting about his dev team, the Angels? Wait, who's dev team? If I had to make a full 3D model and rig it, I would cry. Yep, I wouldn't even know where to begin. God probably has his own custom program and could extend days beyond 24 hours. That's probably true. Tau going full Wingardium Leviosa with the book. All need to do to finish the Tau Kai helmet is the corn, the leaves, the horns, and the colors. I'm so excited. That's gonna be so cool. Also, if we follow evolution, he wouldn't have started with bone rigging, instead creating a system of elements and reactions that developed itself. Oh, I mean, that's a good point. Learning telekinesis is hard. It's true, but I'm a pro. Just kidding. That's actually just the skill tree God programmed into the game. We got 1 evolution point every few years. The Angels are God's dev team. My chips are done. Ooh, enjoy, Sweet Patricia. Okay, you guys, we are now going to read a story called The Three Princes and Their Beasts. This is a suggestion from Sweet Strat. Ready? Here we go. All right. Let's just put this here. There we go. All right. All right. Once upon a time, there were 3 princes who had a stepsister. One day, they all set out hunting together. When they had gone some way through a thick wood, they came on a great gray wolf with 3 cubs. Just as they were going to shoot, the wolf spoke and said, "Do not shoot me, and I will give each one of you one of my young ones. It will be a faithful friend to you." So the princes went on their way, and a little wolf followed each of them. Soon after, they came on a lioness with 3 cubs, and she too begged them not to shoot her, as she would give each of them a cub. And so it happened with a fox, a hare, a boar, and a bear, till each prince had quite a following of young beasts padding along behind him. Towards evening, they came to a clearing in the wood where 3 birches grew at the crossing of 3 roads. The eldest prince took an arrow and shot it into the trunk of one of the birch trees, turning to his brothers, he said, "Let each of us mark one of these trees before we part on different ways. When any one of us comes back to this place, he must walk around the trees of the other two, and if he sees blood flowing from the mark in the tree, he will know that that brother is dead. But if milk flows, he will know that his brother is alive." "With the eldest," she answered. Then the brothers... Oh, wait, sorry. I'm like, wait, what? Wrong paragraph, my bad. So each of the princes did as the eldest brother had said. And when the 3 birches were marked by their arrows, they turned to their stepsister and asked her which of them she meant to live. "With the eldest," she answered. Then the brothers separated from each other, and each of them set out down a different road, followed by their beasts. And the stepsister went with the eldest prince. Hold on. Make that. Yeah. Okay, sorry. All right. The prince walked, after they had gone a little way along the road, they came into a forest, and in one of the deepest glades, they suddenly found themselves opposite a castle in which there lived a band of robbers. The prince walked up to the door and knocked. The moment it was opened, the beasts rushed in, and each seized a robber, killed him, and dragged the body down to the cellar. Now, one of the robbers was not really killed, only badly wounded, but he lay quite still and pretended to be dead like the others. Then the prince and his stepsister entered the castle and took up their abode in it. The next morning, the prince went out hunting. Before leaving, he told his stepsister that she might go into every room of the house except into the cave where the dead robbers lay. But as soon as his back was turned, she forgot what he had said, and having wandered through all the other rooms, she went down to the cellar and opened the door. As soon as she looked in, the robber who had only pretended to be dead sat up and said to her, "Don't be afraid. Do what I tell you, and I will be your friend. If you marry me, you will be much happier with me than with your brother. But you must first go into the sitting room and look in the cupboard." I'm sorry, is he saying that... Is ancient Lithuania known for, like, inbreeding? Like incest? Sorry. I just noticed that. I'm like, wait, is he saying that because she's marrying her brother? I don't know. All right, anyway, sorry. But you must first go into the sitting room and look into the cupboard. There you will find 3 bottles. In one of them there is a healing ointment, which you must put on my chin to heal the wound. Then, if I drink the contents of the second bottle, it will make me well, and the third bottle will make me stronger than I ever was before. Then, when your brother comes back from the wood with his beasts, you must go to him and say, "Brother, you are very strong. If I were to fasten your thumbs behind your back with a stout silk cord, could you wrench yourself free? And when you see that he cannot do it, call me." When the brother came home, the stepsister. We got stepsisters here. Aha. The stepsister did as the robber had told her and fastened her brother's thumbs behind his back. But with one wrench, he set himself free and said to her, "Sister, that cord is not strong enough for me." The next day, he went back to the wood with his beasts, and the robber told her that she must take a much stouter cord to bind his thumbs with. But again, he freed himself, though not so easily as the first time, and he said to his sister, "Even that cord is not enough." The third day, on his return from the wood, he consented to have his strength tested for the last time. So she took a very strong cord of silk, which she had prepared by the robber's advice, and this time, though the prince pulled and tugged with all of his might, he could not break the cord. So he called to her and said, "Sister, this time the cord is so strong I cannot break it. Come and unfasten it for me." But instead of coming, she called to the robber, who rushed into the room brandishing a knife, with which he prepared to attack the prince. But the prince spoke and said, "Have patience for 1 minute. I would like, before I die, to blow 3 blasts on my hunting horn, 1 in this room, 1 on the stairs, and 1 in the courtyard." So the robber consented, and the prince blew the horn. At first blast, the fox, which was asleep in the cage in the courtyard, awoke and knew that his master needed help. So he awoke the wolf by flicking him across the eyes with his brush. Then they awoke the lion, who sprang amongst the door of the cage with might and main, so that it fell into splinters on the ground, and the beasts were free. Rushing through the court to their master's aid, the fox gnawed the cord in 2 that bound the prince's thumbs behind his back, and the lion flung himself at the robber, and when he had killed him and torn him into pieces, each of the beasts carried off a bone. Then the prince turned to the stepsister and said, "I will not kill you, but I will leave you here to repent." And he fastened her with a chain to the wall and put a great bowl in front of her and said, I will not see you again until you have filled this bowl with your tears." So saying, he called his beasts and set out on his travels. When he had gone a little way, he came to an inn. Everyone in the inn seemed so sad that he had asked them what's the matter. "Ah," replied they, "today our king's daughter is to die. She is to be handed over to a dreadful 9-headed dragon." Then the prince said, "Why should she die? I am very strong. I will save her." And then he set out to the seashore, where the dragon was met with the princess, and as he waited with his beasts round him, a great procession came along, accompanying the unfortunate princess, and when the shore was reached, all the people left her and returned sadly to their houses. But the prince remained, and soon he saw a movement of the water a long way off. As it came nearer, he knew what it was, for skimming swiftly along the waters came a monster dragon with 9 heads. And then the prince took counsel with his beasts, and the dragon approached the shore. The fox drew his brush through the water and blinded the dragon by scattering the salt water in his eyes, while the bear and the lion threw up more water with their paws so that the monsters were bewildered and could see nothing. Then the prince rushed forward with his sword and killed the dragon, and the beasts tore the body into pieces. Oh, hello? Sorry, it's thinking. Hold on. I have a little, there. I had a vine on my face. It was hard to see with the vine in my eye, okay? Then the princess turned to the prince and thanked him for delivering her from the dragon. The princess turned to the prince and thanked him for delivering her from the dragon. And she said to him, "Step into this carriage with me, and we will drive back to my father's palace." And she gave him a ring and half of her handkerchief. But on the way back, the coachman and footman spoke to one another and said, "Why should we drive this stranger back to the palace? Let us kill him, and then we can say to the king that we slew the dragon and saved the princess, and one of us shall marry her." So they killed the prince and left him dead on the roadside, and the faithful beasts came round the dead body and wept and wondered what they should do. Where he found an ox, which he straightway killed, then he called the... Then suddenly the wolf had an idea, and he started off into the wood, where he found an ox, which he straightway killed. Then he called the fox and told him to mount guard over the dead ox, and if a bird came past and tried to peck at the flesh, he was to catch it and bring it to the lion. Soon after, a crow flew past and began to peck at the dead ox. In a moment, the fox had caught it and brought it to the lion, and then the lion said to the crow, "We will not kill you if you promise to fly to the town where there are 3 wells of healing and bring back water from them in your beak to make this dead man alive." So the crow flew away, and she filled her beak all at the well of healing, the well of strength, and the well of swiftness, and she flew back to the dead prince and dropped the water from her beak upon his lips, and he was healed, and he could sit up, and he could walk. Then he set out for the town, accompanied by his faithful beast. And when they reached the king's palace, they found that preparations for a great feast were being made, for the princess was to marry the coachman. So the prince walked into the palace and went straight up to the coachman and said, "What token have you got that you killed the dragon and won the hand of the princess? I have her token here, this ring and half of her handkerchief." And when the king saw these tokens, he knew that the prince was speaking the truth. So the coachman was bound in chains and thrown into prison, and the prince was married to the princess and rewarded with half the kingdom. One day, soon after his marriage, the prince was walking through the woods in the evening, followed by his faithful beasts. Darkness came on, and he lost his way and wandered about among the trees, looking for the path that would lead him back to the palace. As he walked, he saw the light of a fire, and making his way to it, he found an old woman raking sticks and dried leaves together and burning them in a glade of wood. And he was very tired, and the night was very dark, so the prince determined not to wander further. So he asked the old woman if he might spend the night beside her fire. "Of course you may," she answered, "but I am afraid of your beasts. Let me hit them with my rod, and then I shall not be afraid of them." Mean? "Very well," said the prince, "I don't mind." And she stretched out her rod and hit the beasts, and in one moment they were turned into stone, and so was the prince. Now soon after this, the prince's younger brother came to the crossroads with the 3 birches, where the brothers had parted from each other, and they set out on their wanderings. Remembering what they had agreed to do, he walked round the other 2 trees, and when he saw that blood oozed from the cut in the eldest prince's tree, he knew that his brother must be dead. And so he set out, followed by his beasts, and came to the town over which his brother had ruled, and where the princess he had married lived. And when he came into the town, all the people were in great sorrow because their prince had disappeared. Ugh. But when they saw his youngest brother, the beasts following him, they thought it was their own prince, and they rejoiced greatly, and told him how they had sought him everywhere. But they led him to the king, and he too thought that it was his son-in-law. But the princess knew that this was not her husband, and she begged him to go out into the woods with the beasts, and to look for his brother until he found him. So the youngest prince set out to look for his brother, and he too lost his way in the wood, and night overtook him. And then he came to the clearing among the trees, where the fire was burning and where the old woman was raking sticks and leaves into the flames. And he asked her if he might spend the night beside her fire, as it was too late and too dark to go back to the town. And she answered, "Certainly you may, but I am afraid of your beasts." She stretched out, "May I give them a stroke with my rod, and I shall not be afraid of them?" And he said she might, for he did not know that she was a witch. And so she stretched out her rod, and in a moment the beasts and their master were turned to stone. It happened soon after that the second brother returned from his wanderings and came to the crossroads where the 3 birches grew. As he went round the trees, he saw that blood poured from the cuts in the bark of 2 of the trees. Then he wept and said, "Alas, both of my brothers are dead." And he too set out towards the town in which his brother had ruled, and his faithful beasts followed him. When he entered the town, all the people thought it was their own prince coming back to them. And they gathered round him, as they had gathered round his youngest brother, and asked him where he had been and why he had not returned. And then they led him to the king's palace, but the princess knew that he was not her husband. So when they were alone together, she besought him to go and seek for his brother and bring him home. Calling his beasts round him, he set out and wandered through the woods. And he put his ear down to the earth to listen if he could hear the sound of his brother's beasts. And it seemed to him as if he heard a faint sound far off, but he did not know from what direction it came. So he blew on his hunting horn and listened again. And again he heard the sound, and this time it seemed to come from the direction of a fire burning in the wood. So he went towards the fire, and there the old woman was raking sticks and leaves into the embers. And he asked her if he might spend the night beside her fire. But she told him she was afraid of the beasts, and he must first allow her to give each of them a stroke with her rod. But he answered her, "Certainly not. I am their master, and no one shall strike them but myself. Give me the rod." And he touched the fox with it, and in a moment it was turned to stone. Then he knew that the old woman was a witch, and he turned to her and said, "Unless you restore my brothers and their beasts back to life at once, my lion will tear you to pieces." Then the witch was terrified, and taking a young oak tree, she burnt it into white ashes, and sprinkled the ashes on the stones that stood round her. And in a moment the 2 princes stood before their brother, and their beasts stood round them. Then the 3 princes set off together to the town, and the king did not know which was his son-in-law, but the princess knew which was her husband, and there were great rejoicing all throughout the land. If I'm being completely honest, I would like to rewrite this where all of the princes fell for it, and then the stepsister there, she is smart enough to go over there, and she's like, oh, I see what's happened here. You know what? Witch, I'm gonna leave you alone, and I'm gonna go back to the kingdom. And oh, I'm so sorry that you're sad about my brother dying and everything, but babe, what about you and me? That's how I would like to rewrite that. What do you think of that one? Let me scroll up and see what you guys have said here. Let's see. Oh, the angels are God's dev team. Right, okay, that makes sense. I gotcha. I think Australia is God's sandbox. Wow. Maybe. that kind of makes sense. Places in the old days were filled with incest. Well, that's a good point. I actually am not clear on why they had to include the sister at all, because if the whole entire thing was just going to result in the oldest brother, like the sister had nothing to do with it, and neither did the robbers, you know? I don't know. Anyway, let's see. Inbreeding was surprisingly common back then. Yeah, I prefer my stepworms. That's a very considerate robber. It was, wasn't it? He was very considerate. Bro literally went, hold up, let me call for help. Yeah, exactly. Why should she die? Because we said so. I saw the bald. Wait, did the bald just happen? Wait, did the bald go only briefly? What happened? Who's the cheeky devil who'd walled my doorways in my base? Let's see. Oh, Lesbiana. Hi, sweet Anna. Welcome back. How are you doing, hon? It's a pleasure to see you again. What's this about stretchy rods? Wait. All 3 brothers have a lion each? That's awesome. They all had one of those animals. They're super OP. Those are such OP bros. That was such a trip. It was, right? These boys are stupid as fuck. Sister, and I was there too. Exactly, Doppel. That's exactly right. All right, excellent, excellent. So there's that one. And now we have the Kama Itachi. Oh, which lovely Strat has already sent me. Strat, go to sleep. Go to sleep, sweetie. We have the Kama Itachi. This is one that Nyx wanted us to read. All right, let me see here. Sylvia, hi there. Welcome in. How are you doing? Who is this and what has to done with Tau? This is 2.0 Tau, baby. Let's fucking go. Yeah, this is the new and improved. This is the full body. This is the hand tracking. This is the way more expressive me. All right, let's see here. All right, Kama Itachi. All right, let's see. Oh. Let me just move this over here. Still can't get over how amazingly beautiful your model is. Thank you so much. Mint did such an amazing job, didn't she? All right. Let me make this more... This is the cooler Tau. Exactly. This is the cooler Tau. This is the better made Tau. Mind you, I am still proud of my 1.0. I made her with my own blood, sweat, and tears over the course of 3 months, and I got so frustrated. But this is definitely a better model. This is definitely a better Tau. All right, let me see here. Okay, Kama Itachi, region and culture, Japan, Asia. Oh, sorry, you don't even know that I'm reading. There we go. Japan, Asia. Japanese mythology. Hold on, I gotta move this over here. Including Japanese mythology, including Shinto and yokai traditions. Primary type / nature, fairy folk, and spirit beings. Mythical attributes. The Kama Itachi is a type of yokai, often described as a weasel-like creature with razor-sharp sickles for limbs. Whoa. You know what? That's pretty fucking scary. Oh, wait, did the goat scream work? Uh-oh. Did the goat scream work? Hold on. I need to make sure that it's working. Oh, it is working. Okay, cool. Sorry, I didn't hear it. I think I was talking over it. Oh, you heard it. Okay, great. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Oh, cool, it works. Okay, great. Sorry, I'm just too loud for myself. Ignore me. Don't worry about me. All right, back to our book. Sorry. All right. So, the Kama Itachi is a type of yokai, often described as a weasel-like creature with razor-sharp sickles for limbs. Ooh, spooky. Roles in mythos. Kama Itachi are often said to ride on gusts of wind to slash at unsuspecting humans, sometimes so quickly the cuts are initially painless. It's like a fucking paper cut. No, those aren't initially painless. Those things are the worst. Relation to humans. People are generally considered victims rather than allies or adversaries of the Kama Itachi. The creature often cuts people with its sharp sickles, but it is also said to sometimes apply medicine to the wounds it inflicts, making it a complex figure in folklore. In the stillness of a Japanese village, where even the most raucous sounds seem muted by the surrounding forests, there are whispers among the people of a creature that rides the wind, both a harbinger of small misfortunes and an enigmatic caretaker. Enter the Kama Itachi, a being residing in the twilight realm between fairy folk and spirit beings, as much a part of Japanese mythology as Shinto shrines and yokai legends. At first glance, the Kama Itachi might remind you of a weasel, an ordinary creature of nature, but the resemblance ends just about there. Imagine, if you will, not one, but 3 weasel-like entities, each with razor-sharp sickles in place of limbs. These are not mere extensions of their bodies, but rather weapons, fine-tuned to cut through the air and skin with equal ease. Carried on gusts of wind, the trio moves in such perfect unison that they seem to be a single entity. They are as ethereal as the wind itself, becoming corporeal just long enough to engage in their signature blend of mischief and mystery. The Kama Itachi are not just wanderers, they have a role, a purpose that keeps them in perpetual motion. Often, they are said to find unsuspecting humans and slash at them with their sickles. The strikes are so fast, so precisely executed, that the victim feels no pain, at least not initially. It's as if the wind itself has playfully nipped at your skin, leaving behind a wound that is perplexing in its painlessness. But the Kamaitachi are not purely malevolent. They possess a dichotomy as intriguing as their form. After inflicting their cuts, they've been known to apply a salve or medicine, almost as if regretful of their impulsive actions. This complexity defines their relationship with humans. We are neither allies nor adversaries, but rather unwitting participants in their endless dance in the wind. The notion that the Kamaitachi could be both assailant and healer in the same moment makes them uniquely compelling figures in Japanese folklore. When it comes to powers and abilities, riding the wind is not just their mode of transportation, but also their cloak of invisibility, their strategic advantage. Their sickles can cut through almost anything, making them dangerous opponents, and their speed allows them to execute their actions before one can even blink. However, they are not without their weaknesses. They are creatures of the moment, existing in brief instances to interact with the world. Therefore, they lack long-term agendas or the ability to form deeper relationships with humans, or other beings. And while their wind-borne nature grants them speed and stealth, it also makes them susceptible to any changes in the weather. A still day without a gust of wind keeps them earthbound and more visible to the human eye. So, the next time you feel an inexplicable gust of wind on an otherwise still day, consider the possibility that the Kamaitachi are near, forever oscillating between their roles as tricksters and caretakers. Their story is an intricate dance, like the wind that carries them, a complex choreography of nature, myth, and the inexplicable. What did you think? That was a good one. Thank you, Nix. I like that. I think we've read about them before, haven't we? They're very cool. Let's see. Cuts and bites between the fingers or toes are the worst. True. Also muted. Welcome in, Sweet Muted. How are you doing? It's great to see you. That was cool. I liked it too.
The Great Tazuchi from Mime Tries is based on the Kamaitachi mini monster from Rise on based on Yokai's TauTassieTiger TauTassieTiger.
Oh, the Great Izuchi from Rise is based on the Kamaitachi. That's cool. Wow, I didn't know that. That's very cool. Thank you, Nix. Good suggestion. Very good suggestion. Much appreciated. All right, let's see. We only have 2 more of these before we get to listen to my favorite creepypastas. Great, I got a new Discord account, so I'm trying to rejoin the server. Oh, fair enough, muted. Do you mind? I mean, we will eventually like cleanse the server at some point. Like every 6 to 12 months, we go through and see if anyone's been inactive for like 3+ months. But if you would like to save us from doing that to your old account, you can depart with the old account and join with the new one. All right, let's see. We've got the story of Hu Yi and Sheng from Vash. We're on yours next. And then we've got Norse mythology. Bublin, do you want to let me know what kind of Norse mythology you would like, sweetie? Oh, we got hacked. Oh, okay. We definitely need to get it out of there then. Let me actually, I might message Strat about that real quick. Let's see, Muted's old account. Yeah, you guys, if you don't mind letting us know if your account gets hacked, that way we can remove it from the server. We don't want anyone to, we don't want anybody to wind up catching the hack. Was hacked. Can we remove it, please? If you can't, I can do it after stream. Okay. All right. Let's see. I got the Legend of Hu Yi and Shang Yi. Am I saying this right? I'm so sorry. I don't know how to. I'm very bad at Chinese pronunciation. Shang Yi, Shang Yi, Shang Yi. Oh, you already did it, Strat. You're amazing. Thank you so much. God, what would I do without you? Thank you so much for your help. Okay. Fantastic. All right. Let's see here. Alrighty, let's see. The Legend of Hu Yi and Shang Yi. Strat is the GOAT mod. He truly is. I literally could not have done any of this without him. Alright. A long time ago, 10 suns took turns shining in the sky, bringing light and warmth to the world. One day, however, all 10 suns appeared at once, scorching the land, drying up rivers, and leaving people in unbearable suffering. Seeing this disaster, the Jade Emperor summoned the gods to find a solution. Many suggested persuading the suns to behave, but They were too stubborn to listen. As a last resort, the Jade Emperor sent the legendary archer Hu Yi to restore the order. However, he strictly commanded Hu Yi only to discipline the sons, not to harm them. Hu Yi descended to Earth and witnessed the devastation. He pleaded with the sons to take turns shining again, but they laughed at him and ignored his warnings. Left with no choice, Hu Yi drew his bow and shot down 9 of them, leaving only 1 to illuminate the world. By the way, I'm saying sons as in S-U-N, not S-O-N. It's not clear with how I'm saying it, but that's why he shot them down, and then there's just 1. Oh, yeah, I like it when my hair falls over my shoulder. It's cute. Okay. While his actions saved humanity, they also enraged the Jade Emperor, who saw Hu Yi's defiance as a great offense. As punishment, he stripped Hu Yi of his immortality and banished him to live as a mortal on Earth. Despite this, Hu Yi found happiness when he met and married a kind and beautiful woman named Shang Yi. They lived in a peaceful life together, and Hu Yi became a respected teacher of archery. The gift of immortality. One day, the Queen Mother of the West... this is cool. Okay, so this is like various stories that they're both a part of. Got it. Okay. Thank you for my pal hat. Let's see. Despite this, yep, peaceful. Yeah. Okay. The gift of immortality. One day, the Queen Mother of the West, Ji Wangmu, rewarded Hu Yi's heroism with an elixir of immortality, granting him the chance to ascend to the heavens once more. However, Hu Yi cherished his life with Shang Yi and chose not to take the elixir. Instead, he hid it away in a wooden box. Unfortunately, one of his apprentices, Peng Meng, discovered the secret and plotted to steal it. Shang Yi ascends to the moon. One evening, when Hu Yi was away, Peng Meng broke into their home and forced Shang Yi to hand over the elixir. Realizing she could not let such a villain obtain eternal life, Shang Yi made a desperate choice. She swallowed the elixir herself. Instantly, her body became weightless, and she floated towards the heavens. Not wanting to be too far from her beloved husband, she chose the moon as her new home, where she could watch over him every night. Aww. Hu Yi was heartbroken when he returned and found Shang Yi gone. Looking up at the moon, he saw her shadow and realized she was actually still close. Overwhelmed with sorrow, he prepared her favorite foods and set them outside in remembrance. Touched by his devotion, people began offering mooncakes, lanterns, and fruits every year on the full moon of the 8th lunar month. This tradition became what is now known as China's Mid-Autumn Festival, a celebration of love, reunion, and the beauty of the moon. Hu Yi and Shang Yi in modern culture. The legend of Hu Yi and Shang Yi remains one of China's most beloved myths, inspiring countless works of art, literature, and film. Today, the Mid-Autumn Festival is one of the most important holidays in China and other East Asian cultures, celebrated with family gatherings, moon gazing, and sharing mooncakes. I love that. That's beautiful, Vash. I really like that. Thank you so much. Freya, welcome in, fabulous Freya. It's good to see you again. How are you? Boom, randomly appear to say that you all cool as fuck. Let's go. Let's see. Okay, fabulous. I like that one. Awesome. Thank you, Stra. Thank you, Vash. I appreciate it. And sorry, Bublin, did you give me a specific kind of story that you wanted? Actually, I don't know if Bublin's still in here. I guess I could pick something if she's not in here. The moon gazing origins, I see it a lot in anime. That's really cool. I actually never heard that story before. Thank you for the goat scream, VX. How are ya? Welcome, welcome. Tao, can I still submit one? I'm almost done, but I fell asleep and didn't submit it. You can mute it, but if none of my mods are available to make sure that it's not triggering or anything, then I probably can't read it, because I can't, like, you know, live moderate it if there's something that's upsetting. So I might just, I mean, you can't, like I said, you can put it in there. And then if you remind me the next time that we do a storytime stream, I can make sure that someone reads over it. But yeah, sorry, honey. But yeah, you're so welcome to submit it. I just don't know if I can read it. Let me see. VX, you've been good? That's wonderful. I'm happy to hear that. Excellent. Oh, Strat, you need to get some sleep. Oh my gosh, you're so... Oh, you work too hard. Thank you so much, Strat. You need to get rest, though. Oh my goodness. Oh, you need to pay you. More. I found out, was that KFC headquarters moved from Kentucky to Texas. I don't know. I just found out this strange info today. It's good to learn new things. I love Strat for that. That's a day one right there. Yes, Strat is my, like, I don't think this place could operate without him, to be honest. He is so consistent and so helpful. Thank you so much. Thank you, Strat. Get some rest. Fuck. Love your 3D model. Thank you so much, VX. I'm in love with it too. Please make sure that you let my model mama, who is pinned in the chat, know how much you love it, because yeah, she did an incredible job. All right, well, Bublin's not here, so I might go and see, let me see here. Most popular Norse mythos. Let's do that. Okay, that didn't work. Popular Norse mythos. Odin wins the runes. Fenrir the wolf. We could read about Fenrir if you want. Cool. Let's do that. Be careful with Norse stories as well. True. I know this. I know. Oh, and this is a relatively. Oh wait, or is it short? Let me see. How long is it?
First name Stratos, last name Igda. Sleep Pelias.
First name Stratos, last name Ed. Sleep, please. Sleep, please, indeed. Please sleep. Is there a myth with Lofen? I actually don't know who Lofen is. Because we don't have, because I haven't like read that story, I'm kind of worried about like, again, triggering stuff. So I don't know about Lofen, but we'll do Fenrir. Yeah, we'll do the wolf, because I do know that story pretty well. Yes, sir, I shall in a bit. Strat, oh, honey. Strat being so ride or die, he might actually be dead. Doppel. No, please live, sweet Strat. I don't know what I'd do without you. Oh my god. What about the story of the ugly barnacle? Yes, a famous Norse story. A famous Norse story. Okay, let me see. Oh, Storm! Thank you so much for the biddies! Yay! Thank you. Ooh, piece of candy. Thank you so much. Ooh, can I catch some? Thank you, hon. I appreciate it. Do I put it in writing? Yes, Muted. Yeah, that would be the right place for it. Thank you so much. All right. Fenrir wolf origins. Here we go. Once there was an ugly barnacle. He was so ugly that everyone died. The end. Poor barnacle. All right, let's see here. All right, what is Fenrir in Norse mythology? Fenrir was a great monster in Norse mythology, also known as the Fenrir wolf. Norse mythology holds that Fenrir was a gigantic wolf born of the trickster god Loki and his giantess wife, Angrboda. Fenrir means fen dweller. Fens, or marshes, were thought to be evil places by the Norse. Fenrir was also known as Hrottvidnir, Fame Wolf, and Vanagandir, which is monster of the Van River. Fenrir plays a vital role in several Norse myths, serving as a powerful nemesis to the gods. Fenrir was said to have bitten off the hand of Tyr, the god of war. Ooh, edgy. As Norse mythology tells, the many realms were at one point ruled by Odin, the Allfather, and his fellow gods called the Aesir. Odin was associated with wolves. He had two of them, Geri and Freki. His son and heir, the god of thunder and lightning. While Thor was strong and mighty, the god Loki was a trickster and a shapeshifter. He was said to be the son of the giant Farbauti and the lesser goddess Laufey. Loki sometimes used his powers for the gods and sometimes against them. There you go. That's a short one, but we got that. Awesome. Thank you to Bublin for that one. Fenrir sure is a good read. Yeah, Fenrir's a very interesting character. Let's see here. Almost done. Just got to touch some stuff up. Probably can get it to you by the time you're done with your stories. Oh, well, I want Strat to get some rest. So I might just put a little, if when Strat wakes up we're still streaming, then maybe we will read it, but I really don't want to, I really don't want to keep Strat up anymore. He really needs rest. Fenrir, god of names, who makes you accidentally chew your tongue trying to say them? Fenrir, big puppy. Yes, a big angry puppy. Fenrir is also a siege operator. Oh, siege operator? Is he? Is he really? That's cool. Jack Saban! Ryan, thank you. Sorry, wrong hand. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are not a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Thank you for being here. It's short. Strat will be able to get it. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna need to start drawing a line on submissions for these because I need to make sure that my mods are able to read through this stuff. Thank you for the care package, Jack. How are you doing today? If Strat isn't asleep by the end of the hour, Tao may get angry. I will get very angry. You're absolutely right, Storm. Yes, I will get pissed. Well, how about you? Doing great, hon. Yeah. Thank you so much for coming in. Could I ask you, sweet Jack, what brings you in? Were you where we recommended to you? Were you just scrolling through special events? Twitter? Blue Sky? Where did you find us from? One of the Australian operators in Siege has a very Aussie name, Max Mozzie Goose. Oh, he's a mosquito. I hate mosquitoes. Watches the bat squeak and flap around in his hands. All right. No, seriously, I'm gonna actually ban Strat in 15 minutes, so he won't be able to tell me whether things are good or not if you don't submit it within 15 minutes, I'm gonna have to draw the line, hun. I'm sorry, muted. But yeah, he really does need rest. He has not gotten very much sleep, so yeah, you got 15 minutes and then I'm cutting it off regardless of whether he approves or not, okay? All right. Okay. Yeah? You were from our recommended, Jack, is that right? We're doing a storytime stream today. Normally we do art or games, so it's a little bit more hectic typically, but we're having a nice chill storytime stream, and I'm about to start reading. It is finally time for. Oh wait, no, actually we'll read one because Strat wanted me to read one of the Indian stories, so we will do that, and then we will read. Hindu tales from the Sanskrit. Cool. All right, let's see. Doppel, what the fuck? Sorry, muted. If you don't hurry, we're executing Strat. We're not executing Strat. We're banning him. Just briefly. Until he goes to sleep. And then when I know he's asleep, then I'll let him back in. Offended Strat face. Strat will literally die from their own kindness. Yeah, Strat is an amazing and extremely dedicated mod. I'm really, really grateful to have him. Let's see. Jaji Koda has appeared. All right. So, let's see. All right. This is called a royal thief catcher. Here we go. Chapter 1. In one of the smaller cities of India called I'm so sorry, Strat. You're gonna have to listen to me mispronounce your country's names. I'm so sorry. In one of the smaller cities of India called Stavasti, the people gathered together on a very hot day to stare at and talk about a stranger who had come into the town, looking very weary and walking with great difficulty because his feet were sore with tramping for a long distance on the rough roads. He was a Brahmin, that is to say, a man who devoted his whole life to prayer, and had promised to give up everything for the sake of pleasing the God in whom he believed, and to care nothing for comfort, for riches, or for good food. This Brahmin carried nothing with him but a staff to help him along, and a bowl in which to receive the offerings of those who thought it their duty to help him, and hoped by doing so to win favor in the sight of God. He was naked except for a cloth worn about his loins, and his long hair was all matted together for want of combing and brushing. He made his way very slowly and painfully through the crowds till he came to a shady corner, and there he sank down, exhausted, holding out his bowl for the gifts of the people. Very soon his bowl would have been full of all sorts of good things, but he made it clear that he would accept nothing to eat except rice still in the husk, and nothing to drink but pure water. He was, however, willing to take money, and when the people who wished to help him found that out, they brought him a good many silver and gold pieces. Some, who had no money to spare, gave him jewels and other things which could be sold for money. Can you explain why this is interesting. Oh, this is cool. this is what you meant, Strat. Strat messaged me and said, this is an Indian story with some questions to answer. Ooh, you know what? Let's play around with it. You guys, can you explain why the Brahmin would only accept such food as rice in the husk and water? Do you guys have any idea why, based on that passage? let's see. Strat, go to sleep or we will put you in the brass bowl. No, we will not. We will do no such thing. Strat is way too sweet to be torturing. I'm sure Strat mispronounces Australia place names too, Tao. He doesn't. He's pretty good about it. India is one of the most linguistically diverse countries on Earth. Even Indians have trouble pronouncing their country's names, but to a lesser extent because their languages are most closely related to each other than English is to them. That's true. Woolloomaloo. Woolloomaloo. Religion? Yeah, that's what I would say. I would say based on that, I would say that it's definitely based on him trying to be closer to God, right? Fate didn't prepare me for this part of India's legends. I know that Brahmin are/were like the highest in the Indian caste system, but that's as much as I know. Oh, interesting. I've heard of Bravaham. Bravaham. What is the Bravaham? See, even Tao can't get some. Yeah, well, to be fair, I don't know if there's, well, I think there is a suburb or a neighborhood in the US with a name that long, but Woolloomaloo. Woolloomaloomaloo. I'm misspelling it, don't worry, Tao. Okay, I'll good double. All right, let's see. All right, here we go. Let's do chapter 2. As time went on, as time went on, the Brahmin became very well known in Stravasi. His fame indeed spread far beyond the town, and people came from far away to consult him about all sorts of things, and he gave them good advice, for he was a very wise man. Those who wanted him to tell them what to do paid for his service, and as some of them had plenty of money and were glad to help him, he soon became quite rich. He might have done a great deal of good with all this money by helping the poor and suffering, but unfortunately, he never thought of doing so. Instead of that, he got to love the money for its own sake. At night, when all those who had come to see him had gone to rest, and there was no fear of his being found out, he used to steal away into the forest, and there he dug a deep hole at the root of a great tree, to which he took all of his money and all of his jewels. In India, everybody has a siesta, that is to say, a sleep in the middle of the day. Because the heat is so great, it is difficult to keep well and strong without this extra rest. So although it is quite light at the time... Oh! Cider! Wait, was that Cider that just... Cider! Hello, gorgeous! Welcome in! How are you, sweetheart? Welcome, welcome, Raiders! And Big Willie USA, welcome in. Thank you for the follow, hun. Welcome to the pouch. You and I pouch, pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Cider, how are you, sweetheart? Oh my goodness! It's such an incredible pleasure to have you. Thank you for coming in. How was your stream, darling? You guys, this is the fabulous side of the Fox Vtuber, who I really desperately wish I could spend more time with, but our time zones are fucked. Anyway, this is Cider, who hath graced us with her presence, fresh from her Arctic Eggs expedition. What is an Arctic egg? Please tell me. This flower fox Vtuber beareth a peaceful countenance, yet her recent broadcasts hint at a penchant for the unconventional. Will you join her cult? Perhaps partake in her culinary adventures? Fear not, for her realm be but a cozy haven for mature audiences. Tread carefully, yet enjoy the vibes, my subjects. You guys, please check out the fabulous Cider the Fox. She is such a darling, and she is a dear friend. Even if I haven't gotten to spend too much time with her, I really do appreciate you coming in. Mazako, Big Willie, welcome in. Not Cute, welcome in. Sweet Cider and Pow Pow Pop, welcome in, everybody. It's such an incredible pleasure to have you. Thank you so much for bringing everybody in. Let's see. We truly live on the opposite side of the world. Don't feel bad. It's true. It is tragic, but it is true. How was your stream, honey? And when is your next stream? Arctic Eggs is like a super weird game about cooking eggs like a dystopian world. What? Is that a demo? Or is that like a purchasable game? Or is it on like itch.io? Or that's amazing. That's so cool. Well, welcome in, everyone. It is nothing but a pleasure. We'd love to know when your next stream is, Sweet Cider, but if it's all right with you, I will also just introduce myself really quick. But first, Raiders, if you need to raid and run, that is totally cool. But if you would like to stick around, we would love to have you. I'm Tao. I'm a Tasmanian Tiger Vtuber and variety streamer from Tasmania, Australia. I'm also an artist, so I designed my own model. We are actually doing a 7-day in a row stream to celebrate this model. I am 3D now. I was previously 2D, and I made my model then, but this is infinitely better. But yes, welcome. We do art on Fridays, Australian time, and on Sundays and Mondays, we are going to be playing Monster Hunter Wilds. So if anyone's a big fan, come on in. And on Tuesdays, on Tuesday nights, we do demo nights. So you guys get to submit demos and then we play them. But yes, it's an incredible pleasure to have you guys. Thank you ever so much for coming in. Thank you ever so much for bringing your gorgeous community in. Sweet Cider, please take care of yourself. Please, everybody go and get hydrated. Grab yourselves a snack if you need one. Yeah, but regardless, thank you so much for coming in and very warm welcome to the pouch. Let's see, it's a Steam game, I recommend it. Gonna finish it up on Thursday? Oh, nice, that's so cool. So is it a rather short game or have you been playing it for several sessions now? Or is it like you started this session and then next session you will finish it? I can't wait for Monster Hunter Wilds to come out. Arctic, me neither. I'm so excited. What weapon are you gonna use, sweetie? I'm very curious. I'm letting chat vote on my weapon in the Discord. But yeah, it's short, especially if you are more coordinated than me. Have you finished? Oh my god. Cult of the Lamb. Have you finished Cult of the Lamb yet? Let's see, here's my question. It stems from the use of the word siesta. In my knowledge, this word has origins in Spanish, which derives from Latin. Is this story using a foreign replacement word, or did India get its hands on this phrase by other means? That's a good question, Doppel. I don't know. That's a very good question. I don't want to play Subnautica 2 when it comes out. Thanks so much for the offer, though. I'm with you there, Strat. Was going to say it's a bit too dark. Yeah, okay. Yeah, everyone can still read it on Discord. I just don't want to, I want to make sure that it's not being shoved into their ear holes is all. I haven't finished it. I keep getting sidetracked in it. Oh, that's fair. Are there a bunch of like side questy type things that you can do? Is that why? It's a horror themed piece. Yeah, fair point. Okay, yeah. No, I don't think we'll read that. I'm trying to avoid stuff that's too gory and stuff. Sorry, hun. But yeah, feel free to leave it up there as long as you put the trigger warning on there is all. I'm not super sure weapon-wise yet. I love the dual blades and insect glaive. Might go bow. Hey, let's go. That's one of the ones that I'm letting everybody pick. I've got insect glaive, bow, and charge blade. I used to do charge blade, but I just haven't played a Monster Hunter game in like since the beginning of Rise. Yeah, so I'm gonna be new-ish to everything in Wilds because it's been forever. Cult of the Lamb has gotten several major updates, so there's so much content. Oh, that's awesome! Oh, that's so cool, Cider. I love that. Oh, very cool. So you're still playing it then? Have I died yet? Have I been killed yet? Oh, hold on. My dog is home. My dog has returned from doggy daycare. Oh, we actually do need to go on a quick break. Raiders, the insect weapon looked really cool. I saw a vid talking about it. Are you gonna play it, Cider? Are you gonna play some Wilds? Let's see. I'm set on Greatsword because I'm literally guts. That's fair. That makes sense. Could you give it a little read, just not read it out loud? Yeah, I can read it after stream. I try to give everything a little glance after stream. But yes, let me go and get the puppy. Thank you again so very much for the raid, Sweet Cider. We are doing a storytime stream today. Tomorrow is community game day. Friday, we're doing art, and then we're gonna be playing Wilds as soon as it comes out. And yeah. But sweethearts, I will see you guys in about 3 minutes. Oh, hey, Arctic, sweetheart. Thank you ever so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what an incredible pleasure it is to have you. Thank you so much for coming in. All right, cuties, I will see you guys in about 3 minutes, and I will miss you terribly, but I will see you very soon. Hello, 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 everybody, and welcome back. All right. Hi. Oh, book hand. Hi. Oh my God. Hold on, the dog has decided. Because as always, he's decided he wants to go out when I get back. Go figure. Also, I'm so sorry. I think that I neglected to do a slash shout out for our fabulous and wonderful beloved raider, the fantastic Cider. So let me do that real quick. Yeah, cool. Guys, seriously, please check her out. And give me just a second. I'm just gonna let the dog out. Why? Like, I wish he, I don't know, wait to find out what the stream's about before he leaves. Like, I get it that he doesn't like when I'm like yelling and stuff, but it's not like this is a yelly stream, you know? I'm not yelling, I'm not freaking out. Sigh. But yes, you guys, I really, really do suggest that you check out the fabulous Cider. You're missing out if you aren't following her. And thank you so much, Sweet Cider, again for the raid. I really do appreciate you, darling. All right. Let's see here. Well, it seems some people like my story. Glad people still get to read and like it. Yeah, absolutely, Muted. Hey, listen. Me not being okay with reading it on stream has no bearing on whether you're an amazingly skilled writer or not, okay? So don't worry about that. It's just a matter of, keeping the community a nice, safe, and cozy place. You know what I mean? But I'm really excited to read it, and I promise that I will later, okay? Thank you so much for submitting it, and thank you so much to Strat for proofing it, and thank you also to Storm for providing a second opinion as well. Appreciate you guys very, very much. Okay. Let's see. I'll read a part of the Cider cult. Let's go. Wait. Thanks, Tao. Of course, sweetheart. Strat and Storm just day ones like that. Yeah, they is day ones. Coda knows you're not paying attention to him, Tao. Yeah, that must be it. That must be it. All right. Let's continue with our royal thief catcher, shall we? All right. Okay. Yeah, cool. All right. All right. In India, everybody has a siesta, that is to say, a sleep in the middle of the day, because the heat is so great it is difficult to keep well and strong without this extra rest. So although it is quite light at the time, the streets are deserted except for the dogs who prowl about, trying to find something to eat. Now the Brahmin loved his money and other treasures so much that he used very often to do without this siesta and go to the forest to enjoy the pleasure of looking at them. When he got to the tree, he would bend down, clear away the earth and leaves with which he had hidden this secret hole, take out the money and let it slip through his fingers, and hold up the jewels to the light to watch how they gleamed and glistened. He was never so happy as when he was alone with his riches, and it was all he could do to tear himself away from them when the time came to get back to his shady corner. In fact, he was becoming a selfish miser instead of the holy man the people of Stravasti thought that he was. By the time the siesta was over, he was always back again in his place beneath the tree, holding out his bowl and looking as poor and as thin as ever, so that nobody had the least idea of the truth. For many months, the Brahmin led his double life, until one day when he went as usual to his hiding place, he saw at once that someone had been there before him. Eagerly, he knelt down, full of fear of exactly what had happened. All his care in concealing the hole had been wasted, for it was quite empty. The poor man could not at first believe his own eyes. He rubbed them hard, thinking that there was something wrong with them. Then he felt round and round in the hole, hoping that after all he was mistaken, and when at last he was obliged to believe the terrible truth that there really was not a sign of his money and jewels, he became almost mad with misery. He began to run from tree to tree, peering into their roots, and when there was nothing to be seen, he rushed back again to his empty hole to look into it once more. And then he wept and tore at his hair, stamped about and cried aloud to all the gods he believed in, making all kinds of promises of what he would do if only they would give him back his treasures. No answer came, and he began to wonder who could have done such a terrible thing. It must, he felt sure, have been one of the people of Stravasti, and he now remembered he had noticed that a good many of them had looked into his bowl with longing eyes when they saw the money and precious stones in it. What a horrible, wicked people they are, he said to himself. I hate them. I should like to hurt them as they have hurt me. As he thought in this way, he got more and more angry until he became quite worn out with giving away his rage. After roaming about in the forest for a long time, the Brahmin went back to the house in Stravasti, where some kind people had lent him a room, glad and proud to have such a holy man, as they thought he was, living under their roof. He felt sure that they had nothing to do with the loss of his treasure because they had given him many proofs of their goodness and honesty. Soon he was pouring out all of his grief to them, and they did all they could to comfort him, telling him that he would very soon have plenty more money and plenty more jewels. They let him see, however, that they thought it was mean of him to hide away his riches, instead of using them to help the poor and the suffering, and this added very much to his rage. At last, he lost all self-control and cried, "It is not worthwhile for me to live any longer. I will go to some holy place of pilgrimage by the banks of the river, and there I will starve." A place of pilgrimage, you know, is one where some great event, generally connected with religion, has taken place, to which pilgrims go to pray in the hopes of winning some special favor from God. The word pilgrim actually means a wanderer, but it has come in course of time to signify any traveler who comes from a distance to some such place. Benares in India is a very famous place of pilgrimage because it is on the river Ganges, which the Hindus worship and love, believing that its waters can wash away their sins. Hundreds and thousands of Hindus go there every year to bathe in it, and many who know they have not long to live wait on its banks to die, so that after their bodies have been burnt, as is the custom with the Hindus, their ashes may then be thrown into the sacred stream. The news of the Brahmin's loss spread very quickly through Stravasti, and as is so often the case, everyone who told the story made it a little bit different, so that it became very difficult to know what the truth really was. There was a great distress in the town because the people thought the Brahmin would go away, and they did not want him to do that. They were proud of having a man they thought so holy living amongst them, and ashamed that he should have been robbed whilst he was with them. When they heard that he meant to starve himself to death, they were dreadfully shocked and determined to do all they possibly could to prevent it. One after another of the chief men of Stravasti came to see him and entreated him to be in such a hurry to make sure that his treasure would never be found. They said they would do everything they possibly could to get it back for him. Some of them thought it was very wrong of him to make such a fuss about it and blamed him for being a miser. They told him it was foolish to care so much for what he could not take with him when he died, and one especially wise old man gave him a long lecture on the wickedness of taking over the life which had been given to him by God to prepare for that in the other world. "Put the idea of starving yourself out of your head," he said, "and whilst we are seeking your treasure, go on as you did before you lost it. Next time you have any money or jewels, turn them to good account instead of hoarding them up." In spite of all that anyone could say to him, the Brahmin was quite determined that he would not live any longer. He set off to the place of pilgrimage he had chosen, taking no notice of anyone he met, but just marching steadily on. At first, a number of people followed him, but by degrees they left off doing so, and soon he was quite alone. Presently, however, he could not help noticing a man approaching from the direction in which he was going. Very tall, very handsome, very dignified, this man who was one whom no one could fail to admire, even if he had been only an ordinary person. But he was the king of the whole country, whose name was Prasanjit, and a little distance behind him were a number of his attendants, waiting to obey his orders. Everybody, even the Brahmin, loved the king, because he took such a great interest in his people and was always trying to do them good. He had heard all about the loss of the money and was very much vexed that such a thing could have happened to his land. He had also heard that the Brahmin meant to starve himself to death, and this distressed him more than anything else because he thought it was a very wicked and terrible thing to do. The king stood so exactly in the path of the Brahmin that it was impossible to pass him by without taking any notice of him, and the unhappy man stood, hanging down his head and looking very miserable. Without waiting for a moment, Prasanjit said to the Brahmin, "Do not grieve any more. I will find your treasures for you, and I will give them back to you. Or, if I fail to do so, I will pay you as much as it was worth out of my own purse, for I cannot bear the thought of you starving. Now tell me very carefully where you hid the gold and jewels and everything about the place to help me to make sure of it." The Brahmin was greatly delighted to hear this, because he knew full well that the king would keep his word, and that, even if his own treasure was never found, he would have plenty of money to given to him by the king. He at once told Prasanjit exactly where he had put the store and offered to take him there. The king agreed to go with him at once, and he and the Brahmin went straight away to the big hole in the forest, the attendants following them a little way behind. After the king had seen the big empty hole and noticed exactly where it was, and the nearest way to it from the town, He returned to his palace, first telling the Brahmin to go back to the house he lived in and wait there till he received a message from him. He promised to see that he wanted for nothing and sent one of his attendants to the rich merchant of Stravasti, who had already done a good deal for the Brahmin, to order him to supply the holy man with all he needed. Very glad that after all he was not going to die, the Brahmin obeyed willingly, and for the next few days he was taken care of by the merchant, who supplied him with plenty of food. As soon as Prasenjit was back in his palace, he pretended that he was suddenly taken ill. His head ached so badly, he said, and he could not make out what was the matter with him. He ordered a proclamation to be sent all around town, telling all the doctors to come to the palace to see him. All the doctors in the palace at once hastened to obey, each of them hoping that he would be the one to cure the king and win a great reward. So many were they that the big reception room was full of them, and they all glared at each other so angrily that the attendants kept careful watch lest they should begin the fight. One at a time, they were taken to the king's private room, but very much to their surprise and disappointment, he seemed quite well and in no need of help from them. Instead of talking about his own illness, he asked each doctor who his patients were in the town and what medicines he was giving to them. Of course, Prasenjit's questions were carefully answered, but the king said nothing more, just waving his hand to shew that the interview was at an end. Then the attendants led the visitors out. At last, however, a doctor came who said something which led the king to keep him longer than he had kept any of the others. This doctor was a very famous healer who had saved the lives of many of Prasenjit's subjects. He told the king that a merchant named Matridata was very ill, suffering greatly, but that he hoped to cure him by giving him the juice of a certain plant called a nagabala. At the time this story was written, doctors in India did not give their patients medicine or write prescriptions for them to take chemists to be made up, because there were no chemists in those days, such as there are in all towns of Europe who keep the materials in stock for making medicines. A doctor just said to his patient, "You must take the juice of this or that plant," and the suffering person had to go into the fields or woods to find the plant or else to send a servant to do so. When the king heard that the doctor had ordered Matridata to take the juice of the Nagabala plant, he cried, "No more doctors need come to see me." And after sending away the one who had told him what he wanted to know, he gave orders that Matridata should be sent for at once. Ill and suffering though he was, Matridata did not dare disobey the king, and so he came at once. As soon as he appeared, Prasenjit asked him how he was, and said he was sorry to have made him leave his home when he was ill, but the matter on which he wished to see him was of great importance. Then he suddenly added, when your doctor ordered you to take the juice of a Nagabala plant, whom did you send to find it?" To this, Matridata replied, trembling in fear, "My servant, O king, sought it in the forests, and having found it, brought it to me." "Go back and send that servant to me immediately," was the reply, and the merchant hurried away, wondering very much why the king wanted to see the man, and hoping that he himself would not get into disgrace on account of anything that he had done to make Prasenjit angry. When Matridata told his servant that he was to go to the palace to see the king, the man was so dreadfully frightened and begged his master not to make him go. This made Matridata pretty sure that he had done something wrong and was afraid of being found out. "Go at once," he said, "and whatever you do, speak the truth to the king. That will be your only chance if you have offended him." Again and again, the servant entreated Matridata not to insist, and when he found it was no good, he asked him at least to come with him to the palace to plead for him with Prasenjit. The merchant knew then for certain that something was seriously wrong, and he consented to go to the palace with the servant, partly out of curiosity and partly out of fear for himself. When the two got to the palace, the attendants at once led the servant to the presence of the king, but they would not let the master go with them. Directly, the servant entered the room and saw the king sitting on his throne. He fell upon his face at the foot of the steps, and he cried, "Mercy, mercy!" He was right to be afraid, for Prasenjit said to him in a loud voice, "Where are the gold and jewels that you took from the hole in the roots of the tree when you went to find the Nagabala plant for your master?" The servant, who really had taken the money and jewels, was so terrified when he found that the king knew the truth that he had not a word to say at first, but just remained lying on the ground, trembling all over. Prasenjit too was silent, and the attendants waiting for orders behind the throne looked on, wondering what would happen now. When the silence had lasted about 10 minutes, the thief raised his head from the ground and looked at the king, who still said not a word. Something in his face, however, made the wicked servant hope that he would not be punished by death in spite of the great wrong he had done. The king looked very stern, it is true, but not enraged against him. So the servant rose to his feet, and clasping his hands together as he held them up to Prasnajit, he said in a trembling voice, "I will fetch the treasure. I will fetch the treasure." "Go then at once," said the king, "and bring it here." And as he said it, there was a beautiful expression in his eyes, which made the thief more sorry for what he had done than he would have been if Prasnajit had said, "Off with his head," or had ordered him to be beaten. As soon as the king said, "Go at once," the servant started to his feet and hastened away, as eager now to restore what he had stolen as he had been to hide it. He had put it in another hole in the very depths of the forest, and it was a long time before he got back to the palace with it, for it was very heavy. He had thought the king would send some guards with him to see that he did not run away, and that they would have helped him to carry the sack full of gold and jewels, but nobody followed him. It was hard work to drag the heavy load all the way alone, but at last, quite late in the evening, he was back at the palace gates. The soldiers standing there let him pass without a word, and soon he was once more in the room in which the king had received him. Prasnajit still sat on the throne, and the attendants still waited behind him, when the thief, so tired he could hardly stand, once more lay prostrate at the bottom of the steps leading up to the throne with the sack beside him. How his heart did beat as he waited for what the king would say. It seemed a very long time before Prasnajit spoke, though it was only 2 or 3 minutes, and when he did, this is what he said. "Go back to your home now, and be a thief no more." Very, very thankful, the man obeyed, scarcely able to believe that he was free to go and that he would not be terribly punished. Never again in the rest of his life did he take what would not belong to him, and he was never tired of telling his children and his friends of the goodness of the king who had forgiven him. The Brahmin, who had spent the time of waiting in prayers that his treasure should be given back to him, and was still determined that, if it were not, he would starve to death, was full of delight when he heard that it had been found. He hastened to the palace and was taken before the king, who said to him, "There is your treasure. Take it away and make a better use of it than before. If you lose it again, I shall not recover it for you." The Brahmin, glad as he was to have his money and jewels restored, did not like being told by the king to make better use of them. Besides this, he wanted to have the thief punished, and he began talking about that instead of thanking Prasnajit and promising to follow his advice. The king looked at him as much as he had looked at the thief and said, "This matter is ended, so far as I have anything to do with it, so now go in peace." The Brahmin, who was accustomed to being honored by everyone from the king on his throne to the beggars in the street, was astonished at the way in which Prasnajit spoke to him. He would have said more, but the king made a sign to his attendants, 2 of whom dragged the sack to the entrance of the palace and left it there. So there was nothing for the Brahmin to do but take it away with him. Everyone who has read this wonderful story would, of course, like to know what became of him after that, but nothing more is told about him. Yeah, that's an interesting one, huh? I was kind of hoping there would be some kind of revenge plot there. That was interesting. I like that one. We must send positive vibes to Strap for that one as he sleeps in a comfy slumber. Effie! Hi, gorgeous Effie. Welcome. Welcome in. How are you, honey? I'm so sorry. When I'm in the middle of the story, I tend to get into it and then I forget to check chat. But how are you? It's so good to see you again, sweetheart. Let's see. Bro is literally starving to get more cash. I know. Wow. It's a shame that the Ganges have been so polluted in recent times. That is very sad. And Arctic, welcome in, sweet Arctic. Thank you so much for the lurk, hun. I appreciate ya. Oh my gosh, North Coast Canine. Hi, sweetie. Pleasant Maine to you as well. How are you doing, sweet Canine? Not gonna lie, I would be pants shitting silent too if I got called out like that. Yeah. Yikes. Especially in a country where, like, it's a common punishment to have your head sliced off, apparently. Like, common enough that he's like, that's what I'm expecting, you know? Hi, I'm at work. Oh, welcome to work, sweet special. Thank you for the lurk, honey. I hope that I can keep you entertained for a little bit of your work day. These stories are so peaceful and adventurous. Oh, I'm glad you're liking them. Oh. Thank you for the fart storm. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. King scared the thievery out of him. Let's go. Good job, Kingy. Kingu. Bruh, this Brahmin is dumb as fuck. That story was cool. It was. Thank you for reading all these stories to us. Of course. Thank you so much for joining me for them. We still have about another 2 hours. So it is finally time for me to read my favorite creepypastas. Okay, let me see. Uh-oh. Is TTS not working again? Just out of nowhere? What the fuck? Bro, this is so annoying. Why? Why is it? Oh, thank you for the care package. But why the fuck isn't this working? Hold on.
Pog online poggers.
Okay, no, that is working. Here, allow me, Storm. I will just make him say this. I don't know why it just doesn't work sometimes.
Oops, that fart was nearly on the candles.
There we go. That's the one. Thank you so much for the care package, Sweet Muted. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Is my yucky not working? Crap. Why isn't my shit working? Oh, it's because I'm not signed in. Sorry. Oh, are you heading out, Muted? Aw, well, thank you so much for spending time with us, hon, and thank you for submitting your story. I'm excited to read it. Mix It Up should be logged in. I'm thinking it logged me out for some reason. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Bublin, do you wanna do that yucky again? You must have left, Sweet Bublin, because we read your story, but you weren't here to tell us what you wanted us to read, so I read one about Fenrir. K9, hello Tau, a fresh new form I see, indeed. Don't think I've been here since August 24, wishing you all well. Oh, thank you so much, Sweet K9, yes, and the best wishes to you as well. Yeah, there was a chat earlier, but you didn't see it. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, when I'm reading, I tend to not be able to see it. That would have worked perfectly if it didn't scuff his funny pouch pal clip. Oh, that's true. That would have been good. Sorry, Storm. Did the yucky still not work? Hold on. Bruh. Hold on. Let me fix it. The heck? I don't understand. Like, sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. It's having, I don't know why it keeps on resetting the, what is this? This is the yucky command. Sorry guys, I'm just, why? Oh my gosh, what a pain. MP3. Why? Why it no work? Or are you guys hearing it? I'm not. Is it just it's sassy apparently? It is indeed. It was when you were done reading. It was when TTS broke. Oh yeah, but no, I know that there's still stuff because I don't scroll all the way up a lot of the time. I just scroll up to like a certain amount where I think that I'll be able to get back into the flow of stream. So if I ever miss anything, this is a reminder for all of you. If I ever miss anything and you really want me to see it, please do just resend it. Okay?
Nice speech. Say goodbye to your legs.
No, I don't want to say goodbye to my legs. I just got them. Congrats on the Redebut. Thank you, sweet Melanie. Welcome in, magnificent Melanie. It's good to see you. I really appreciate the congrats. Thank you, thank you. I had silently disappeared for a moment. That's all good, sweetie. I just want to let you know. Don't worry, we didn't forget you. I'm not hearing anything. Fuck, hold on. Let me see if I can. Refresh the Ooh, Eobard Zolomon. Hi, sweetie. Welcome to the pouch. Thank you for the follow. You are now a pouch pal, and what an incredible pleasure it is to have you. How are you doing today? Thank you so much for hanging out. I'm just seeing if I can get our commands working. Yucky. Okay, they're working now. Sorry about that. I think I just have to remember to refresh the cache. That should be working now. Everything here looks amazing. Been admiring all the little details. It's fun. You can hold a book. I know, isn't that cool? Do you like it? Yay! Yay, Thor! You're good? That's wonderful. What would you like me to call you, by the way, sweetie? Zolo, Zolomon, Eobard, something else? The candles? Yes, the candles. Oh yeah, sorry, they melted. Let me fix them because they actually melt within an hour. Let me I might have to... I actually don't know how to do that without... Maybe we just leave them. Maybe they just stay melty, you know? Why not, right? Oh, hi, Trixie. Welcome in. How are you doing? It is now reposted a little bit up in the chat. Okay, well, like I said, anytime that I'm not seeing something, please feel free to just resend it. Pouch Pal, no catching fire. He won't. That is cool, actually. Yeah, isn't that cool? It's easier to call me Zoom. Oh, Zoom. Okay, I'll try to remember that, sweet Zoom. Well, thank you for coming in. It's a pleasure to have you. We're doing a storytime stream today. And Toasty, welcome in. Terrific, Toasty. How are you? Okay. Now, greetings. And Benvenue, just want to stop in and say, hey, we're gonna read some creepypastas. Now I need to know, now we need to know if you guys want me to keep on reading Zen, which is what you've been hearing, or if you want me to do some voice acting, because there's definitely voice acting to be done in these if you want me to do them. So, how to read, if you guys just want Zen, that's cool. Or we got voice act. There you go. I'll give you about 2 minutes for that. Please do vote. Let me know. Zen will always be a lot more relaxing than when I'm voice acting because it's creepypastas, so there will be like fear and stuff like that. But yeah, feel free to let me know. Let's see. You're gonna leave? Bye-bye, Tao. Have a good one, Sweet Muted. Thank you so much for coming in. I appreciate you. I'm looking forward to reading your story. Thank you for submitting it. Hopefully we'll see you again very soon. If you're going to bed, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. And if you're going to do something else, I hope it is the best ever. Have a good one. Bye, sweetie. Have you done Been Drowned yet? No. So I am being careful, Sweet Zoom, because it's got to be like really specific creepypastas because we don't want to trigger anybody. And we don't want anything that's too gory or too creepy. So the two that I've picked out are actually, I don't know if you've read them. I invited my friends to my Halloween party and only one person came. And then the other one is High Stakes, about a gambler. And it's a warning against gambling. But it's really, really good. It's long, but it's really good. Let's see. Gonna lurk. Thank you for the lurk, Sweet Nix. I appreciate it, hun. Ooh, thank you for the care package, Sweet Muted. Much appreciated. Yum, 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 yum. And a stretch. Thank you, Sweet Muted. I really appreciate you. One last care package before I leave. Oh, thank you for taking good care of me, hun. I really appreciate it. Good stretch. Good stretch. Ooh, thank you so much for the head pat. Sweet Vash. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. I love cautionary tale pastas. Me too. Yeah, I'm trying to make sure that we stay away from anything that's like too triggering, which is why I won't read like Jeff the Killer and stuff like that. But we might have read Been Drowned last time. I actually don't remember. Okay, you guys do want voice acting? All right, let's go. Okay, let's begin with the funnier one. The funnier one being, oh my God, did my saved tab not save? Fuck, hold on. I invited friends to my Halloween party. Only one person came. Okay, cool, I found it. I like funny time haha pastas. Yummy. Oh, yummy. Yummy. All right. Let me see. One sec. I'm just trying to find High Stakes. Where is it? Was it in No Sleep or was it in Creepypasta? I'm trying to remember where I saw it. Fuck. 1 second. Ah, good, I found it. It is in No Sleep. Cool. All right, awesome. Okay, you guys, you ready? Let's read this one. This one's actually pretty funny. Like it's like creepy, but it's funny, especially at the end. All right, you ready? Here we go. Mr. Soup! Hi, Sweet Soup! Welcome in. How are you doing? It's a pleasure to see you. All right, we will read this and then we'll go on a quick break, okay? All right. Halloween party for Saturday. Oh, and you guys asked for voice acting, so it might not be as relaxing, but hopefully it'll be even more immersive. How about that? I planned a Halloween party for Saturday night. I've always loved October. It's a shame I don't drink or like pumpkin flavored things. Recently, I've sworn to get more into the spirit of the season. I got some of the best bad horror movies, decorations from the dollar store, and some of those pumpkin sugar cookies. I invited all of my friends for a casual night to get into the Halloween spirit. But guess what? No one showed up. Which is understandable, we're all adults with busy lives and all. I could eat 10 boxes of cookies without getting sick of them. I did feel a little hurt when I saw posts of a handful of friends dressed up at a bar, and I said they couldn't, I said they could drink, but I wouldn't want to. And I shook it off, telling myself that I didn't care. I was just going to be the guy watching horror movies alone the weekend before Halloween. I didn't do a totally lame thing like buying pumpkins to carve and a fleece frog onesie as a costume. I'm an adult like my friends who went to the bar to party. I may have been a little bit bitter. Okay, fine. This small get-together was also meant to be a sort of housewarming. I finally got to the point in my life where I could afford rent and food. I got a small townhouse, loving that I no longer had roommates neglecting their chores or clogging the toilet. And the fact that I could afford all of this was a miracle. I wonder if my friends thought I was showing off a little. I almost didn't feel like it, but I put on a movie after sunset. Watching a bad slasher wasn't the same without friends, man. I tossed on 13 Ghosts because I remembered that scared me the last time I watched it. Turns out I was a big baby back then. Some of the short horror stories, horror videos on YouTube were actually a lot more frightening than any of the movies I'd picked out for the night. I considered going to bed early and calling the entire thing a bust. But then, someone showed up. I heard something out in the backyard. Animals often got through the gate to go through my trash. Just small things like raccoons or possums, and I started putting my food scraps out for them in a dish so they wouldn't rip apart my trash. I know I shouldn't feed wild animals. They are going to get the food out of their way, but it just saves me from cleaning up a torn bag in the morning. I like taking photos of the nighttime visitors. They normally showed up later in the evening, causing me to wonder just what was in my yard. The glare of the light on the glass door kept me from seeing much. I opened the door crack to peek outside. The sounds I assumed to be an animal got louder. I strained to hear. It was as if someone was whispering. Was it the neighbors in the yard? I didn't see a soul outside. The mental image of someone peeking over the fence made the back of my neck prickle. Something fell off the counter in the kitchen. I'm man enough to admit that I screamed like a girl, and my heart thudded hard against my chest. I thought someone had broken in, and not that a box of cereal had fallen off the counter. I turned my back to the open door to look across the room to see what had fallen. My first floor was just an open space. I could see the kitchen area from where I stood by the back door. I confirmed it was just a box falling over, and then closed the door. Oddly enough, the whispering stopped. No more scary movies for me that night. Okay, well, one more, but Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island is a Halloween classic and not a movie that would add to my unnerved mental state. I am also man enough to admit that I kept all of the lights on that night. I didn't care about an increased electric bill. I would not like if a shadow person got me while I walked up the stairs in the dark, thank you very much. This is a normal and reasonable precaution. As I watched a childhood classic, I couldn't shake the feeling I was being watched. I needed a snack, something to take my mind off of things. I wisely invested in a chest freezer. It was cheaper to buy in bulk and freeze things later, after all. It wasn't smart keeping your chest freezer in the unfinished part of your basement for when you wanted ice cream. I stood at the top of those stairs, my mind playing tricks on me. I flipped on the light before I even looked down into the basement, fearing seeing the darkness staring back at me. I hadn't put much down there. The sight of the basement from the top of the stairs really looked like an abyss with the lights off. An intrusive thought came to mind, that if I turned the light off to stare down, something would stare back up at me. I scoffed at such a dumb idea. To prove myself wrong, I flicked off the light. Surely I was alone. No one else here. Not at all. A set of red eyes pierced through the abyss, landing on my own. Nope, nope, nope. I flicked the light back on. My heart was racing. I mentally cursed myself, hating the fact one horror movie got me seeing things. To again prove myself wrong, I turned the light off. Do you know how in those horror movies they kill off a character at the start to set the tone? I would have been one of those characters. Even the eyes in the dark seemed disappointed in my stupidity. I was moving the moment that they were. I heard a cackling laughter and heavy footsteps racing up the stairs. The front door was so close by. I felt something tear through the back of my costume. I didn't have time to get outside. The 2 seconds unlocking the door meant my death. Instead, I ducked inside the small bathroom right beside my freedom. I slammed the door on a set of long, dark fingers. I screamed, trying to get the door fully closed. By sheer luck, the intruder pulled their fingers away so I could lock the door. Whatever was on the other side banged against the wood, laughing in a raspy voice that made my skin crawl. The doorknob wiggled. I tightened my hands around it, praying it would hold. Finally, the noise died down. The thing was still out there. I was trapped. No cell phone, no food, not even a window to crawl through. I knew whatever monster I now faced could break down the door, and it was just playing with me. Why don't you end this quickly? You don't want to starve to death in there, do you? The thing whispered on the other side of the door. I would die of thirst first, I corrected. Wait, there was a sink in here. I would starve to death. No wonder that monster cornered me so easily. I studied my ripped frog suit. Could it be fixed? This thing cost a lot of money after all. Why are you even here? No one ever said the place was haunted, I said. I hoped that the longer I spoke with the monster, the less frightening it would become. You know, exposure therapy and all that. Oh, I think you're well aware of your past sins. This kind of pain was coming to you one way or another. The doorknob wiggled, making a chill go down my back. Nope, this thing would be scary no matter how long I heard it speak. But what sins was it talking about? I scanned my brain, desperately trying to think of anything it could have been referring to. Sure, I did give a coworker a little bit of a mean nickname, but never to his face, and it was only after he was a dick to me for an entire year, and after he made such a huge mess that we needed to stay for overtime for a week to clean it up. I also only tipped the DoorDash driver $9 in my last order instead of $13. But what else? What were my other sins? If you just admit it, if you just admit what you've done, I'll be gentle when I eat your heart out while you're still alive, the voice whispered. I don't think that's possible, but thank you for the offer, I said, my voice shaking a little. A small sound came from behind the door. It was a mixture of a snort and an annoyed hiss. What else have I done? Said I was going to donate to the local shelters, but I haven't gotten to it yet? Was this because I didn't have change for the man by the bus? Did I not tell a cashier to have a good day? What did I do? I'm not a perfect person, and I'll never say that I was, but I've never gone out of my way to hurt someone. If I somehow did, I would do my best to make it up to them. Maybe my easygoing personality made me a bit of a doormat. What a way to figure out why your friends didn't care enough to show up for a party. I'm glad they didn't, so they wouldn't have to deal with the monster that was losing patience with me. I don't think you've earned an easy death. I was going to be kind. You won't even consider my simple request. Tell me your sins. Explain to me why someone hated you enough to request my assistance. The voice got more intense with each word. The door shook, causing me to cower as far away as possible. While I was on the floor shaking like a leaf, I realized I really needed to clean behind the toilet more often. I swear on my life, I have no idea what you're talking about. Can you give me a little hint? Anything? I begged, tears starting to come to my eyes. Don't you dare judge me. I bet most of you would have had the same reaction. A hint? Let me help jog your memory. The door stopped rattling for a long while. I almost thought it was over, but this damn bastard had cheat codes or something. All at once, the entire room shook. The lights flickered as deafening thumping noises overtook the small space. Slowly, a black mass appeared from out of the mirror. I uselessly tossed anything nearby, which harmlessly bounced off the creature's face. It had long black hair that spilled down to the floor. Layers of a black lace veil covered its face, but two glowing eyes shone through. Long, dark arms twisted from the mirror, pulling the rest of its body forward. I screamed and I pressed myself hard against the wall. This could not be happening. I might be able to accept it a little better if there was a reason I could understand as a motive for the attack, but there was nothing. The long, sharp finger reached out, stopping inches away from my face. Now, little Ryan, repent. I barely heard the words over the shaking and thudding. If I didn't, I would have been dead. Wait, my name isn't Ryan! It's Pat! I shouted. I curled into a ball, my hands gripping my hood tight over my eyes to blind myself to the horrors I faced. Don't lie to me, you— I have mail! I shouted again, sounding like a small child. Slowly, the sounds and shaking started to die down. When I felt brave enough, I carefully peeked out. Nothing but an empty bathroom. Did I have a mental breakdown? I still felt the rip in my costume, showing I must have done that to myself if I did break for some reason. I'd almost convinced myself that was what happened. I finally stood up when the bathroom door swung open. That monster stood on the other side, the lanky body dressed in a baggy black sweater and sweatpants, which he wasn't wearing before. I screamed for a few minutes. Are you? It started to ask. No, I wasn't done. I screamed once more, just in case. Anyway, the creature started and lifted not only some mail, but also my ID. That jerk went through my wallet. I swear to God, he took my stamped coffee cards. Do you have an address for Ryan Time? I see some of his mail here, but it looks like you're the only one who lives here. The monster said, and he started to sound a bit more normal? He dropped the raspy, scary voice. In my sheer terror before, I didn't remember the person I bought who lived here before was named Ryan. I sometimes get his mail since he only recently moved out. Oh, yeah, I do, actually. He told me his new address for forward email and such. Is he the guy you were supposed to kill? I asked slowly. Well, you humans all look the same, all right? He stomped, getting extremely defensive very quickly. Wow, racist much? I'll gut you. He won the small argument. He backed up to let me out of the bathroom so I could find where I wrote Ryan's address. I folded the paper away, aware of the red eyes on my back. I didn't want to hand over the info if that meant someone was going to die just to save my own skin. You're going to kill him, aren't you? I said, my hands starting to shake. Brutally, he confirmed. I shook my head, feeling sick with fear. If I was quick, maybe I could eat the paper or do something to save another person's life. If you must know, he killed a family of 4 drunk driving, but fled before the cops got to the scene, the creature explained calmly. Huh. I guess Ryan's time is up. Get it? Because his last name is... Jedi, sweetie, thank you so very much for the follow, hun. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch fountain. What a pleasure it is to have you. How are you doing today? we're reading some creepypastas, but this one's very funny. I guess Ryan's time is up. Get it? Because his last name is... I let the joke die. I handed the paper to the monster, more embarrassed than scared at that point. I expected my unwanted guest to leave, but he hung around. It felt a bit surreal staring down at a nightmare casually standing in my kitchen. Listen, about the mix-up. This doesn't really happen with me. If it gets back to my bosses, I'll lose my monthly bonus. I have mouths to feed and all, he awkwardly said. You have kids? I replied, horrified that there were more of him. I have cats. I should have guessed. He seemed like a cat person. I was just glad to be alive. I didn't even know how to contact who he worked for. I needed to pretend as if I did in case he decided to take care of some loose ends. Do you really live alone? You have a lot of soda for one person, he commented, his eyes directed to my counter. I bought some bottles and extra snacks for the party that never happened. His question was because he was worried I had a roommate that might have heard what went down. I wanted to have a party, but no one showed up. I shrugged. Lame. He should have just killed me. Besides that fact, my life was still in danger. I needed him to believe that I was going to tell his bosses about the mix-up. If I made it as an exchange, that may work. But what on earth would I ever want from someone like him, so I didn't snitch? In exchange for my silence, do you want to hang out? I offered. There was at least a full minute of silence between us. What? He asked in a way that needed him to wind up for the one word. I've got all these snacks and all these movies lined up, I defended myself. Do you have those pumpkin cookies? He said as he turned the piece of paper around between his fingers. The Pillsbury sugar cookies? I said, not knowing if he meant those or some other pumpkin-flavored cookies. Yeah, those bitches, was his blunt reply. I can't believe those cookies were going to save my life. I nodded, and the deal was made. Somehow I had my party. A very awkward Halloween party, but it still counted. Turns out the creature that looked like he belonged to a horror movie jumped at cheap moments while watching them. He also ate a lot even though he was so thin. I made 6 boxes of those cookies, which he easily put away. I saw him eyeing the pumpkins, which I was going to offer him to carve if he wanted to. Instead, he just ate them raw. I never saw what was under the dark veil that covered his face, but I saw he tore through a large pumpkin in 2 bites. The jagged teeth marks made me glad I sacrificed pumpkins to save my skin. Near the end of the night, he looked ready to leave. With a stretch, he hovered by the front door. Are you going to hand out Halloween candy? It was weird just how normal he sounded. Yeah, I don't work that night. Let me come over. I want to scare some teens after I finish this job. I rarely get to do anything that isn't disemboweling on Halloween, he admitted. Horrifying mental image, but okay. It wouldn't kill me to hang out with him again. Okay, well, it might, but to my shock, he gave me a cell phone number to reach him. I realized that I never got his name. What do I call you? I mean, do you have a name? Like, I don't know, Red Eye Ripper or something? Brian. Red Eye Ripper was my father's name. I let myself laugh over that one. If you couldn't laugh with an inhuman monster that almost ripped you apart, then who can you joke with? I let him leave with the plan to see each other at least one more time. Sure, I didn't sleep for 48 hours after the whole experience, and I know Brian is off killing people, but it is nice to have a friend that you can hang out with on Halloween. I might ask him if he could repair my frog costume, or at least pay me back for ripping it. You know what? On second thought, I'll just eat the cost. See, not all creepypastas are actually scary. What did you think? Did you like that one? I really like that one. It's one of my favorites because it's so funny. Let me scroll up and see what you guys have said. I'm doing well, just got home from work. Amazing, well, welcome in, sweetie. I hope you enjoy our story times. Rot, hello, sweet Rot, how are you? Let me give you a quick shout out again. Hello, sweet, oop, 1 second. I can't spell. Don't mind me. There you are. Thank you so much for coming in. How are you doing, sweet Rot? Why does this person sound like me? Oh, Try, terrific Try. Thank you so very much for the care package, darling. I appreciate you. Mm-hmm. Delicious. Thank you. It's story time. It is, sweet Rod. It is. Red Eyes, Mothman, is that you? Dude, admits to a bunch of mundane sins. Yeah, right? I may have the wrong house. That's it, Doppler. You know it. I don't understand tipping, to be honest. Yeah, that's fair, Patricia. You don't live in the US, so that makes sense. Definitely me. This is a funny prank, dude. My God, oh my God, was my fucking joke right? Yes, it was. You got the address wrong. Oi, that's racist. I must go to the post office for a forwarding address. Howls at the moon and scampers off. Precisely, Doppel, you get it. You could write the sequel to this. Monster, I swear I'm usually more professional than this. Was not expecting a creepy monster as a friend for Halloween. Get a selfie with the monster. Yeah, hello. That's rather charming. Isn't it cute, K9? It's a very cute one. So when people are like, I hate creepypastas, they freak me out, I'm like, just try this one. Remember how earlier in the story the character was saying that if I was a horror movie character, I would have died? Not to toot my own horn, but I personally don't think I would have been in that same scenario. If I'm feeling nervous and it's late at night and I hear something, I'm grabbing my bat and get ready to open a can of whoop ass in case some weirdo has broken into my house. Yeah, that's fair, that's fair. I want a friend like that. Bro casually became friends with Ryuk from Death Note. Also true, also true. That story is great. It was really good. I'm so glad you guys liked it. Yay! Yay, I'm so happy you like it. Okay, so this next one is a bit more creepy, but it's not like there are monsters creepy. It's more like psychological thriller type of creepy. And it's very, I found this one really interesting. But because it is a 45-minute read, we do need to go on a break first. And then I might accept a couple of fables after we finish it, depending on what time we finish it. Okay. Thank you for sharing. I'm gonna add that story to my bookmarks. Yes, if you guys would like to, read that story yourself or send it to people, here. There you go. Please go have a look. Go support the very funny and talented writer there, who, by the way, the author for this one is 02321. All right, let me see. Oh boy, my favorite 45-minute read. Yes, it's a long one. Yeah, because it's very involved, this next one. But I think that you'll still enjoy it because when I was reading it, time just flew. It was so interesting. That's a long boy. It is a long boy. Yeah. I love it. Would definitely share with friends. Yay! Yeah, absolutely. Please feel free to click on that link and enjoy. Okay, let's go on this quick break. You guys, please make sure that you hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. This will be our last break for the day. But then, of course, I'll see you tomorrow for some community games. So for anybody who doesn't want to stick around for this story, then please, do what's best for you. Don't hang out here if it's too creepy for you or something like that. But if it's not too creepy, again, there's not really monsters per se in this. It's very cerebral. It's a cerebral one, kind of. But it's interesting. But yes, on that note, yes, I will see you guys in about three minutes. Yeah, that's everything I wanted to say. Oh, yes, if you do leave, please come on back tomorrow for our community stream day. So We will have you guys vote on what community games to play. You guys get to participate in one way or another. Usually I try to make it so that everyone can participate, meaning that it's mostly going to be stuff that you participate through chat with. But we will see if you guys want to play Fall Guys, and so that's one that you can definitely play with me. I want to be able to include as many people as possible, so it's not really fair to do something where there's like 4 people or 8 people or even like 10 people, although I am more willing for 10 people games. But yes, all right, cutie pies, I will see you in 3 minutes. Miss you terribly, but see you soon. Hello, hello, hello again. Welcome back. It's good to see you again. Thank you for returning to me. Neko, welcome in, sweet Neko. How are you doing today? It's a pleasure to meet you. Welcome back, awesome Ozzy, you beautiful being. Welcome back, precious Patricia. Welcome back, sweet Seti. Welcome back, Cutie King. Welcome back, Nixmato Slice Jam Slice. You're doing great. That's wonderful, Neko. I'm doing well too. We're doing the story time stream. Oh, Alan! Alan! Oh my goodness! Hello, sweet Alan! Welcome in! Oh my gosh! You guys, this is the fabulous Alan. Oh, that's right, it's Elden Ring, Elden Ring, Elden Ring, Elden Ring. It's your Elden Ring week. Hello, Sheepy Raid, because Alan is too lazy to make a message. Let's go. Hi, sweet Alan. Welcome in, honey. You guys, please check out the fabulous and tremendously skilled artist that is Alan LaFell. I've shown you some of his artwork before. He's an amazing artist and a lovely friend. It's totally not crazy because of Elden Ring. Yeah, totally. It's such a pleasure to see you, hon. Thank you for coming in. How was your stream, Alan? Let's see. Oh my gosh, my dog wants to go outside again. Ugh. Let's see. Do you have any name recommendations for a male Nekomata character? Ooh, kind of depends. What kind of a vibe are you going for? Blue with hints of green. What kind of personality are we looking at? 99 little bugs in the code. 99 cute little bugs. Take one on, patch it out. 643 little bugs in the code. Sorry, Storm. It was good. I beat 2 bosses. What? You beat 2 bosses? That's incredible. How long did you stream for? That's actually really impressive. I gotta say, I'm quite impressed. 3D is looking nice. Yes, I'm in love with my 3D model. I even have a book. It's stuck to my hand, but I got a book for our reading stream. But yeah, when is your next stream, sweet Al? Actually, it's tomorrow, right? You guys, Alan is doing, correct me if I'm wrong, but according to your schedule, I'm pretty sure you're streaming Elden Ring every day for this whole week. Is that right? If you guys want to go watch Alan, who's a cutie pie sheepy butt, absolutely own an Elden Ring, you definitely should. Let me see. 20 with ADHD, autism, MDD, minor asthma. But what's your personality like, Neko? Let's see. Like 4 hours, I think. Elden Ring is pretty easy. Oh my god! Don't make me feel bad. I can't play Elden Ring to save my fucking life. I'm so bad at it. This read is gonna be a hella long. I'm hyped. Yes, it is a long one, but it's really good. Yep, every day. I'm consumed by bloodlust. That's amazing though, Alan! Oh my gosh. You guys, please check out the fabulous Alan LaFell. Like I said, a dear friend of mine. And he and Snivy and Saren and we're gonna be doing a little collab. I won't be streaming it, but I will be letting you guys know when it is in late March, I believe. So please, please, please go check him out. He's a sweetheart. He's my Maple Story friendo. we both grew up with Maple Story, and we're like, oh, you know Maple Story? You know Maple Story? It's the Spider-Man meme. I've played Dark Souls before, so that's why it's pretty easy. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Let me see. We together. But Alan, thank you so much for coming in. I really appreciate it. You guys, like I said, please check out the fabulous Alan LaFell. Fantastic, absolutely amazing artist. If you're looking for any art, I mean, I have commissions open too, but we have very different styles. So if you're looking for something much cuter, please check out Alan. If you're looking for something more like edgy, I guess, my stuff. But yes, check out the fabulous Alan, and he's also streaming Elden Ring all week, which is very exciting. Thank you for bringing everyone in, sweet Alan. Alan, so today we're actually doing a story time stream. Oh, also, sorry, raiders, if you need to raid and run, that's totally cool, but if you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. We are doing a story time stream. We're gonna be finishing up in about an hour and a bit, but I have a creepypasta that I wanna read. So, yeah, hopefully you guys enjoy. This is not a creepypasta as in like, there's like a really grotesque monster in it. This is more like thriller or psychological thriller type of thing. Very cool. Edgy Tao. Point, 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 poke, poke, poke. Let's see. Yes, okay. Well, on that note, we have this really long, it's a really long one. It's like 45-minute read, but it's called High Stakes. It's very good. It's one of my favorites. I will say, if anyone gets triggered by any kind of gambling stuff, please depart or like mute me or something. But this is more of a cautionary tale against gambling rather than like gonna make you like, oh, I should gamble. But I just want to let you know, it is about gambling, but it's about like the dangers of it, kind of. All right, so let's get started. But Alan, thank you so much for bringing your lovely community in. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the raid, sweetheart. And yeah, I hope that you will also enjoy relaxing with us while I read you a story. Gotcha games in a nutshell. That's right. Everyone who plays gotcha, get out of here. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. All right. So let me see here. Let me pull up our high stakes here. All right, here we go. You ready? Here we go. This journal was handed to me by a nurse who received it from a disheveled-looking man who kept repeating the payment in full. Based on the description of the man, I am pretty sure it is my husband. I don't know what happened to him, but I fear he has fallen into a seriously bad scene. Neko, thank you for the follow, hun. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pellet, and what a pleasure it is to have you. I hope you enjoy our story. Based on the description of the man, I am pretty sure it is my husband. I don't know what happened to him, but I fear he has fallen into a seriously bad scene. That sound jump scared you? Is it too loud? Are my alerts too loud? Let me see here. Twitch alerts. I can turn it down a little bit if that's Oh, you've been meaning to say? Oh, sorry guys. Yeah, please just let me know how the levels are. I've turned it down a little bit. Not so bad, just wasn't expecting it, that's fair. Oh, I'm glad you like the animation, Neko, thank you. Okay, sorry. Okay, I've turned it down a little bit. You'll have to let me know if it's still loud next time someone follows or raids or subs or anything, okay? All right. If anything in this journal sounds familiar, please let me know. I need to find him before he loses everything. 17 November, 25 years. 25 years of my life I spent at that godforsaken job. I put all that extra time and effort into that place, and today of all days, they decide to fire me? I'm far too old now to be looking for a new career. What am I gonna tell my wife about this? I can't tell her. I just need to figure something else out and get a new job or something before she notices. I know I can do it. 19 November, I feel like this is not fitting music. Just occurred to me. I feel like this is not fitting music. Oh yes, let's silence. Oh yeah. 19 November. So much has changed since I last looked for a new job. All these websites for it now and all this technology these younger kids are using now. What happened to the old days when you could walk around with a paper resume? When you could step into a building for a place you wanted to work at and just talk to the boss? Hand him your papers, and if he liked what he saw, he would just say something like, "Let's give you a shot, son," and then he started on Monday. I always thought it would be easier to find jobs after college, even this long after. The search continues. 20 November. I got it. At least an idea for something I can do until I find a real job. I need to have money coming in so my wife doesn't find out I get fired. But she's always so damn supportive of me, and I'm so scared of disappointing her with this. But I have an idea. When I was thinking about how I figured it would be easier to get a job after having gone to college, it got me thinking about college. I was actually a damn good poker player back in college, and there was a casino a few blocks from my house with poker games available. I wonder if I still got what it takes to win some money. At least enough to make up for missing my paychecks. 21 November. I did it! You guys, last night I won enough to cover my next 2 paychecks. At first, I thought my entire plan was going to backfire. My anxiety was through the roof as I entered the casino last night. I kept fighting with myself over this being a good idea or a terrible decision. I started by playing a few blackjack games to make myself feel more comfortable sitting at a card table in a casino. I won after 3 hands, but those first 2 losses nearly caused me to leave and call the whole idea off. I know I must do something while I wait for callbacks from these applications I've sent in so far. I'll keep sending them in to try and find a real job. But I have to say, once I sat down at that poker table, it was the rush of a feeling I had back in college. I can't get risky with my playing, though. I need this to be profitable if it's going to work. Luckily, the patrons I was playing with didn't seem to know how to play very well and had very obvious tells, so I had some easy games. I love you so much, Lydia. I promise I will make this all work out. Tomorrow, I'll start going in during the day while I normally would be at work. 22 November. I walked into the casino early this morning, walked directly over to the poker pit, and found a seat at one of the tables that I thought looked promising. I know that it's not good to judge people or judge a book by its cover or whatever the saying is, but with poker, it's kind of a necessity. I chose a table with only 3 other people sitting at it, all of which came across to me as people that were there for more than the novelty of saying they had played at a casino. Not because they were big professional players or anything. An older lady was wearing what looked to be the same dark glasses you would see on someone that was blind. There was a man with a very expressive face that looked far too happy to be there, and finally sat another man. The last man at the table was going to be my challenge. He wore dark sunglasses with almost a matte-looking finish to them and the most stoic expression. He looked like he knew the game well and let me know that, although this might be the easiest-looking table, it was still going to be a challenge at this time. It was a bit of a setback today. I won a hand or two throughout the few hours that I sat at the table, but ultimately I lost nearly half of what I made yesterday. I knew I had to start playing smarter because I was already trying to play it safe. Playing safe might be boring, but I wasn't there to make it big or rich. I was just on a mission to make just enough to cover my old paychecks till I could find a new job. Having made enough to cover 2 checks that night, the night before, and today losing half of that, I once again started worrying if I really had what it takes to make a plan work. Surprisingly, the player I had the most trouble with was the old lady. Mr. Too Many Expressions was just as I expected him to be, easy to read. The man I expected to be my biggest problem turned out to be easier to read than a children's book. The old lady, on the other hand, had seen some shit and knew exactly what she was doing. Underneath her jovial exterior was the skills of a seasoned poker player for sure. Tomorrow, I'll have to do better. I'll need to tap into the old me, that old Dave that I used to be in college, ruthless and completely unable to read. 25 November. I think I have a pretty good system down now. Each day I make my way to this casino and play until I've won enough to cover how much I would have made that day at work. It might only be about $100 or so, but it's all I really need, and I don't want to get greedy for the fear of falling into my own hubris. I know it's been a few days since I wrote something in this journal thing. I know my therapist says I need to keep consistent with it, and that it will help if I keep track of my thoughts throughout the day. I decided to tell Lydia I would stay home with her today. She said she hasn't been feeling all that well lately. I know I have been gone quite a bit lately, but I feel like she should have told me she didn't feel well before now. I understand her line of reasoning, though. She is always so helpful and supportive of everyone else. She feels like if she ever has any problems, she will be a bother to everyone else. I've told her many, many times to let me know anytime she needs help, but her overly hospitable nature just will not allow it. She says that she just feels weak and has been having a few headaches, so luckily, I think it might just be a cold or something. It felt amazing for me to be able to sit with Lydia all day and take care of her. That woman really is my whole world. It kills me to hide from her the fact that I lost my job, but I think her disappointment in me would kill me more. We laid on the couch all day, watching movies and just spending time with each other. Something I feel has been far too long since the last time we did. She tried to hide that she wasn't feeling well, but having been married for 20 years now, I could tell what she was feeling. She will get better in a day or two. Nothing some cold medicine can't handle. 27 November. I've been falling into a steady groove lately at the casino. I come in early in the morning and play until I've won a couple of $100 and then I leave. Nice and simple and safe. However, it has been a couple of days and Lydia still actually doesn't feel very well. She might even be getting worse. She scheduled a doctor's appointment for tomorrow, which I fully agree with. The only problem is that once I lost my job, we no longer have insurance, and she doesn't know that yet. Yes, this is in the US, by the way. This might be, I'll have to go a little harder at the casino to cover this doctor visit. This might be working for me now, but I really wish I could get a call back from one of those applications. 29 November. I'm having a very rough time knowing what to do. I must admit, I am in full panic mode right now, and I feel like my entire world is falling apart. We spent nearly the entire day yesterday at the doctor's office. Test after test after test was taken, and the doctor walked into the room that last time. And as the doctor walked into the room the last time, there was no holding back the flood of tears between Lydia and me. The look on his face told us everything we needed to know. It was far from just the cold or flu that I expected it to be. They told us that she has cancer. We both spent the rest of the day at home together in our own versions of quiet shock. The doctors told us they wanted to start aggressive treatment very soon, so we had the best chance to get rid of it. I need to think of a new plan to pay for all those treatments. No matter how much you expect the worst, there is no measure for how something like that will truly change your life. I'm going to spend the rest of the day sitting and most likely crying with Lydia. We must battle. We must win. She is everything to me, and I refuse to lose her to anything. 30 November. I don't like the idea of having to play any more daring than I have been. The concern for me becoming addicted to gambling is actually very low, but to make the amount of money I will need to pay for Lydia's chemo treatments, I will have to start betting bigger and taking more risks. Even with knowing how much money I could be making, the thought of also being able to lose as much and setting myself behind was terrifying for my situation. I looked online today to get an estimate of how much each session is going to cost. I had to have some base idea of how much I would need to make before each chemotherapy session. The amount was much higher than I expected and seemed nearly insurmountable without insurance. I have no idea how I'm going to pull this off, short of living at the casino. I've heard recently at the casino about some upcoming tournaments or something like that. Maybe that will help take the pressure off if I can just win it. A terrifying thought just hit me, so I had to write this down. They say that people going through treatments like the one Lydia is going through completely drains the person afterward. They get very sick and weak after each session, from what I hear. That means that I will need to be at home taking care of her after each visit, which in turn is going to allow me to spend less time at the casino. So I will have even less time to make the money to pay for these treatments, which means I'm going to need to win big each time, which in turn means playing bigger and riskier. Ultimately, I feel like I'm completely screwed. Lydia has her first treatment in 3 days. I need to make as much as I can before then, and hopefully find out more about this upcoming tournament. 4th of December. Nearly the entire time Lydia was getting her first treatment, I was talking to billing, explaining that we didn't have insurance and that I would be paying for all of this myself. The lady from billing was nice enough. She was a shorter blonde woman that looked to be somewhere around her mid-30s. In exchange for bringing each payment into each individual treatment session, she agreed to avoid saying anything to or around Lydia. At least nothing that might arouse suspicion as to the status of our insurance coverage. At first, she had no intention of cooperating. However, once I placed the cash on the first payment on the table, she gave in and agreed. It was so much worse than I expected when we finally arrived back home. She was nauseous and she was weak. She sat telling me through tear-filled eyes that she felt like she had been hit by a truck. She sobbed into my shoulder, telling me how sore and exhausted she was. It was so hard for me to see the woman that I loved with all my heart crying in such excruciating pain, knowing that there was nothing I could do to truly make it better. It hurt me to think about it, but in the back of my mind sat the idea that I very urgently needed to get back to making money for the next treatment. Yes, I did have a little bit of time before the next one. However, when you are trying to make money by gambling, you need all the time you can get just in case something goes wrong. I had a very short amount of time when put into perspective to win thousands of dollars. I knew I needed more of a sure thing, something that would guarantee me at least a few payments worth. Playing against the novice players and drunks during the day works well, and I was always better than they were and always made some money. However, it was so slow building any significant amount of winnings against them. I needed a few big games, although bigger games means better players, and better players means higher risks for me to lose. Somehow, I need to find a balance between these risks and ability to play the game well enough to pay these hospital bills. I think that I'm going to go to the casino tonight and ask about that tournament I heard that guy talking about. Knowing my luck, it will turn out to be a tournament based on a game more focused on chance, something like blackjack or craps, and I have absolutely no interest in those. Regardless, I'm going to go do some digging tonight and see what I can find out. 5th of December. I walked into the casino at just past 11 last night. I walked in to see crowded tables with drunk and excited patrons pouring from the tables into the slot machine area. I always hated the slot pit. Lights flash, bells and chimes whistle and beep and chirp. The constant sound of the lever being pulled or the place bet buttons being slammed on. The constant roar of the drums and tumblers spinning. The sounds of people both winning big and losing it all simultaneously from opposite ends of the pit. I've always found that playing these machines using nothing but false hopes and dreams did nothing to satiate my need for a challenge or a proper game. And yet, beyond my own opinion of the pure luck nature of the slot machines, the pit was filled with people hoping for that one magical pull that won them all the money they could ever dream of, not realizing that the odds were forever against them. I had to press myself between people as I made my way towards the card game area. Cheers and boos erupted from the various blackjack tables, while the poker table corner remained relatively quiet. The casino seemed to be filled with much more serious players tonight, all in sunglasses bringing their best poker faces to the table. I got distracted at first watching the games, trying to pick up on people's tells in the event in case I would ever play against them. Just after a significant win by a shorter Asian man wearing round mirrored red glasses, my memory sparked that my true mission was to find information on that rumor of a tournament. It didn't take me very long before I found a server walking past with a tray full of drinks. I stopped her and asked, "Excuse me, miss, but I heard someone the other night mentioning something about a tournament coming up. Do you have any information about that?" Without even a breath of hesitation, she pulled a little half-page flyer out of the pouch around her waist and handed it to me. Once the paper was in my grasp, the server turned around and walked away without speaking a single word. I wasn't really sure how to feel about it. On one hand, it seemed rather rude, but on the other, I had no idea how rough her night might have been. I quickly brushed it off and looked at the flyer in my hands. It read, "Master Hand Poker Tournament, December 10th and 11th, $10,000 buy-in. First place, $100,000. Second place, $75,000. Third place, $50,000. Fourth place, $25,000. Fifth place, $10,000. I could feel as my eyes widened reading this. Lydia's next round of treatment was the day following the tournament. This was exactly what I was needing. Winning first place would put me in a position to cover the next few treatments, but to make the amount of risk even worth it, I would need to come in at least fourth. My confidence in my abilities wavered just slightly as I glanced out at the tables filled with all walks of life playing poker at the tables. Patricia, I just caught the, I like those odds, out of the corner of my eye. I realized that these people were not just gambling at a casino tonight, they were practicing for the tournament. I quickly realized that I should have found out about this tournament much sooner than now. I was days behind in practicing than these other people. I should have been here betting low and studying tells and play styles of what would undoubtedly be my opponents in the tournament. I frantically looked around the room at the tables. My brain was screaming with dread as I looked for a table with an open chair. When I realized it, my heart sank in my chest. The people standing around the tables weren't people just watching the games, but were instead people waiting in a sort of line to sit and play. I looked at my watch, and seeing how late it already was, I knew that I wouldn't be able to stay and wait my turn. I was going to need to come back tomorrow and, hopefully, show up early enough to get a table. Instead, I decided to stick around for a little longer and study the players at all the tables. As I looked out over the tables of the players, my eyes grew less interested in the players themselves, but instead at the other onlookers. In particular, a man standing at the back of the crowd. He wore a gray suit and a dark black pointed goatee with a mustache that had been waxed and curled up. In truth, he looked very much like a cliched James Bond villain, but he also looked rich. However, something about his hollow yet piercing eyes prevented me from looking away. He gazed out over the players, staring as though he were looking for a specific person. He gave me the impression that he was some sort of scouter, like the ones that show up to high school football games looking to recruit players for their college. With him, however, I couldn't shake the feeling that his intentions seemed more nefarious. Next to him stood three almost identical large men in dark gray trench coats. They stood expressionless, not looking at the players or the crowd, but somewhere off into the distance. The only distinction I found between the three of them was that one had a cigar and one wore a dark gray fedora. Suddenly, the four of them simultaneously looked in my direction. More specifically, they looked at me. I quickly averted my eyes back to the players in the pit. When I finally gathered the courage to look back at them, they were all gone. Almost to the point, it looked like they had never been there at all. I quickly scanned the room and couldn't see them coming towards me or moving anywhere for that matter. After that strange moment, I decided it would be best to make my way home. 6th of December. I've always seemed to have a knack for reading my opponents. I drive to study people and their behaviors. It's been very helpful in my life for various sales jobs, and at this particular moment in life, very helpful in playing poker. However, for situations like this one I currently find myself in, the studying part of it feels like it takes entirely too much time. Overall, I feel like I did rather well. I made a decent amount of money and took a plethora of mental notes about various players and their tells and body language. The only problem with all that was that I had no way to tell if I was playing against other people that were entered into the tournament or just daily casino patrons. For all I know, I could have just spent 3 hours studying the wrong people and wasted my time. Before I went home for the night, I sat at the bar for a little while and continued to watch the players. A disheveled man sat next to me, mumbling something into his glass. Most likely he was too intoxicated to be playing whatever game he was interested in, and had lost a bunch of money. That, however, was only my best guess, because I couldn't actually hear anything he was saying. I decided to order a drink, and as soon as the bartender poured it and walked away, the man reached out and set his hand on my forearm. I couldn't help the shocked and offended look that presented itself on my face. "Who am I?" the man said with a rough, gravelly voice and a terrified look on his face. "I can't remember. I lost it. I lost. Who am I? What's my name?" "How would I know?" I responded, extremely confused. "I can't remember. I can't remember. I can't remember," he began to repeat as he removed his hand from my arm and returned it to his nearly empty glass. I watched him, studied him for a moment. I tried to figure out both what he was talking about and what had happened to him without asking any questions, knowing that would start another conversation or series of ramblings. Sadly, he began rambling at me without me provoking him. "This game, a game I found. I played it. It takes things from you. Things you can never get back, no matter how hard you try. Don't lose or you will forget it forever. You can never win your own back. Always someone else's. Someone that lost before. What are you talking about? What game? I have to go. I have to win it back. I have to try. Win back who I am. Hey, what game? What are you saying? I asked again, beginning to get angry. The man never responded, but instead he leaped from his chair and hurried off through the crowd and out of the casino. I couldn't help but sit there just bewildered. My mind felt like it was going to catch fire with how hard it was trying to make sense of anything that the strange man had said. I finished my drink, and just before I got up, I noticed that the man had left a card sitting in his place. Not a complete card. It looked like it had been set on fire and put out after being burned, after having burned away a good portion of it. Only a few numbers and a handful of embossed letters remained on the card, indicating that it had once been an address to something. I thought little of it and threw the remainder of the card into my empty glass before standing and leaving. Something about that man, he was haunting me. I had a lot of questions about this game he was talking about. At the same time, though, part of me had an almost unspeakable level of apprehension, like that feeling you get before stepping onto your roof, something like a primal fear of falling. It was like that, the kind of feeling that grips your spine and doesn't let go. December 9. With the tournament being tomorrow, my nerves are beginning to grind. I feel so unprepared for it. I should have been studying players and playing more games of significance to prepare myself for weeks before now. Thoughts of doubt and just a general sense of, what the hell am I doing here, flooded my skull as I sat down at the table for what was going to be my final game before the tournament. It was getting late, and I had already spent hours sitting at tables playing hands and filling my head with mental notes about people just in case I needed them. Filling my head with so much new information seemed to trigger the strange man's words from the other night. I can't remember, replayed in my head in his rough and scary voice. The table was rich. Some younger YouTube celebrity or something. I really wasn't sure what he did to get his wealth. A mid-20s lady that had a little skill, but from what I could tell was just playing with daddy's money. A 40-something scruffy-looking guy that clearly hadn't slept in days. His demeanor seemed to tell me that he was trying to win back some money he owed someone. The patchy stubble covering his face mixed with the traces of white powder crusted around his nostrils and bloodshot eyes told me he wasn't going to be much of a threat. You can't think or play effectively when you're strung out or haven't slept. And then there was Charlie, or Charles, as I heard a few people address him. A white suit trimmed with gold buttons and a matching cowboy hat. He was significantly older with a white goatee, and if I had to be honest, he looked almost exactly like Colonel Sanders if someone put a cowboy hat on him. He looked like an old southern plantation owner and had the accent to match. The man was a complete donkey, the worst kind of player. No matter what he had in his hand, he would raise, try to bully people off the table every chance he got, which worked quite well at getting rid of other players, leaving just the two of us for most of the hands. I wasn't about to let Dusty Trail Colonel Sanders scare me off, though. A few times I had seen him show his cards, and he had absolutely nothing. I couldn't afford to keep playing marginal hands. I didn't have the luxury anymore. Now it had become somehow personal to me. He was one of those people with more money than a god who couldn't care less about $1,000. I wanted to take him down more than anything, and the only way I was going to do that was to catch him out. My time finally came when I got dealt pocket rockets, 2 aces. I was last to act, and as usual, Charles decided to bully the table. He bet big, $100. I looked at the other players and knew my time had come. The girl folded almost immediately, with the YouTube guy taking a second to think about it before they too folded their hand and re-raised to 200. It was just me and him. He stared me down and started blathering as he had been nearly the entire game. I gave him nothing in return. I just sat there not breaking eye contact as my mind screamed. He asked me how much I had left in me, and I told him 1,200. He played with his chips and with a shit-eating grin pushed all in. He had me covered, and I couldn't contain myself. I pushed my chips in with my heart racing. I bet half my mortgage. I stood up and flipped my cards. He flipped his cards, and as usual, he had nothing. 2-7 offsuit, the worst poker hand. His bullying tactics had failed him against me. I remembered my mind screaming at me as the cards were dealt, and again when it was over. Charles sat staring at the table. We both knew the money did not affect him, but the fact that he lost plastered a look of intense fury across his face. I took my chips and cashed them out. Another month of mortgage plus some spending money. I was doing well, but in my adrenaline-soaked state, I knew I couldn't keep playing. Not tonight. Not after making an enemy out of Cowboy Colonel Sanders. I just needed to go home and get some rest and spend some time with Lydia before the tournament tomorrow. 10th of December. Surgery. We went to a doctor's appointment this morning, and after only a few treatments of chemo, they want to skip ahead to surgery to try and remove as many of the tumors as they could. It's going to be very expensive, and I did my best to appear like that didn't bother me. I didn't even know they could switch their minds so quickly from chemo to surgery, but that's what the doctor said. I'm scared of the bill, but I'm terrified of what it'll do to Lydia. That woman is my whole world, and without her, I don't know what I would do. Now, even more than before, I need to win this tournament, and with this news right before I must play, I can't guarantee how well my head will be in the game, but there is no turning back now. December 11th. The players at the tournament were surprisingly easy for the first half. The skill and challenge came towards the end. Maybe I just got lucky with my hands, or maybe my ability to read people gave me a severe advantage. Either way, yesterday, the first day of the tournament, seemed easy to me. Today, on the other hand, was a rush of adrenaline and anxiety. Play after play, hand after hand, I did well. The tables had been consolidated down to 5 tables of 5 players. The winners of these tables would sit at the final table. I could feel it getting close, and I had done so well so far. My heart pounded inside of my chest as 2 of the players at our table busted out of the tournament, leaving me with one other decent player and my toughest opponent yet. He was well experienced and a good player, but he was loud and cocky. He was very showy, and I'm sure it was a device he used to conceal whatever tells he had. I remained calm, and as best as I could, as the 4th card came out and I had my flush. With the ace-high flush, I was virtually unbeatable. I had been quiet the entire night, though, and I couldn't make a big play or I would scare everyone off. I had to check. Thankfully, the loudmouth couldn't stop blinking, and he gloated and continuously talked. I knew he was excited. He must have also been on a flush draw. I had the nuts, though, the best possible hand. I just had to keep him happy, and he would send me to the final table. He raised, and to my absolute surprise, the man next to him that had been calm and seemed to be playing safe all night called an insane raise of $1,000. I put my head in my hands and mumbled audibly to myself. I didn't want the smile in my heart to show on my face. I acted frustrated and then slowly counted out $1,000 in chips. When the last card came out, I peeked at my cards, but only for a second. I knew I had the best hand, but still, I checked. I knew the cocky loudmouth across from me was going to raise. He probably had the second best flush, and that is a hard hand to fold. Sure enough, he pushed another 1,000. The other man in the hand folded, and it came back to me. I found it odd that he raised so much, then folded so quickly after. I finally looked at the sinister smile plastered on the loudmouth's face and pretended to check my hand. "You're not that guy, buddy," he said, laughing, a true sign of his absolute confidence in his hand. "Maybe I'm not," I said, clacking my chips on the table. "Are you going to call if I raise?" I could see the greed in his eyes. I pushed hold on. Sorry, our neighbors are making sounds and the dog is freaking out. Okay. I could see the greed in his eyes. I pushed everything I had. He called me without a second thought. Just as I had guessed, he had the king-high flush, but I had the ace-high flush. "Why the fuck would you limp that whole hand with the nut flush?" he said, standing, balling his fist. "I knew you would do my work for me," I said, scooping up my chips. I did it. I won the table, and I was moving on to the final table, which meant I would at least be winning my buy-in money back. I smirked to myself as I gathered the chips and prepared to move. Suddenly, he charged across the table and sucker punched me in the eye before being grabbed by a pit boss. Out of pure reaction to being punched, I swung, but I didn't hit anything. Loudmouth was removed from the casino, and I could stay inside and keep my 5th place, but was refused the right to play at the final table. Instead, I sat in the audience, fuming with anger that Loudmouth had stopped me from getting a better position in the tournament. After watching the first couple hands at the final game, I decided to retreat to the bar, partially to get some ice from the bartender and partially to get a few drinks, hoping it would calm me down. As I sat watching the last table from the bar, someone in a voice barely above the roar of the casino spoke to me. "Why is that your play, son?" I looked behind me to see through my quickly swelling eye an older man. Very expensive gray suit, peppered hair, waxed mustache, and a pointed goatee, and a knowing but sly look on his face. Even though he was now wearing deep red circular sunglasses, I actually recognized him as the man in the crowd from the other night. He leaned a little closer and repeated his question. Something about him felt both off and comforting to me. He made me feel like we were long-lost friends, and I couldn't help but be honest with him. "Well, sir, my name is Dimitri, lad. You may call me as such." "Oh, okay. Well, Dimitri, my wife needs some very expensive treatments and surgeries. You see, she has cancer, and I can't bear the thought of losing her, so I am doing whatever I can to pay for it," I said as I felt tears well up in my eyes at the very thought. "Well, my boy, I believe I have just the game for you." "What? What do you mean?" I'm only really good at poker, I asked. Ah, yes, that, he said with a sinister smile. It is precisely that. Poker, that is. However, the stakes might be a bit unusual, but I promise you that if you win, you will have everything you need to take care of your beloved wife. Where is it? I said, looking around the room. Not here, he said, extending his right arm and presenting me with a card. It is in another location, somewhere that is a little off the beaten path, so to speak. It is invitation only, and that card in your hand is your invitation. When is the tournament? No tournament, but a series of games with very high stakes. With that final sentence, the man stood and walked off, disappearing into the crowd. Nothing about the man or the conversation felt very good to me. Something about his demeanor made me feel like I turned my back on him, he would rip my soul from my body. Talking to him felt as though I was making a deal with the devil, and I can't describe the horror and anxiety that filled me with as he spoke. I looked down at the card. It simply had an address written on it in a strange and foiled font. The letters glistened and reflected the overhead lights as I moved the card back and forth in my hand. Suddenly, my brain made a connection, and I recognized that it was just the burnt card the disheveled man had left the night before. I tried my best to recall what the man had said that night because his words now seemed to me much more important than they had been before. His warning of, "If you lose it," rang in my ears. 12th of December. It was a blank steel door in an alley, which was my first red flag telling me that I should probably turn around and walk away. The address on the card from the strange man led me down this dark alley in a mostly abandoned part of town. All around me were decrepit, crumbling warehouses and old abandoned stores. I was frustrated at the thought that this could all just be a prank or some kind of sick joke. My heart pounded against my ribs, angrily telling me to leave. However, my desperation to save my wife and the man's words from last night, "Everything you need to save your wife," caused me to knock on the door. I stood for a few moments in silence and anger before I heard the latch on the other side move. The door swung open, revealing a very dimly lit flight of stairs leading into a short hallway. As I reached the far end of the hallway, I noticed it opened into a relatively large room. 2 poker tables sat in the middle, and chairs and couches lined the walls. A small bar sat near the poker tables with an old bartender behind it. The shelves of the bar seemed to hold bottle after bottle of the same brand of whiskey. Nothing more. No other options. A man looking very strung out sat at the bar repeating the same phrase over and over. "I can't remember." At first, I failed to recognize him, but again, it was the man from the bar at the casino. His words of warning began echoing through my mind. Only one of the tables had players sitting at it, and oddly enough, seemed to be waiting for me to show up and fill the last seat before they began to play. The other players sat silently as I approached the table. Might I ask what the buy-in is? And is this some type of tournament with a big win? I don't mean to sound money hungry, but I was told winning here could pay for my wife's surgery. The players remained silent, but the bartender spoke to answer my question. "There's no tournament. Instead, a series of games. The money is of no object here. You will play multiple games. You will win some. You will lose some. Once the first hand of the first game is dealt, you cannot quit until all games are played. If you win more than you lose, your wife will be taken care of. If you lose more than you win, you will never be allowed back in." I stood next to the table for a moment just to feel how strange and eerie the situation around me felt. I needed to do whatever it took to get my wife's surgery paid for and have her taken care of, so regardless of how strange the rules were, I was going to play, but just before I began to sit down, having made my decision, the bartender spoke again. "The rules are simple. The stakes are high. Each loss comes at a price, while each win will grant you a new experience." That statement seemed both strange and obvious. However, the way it was worded grated against my nerves. I began to sit down and simply nodded my response when the bartender interrupted me for the third time. "Do not sit. You have 24 hours to make your choice. Your first game, if you decide to play, starts this time tomorrow night. Now, you must go." I stared at the bartender, visibly confused. After a few seconds, everyone in the room looked away from me or through me, as if I were a ghost floating through the ether. Even making noise and shouting received no response from anyone in the room. A few moments of being treated like I was invisible caused me to finally give up and just walk out and head home. 13th of December. I walked back through the door exactly on time. My nerves raised to insane levels, knowing I had no way of studying the other players mixed with knowing that the surgery was tomorrow. I sat down at the table, and before I could say a word, the bartender placed a drink in front of me. The only thing they offered, whiskey on the rocks. A monstrous cigar protruded from one of the other players' mouths as thick wisps of cigar smoke rose from the lit end into the air. The sight of the cigar caused me to realize that the three men were nearly identical. They were the same three men that I had seen with Dimitri in the crowd. They still were only distinguishable by one with a hat and another with a cigar. In front of me sat 5 white chips, the same as the other 3 players at the table. "Wait," I said before the dealer began handing out cards. "What are these? And where do I pay the buy-in?" My questions were met with blank stares and stoic expressions by everyone at the table. Without answering my question, the dealer began to pass out the cards. I sat quietly and watched until the game was set, and the big blind began. I got a lousy hand, but being in the big blind, I had to protect it. The man with the cigar sat directly across from me. He called the blind, the other 2 folded, and the hand ran out. I lost, not making my hand, and the cigar man across from me won with an ace high. I remember noting this. A strange feeling, though, washed over my mind as the game ended. It was like that feeling you get when you think you may have forgotten to turn the oven off. The man with the cigar made no expression, no excitement over his win. He just simply closed his eyes as he slid a single white chip from my pile to his. I can't express the amount of confusion that filled me at how unusual this game was. Apparently, after that entire game and the loss, all I lose is a single chip? A chip that I still hadn't been told the value of. For all I knew, that single chip could have meant that I just lost my house, or that I had lost $1. The bartender said the stakes were high, but never actually told me what they were. In fact, nobody had told me anything about this game. The 3 other men at the table were nearly robotic. None of them spoke a single word the entire game. They made no expressions, no ticks, no tells, no emotion, which made them impossible to read, leaving the entire game simply to the chance of the draw of the cards and hopeful guessing. It was as if they were bound to the table, forced to play endless amounts of poker games for all eternity. They seemed like lifeless zombies. It was completely unfathomable how truly uncomfortable the entire situation made me feel. However, I was there for a reason. I was on a mission, so I refused to let it bother me to the point of quitting. With very little time or hesitation between games, the dealer began to pass out the cards again. After the first game, I gave up on speaking while playing. Every word I said was met with nothing but blank stares and silence, so I felt no point in continuing to try and communicate. I can play the silent poker game too, I thought. In this game, I finally got a playable hand and was able to win with only one other person in the hand. The win was against the man with the hat this time. Just like the cigar guy, the man with the hat gave no reaction to his loss. Pocket aces are always good poker odds. I needed more hands like that one if I wanted to pay my debt. He slid a chip towards me slowly. I reached out to take it from him. As soon as my fingers touched the pressed white plastic of the chip, a vision blasted through to my mind. It was all I could see and all I could think of as it played in the theater of my mind. I was in a car that I didn't recognize, driving down an open road in the desert. In a car I didn't recognize. It looked to be somewhere in Utah or Arizona, which is an area I've actually never been to. I looked to my right in my vision, and in the passenger seat sat a beautiful blonde woman. She looked at me and she giggled. I didn't recognize her, but in this vision, I knew her to be my wife, Stephanie. My body didn't look the same or even close to how it did before. I looked in the rearview mirror, and although I knew it to be my own reflection, I did not recognize the face staring back at me. Suddenly, the vision faded, and I found myself sitting back at the dim poker table. The soft white chip still rested beneath my fingertips. I shook and gasped for air, screaming for an explanation, only to receive the same stoic silence that seemed to be the default in this place. I reached for my glass and downed my whiskey. Nearly the second I placed it back on the table, the bartender replaced it with a fresh pour. I looked at the bartender with tears beginning to well up in my eyes out of confusion and frustration. What the hell was that? The rules are simple. The stakes are high. You have 3 games remaining. With that, the bartender walked away behind the bar. Before I could say another word, the dealer began to deal the cards again. A queen and 3 of the clubs were in my next hand. I felt good about this. I knew that this wasn't the best hand or even a great hand, but it was always a hand I had been fond of. Somehow my hand held up, and like so many times before, it gave me another reason to like the queen and 3 combos. Again, I won, this time against the cigar man again. Again, the man with the cigar slid a chip towards me. I almost didn't want to touch the chip as it slid because of what had happened last time. As I reached out and placed my fingers on the chip, my mind exploded with another rush of visions. Scenes from a life that wasn't mine. Memories of a world I had never known. A young, dark-haired child was swinging on a playset in front of me. Palm trees lined the edge of the backyard, and a dark-haired woman lay sunbathing next to the pool. The child kept giggling, and she repeated, "Push me higher, Daddy!" Before the game, I had never known these people, and I knew that I had never been able to have children. After touching the chip, I suddenly knew them as if I had always known them. That was my wife, Janet, and our daughter, Kelsey. I looked down at myself and saw that once again, I was not how I remembered, yet how I looked instantly became familiar to me. I saw my reflection in the water of the pool. Looking back at me from the reflection was the man from the bar. I had somehow become him. Screaming, I seemed to come back to reality. Once again, sitting with my fingertips touching the soft plastic of the white chip in front of me. My eyes darted to the bar to see that the man remained seated there, just how I remembered him. He still repeated his phrase, and the meaning behind those words began to click. Were those someone else's memories? Is that what you lose? Is that what you win? I nearly began to hyperventilate at my realization. What had they taken at my first loss? What was it that I no longer had any memory of? How is this even happening, or possible? The man at the bar had been around for days. Is that what he meant by, if you lose it, you lose it? I had clearly just won one of his memories. He lost in this game to the point he no longer remembered his family or where he lived. The dealer wasted no time passing the cards out once again. Game 4 was about to start regardless of my pending anxiety attack. I was dealt a pair of 2s under the gun and decided to see it out. I knew I was beat when the first card came out, and I braced myself for what I was about to lose. A chill running up my spine and my heart in my throat. Tears welled in my eyes as the strange sensation of losing something washed over my mind. I began to cry as I passed the single white chip across the table to the winner, this time the only guy without any form of proper distinguishable accessory. I couldn't choose what I got to let go of or what I choose to forget. When you lose it, it just takes whatever memories it wanted, and there was nothing you could do about it. The worst part about any of it was that I had no idea which part of my life was being ripped away. It was just suddenly gone, and I had no way of knowing. I tried my best to go over in my head as many details and facts about myself as I could remember. What my name was, why I was here, everything. Sadly, there wasn't much that was coming back to me, and I didn't get much time before the next game. Again, without hesitation, the dealer began to hand out cards. It was the final game, and I had already 2 wins and 2 losses. Hi, honey, welcome in. Thank you so very much for the raid. Hi, how are ya? Hello, hello. How's the volume on that, guys? Is that too loud or is that okay? Hi, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, welcome, raiders. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, and have a little stretch. And thank you so much for coming in. If you guys need to raid and run, that's totally cool. But if not, then all good. then we would love to have you stick around. And sorry, I was looking at it's good. Oh, the volume is good. I'm like, yeah, good. Volume's good. Excellent. We're almost done with the story, you guys. Pretty spooky, huh? We're in the middle of a little creepypasta. I'm getting tongue-tied. But welcome in, hon. It's such a pleasure to see you. Thank you for the raid. Let us know how your stream was as well, and I'll read up on it. Oh, hi, Nebula. Hi, sweetheart. Welcome in. Welcome, honey. I will. Yes, I got your Sing Redeem bubble, and we will do that before we finish up tonight. But we will finish this first. All right, let's continue. All right, let's see. Again, without hesitation, the dealer began to hand out the cards. It was the final game, and I already had 2 wins and 2 losses. So if I won this game, then I would have enough money to pay back the hospital, right? Yeah, that's why I'm here. I have to pay the hospital. I got dealt an ace and a king this time, offsuit, and decided to play it out. It's not the best hand in the world, but as my pulse pounded, I was quickly relieved by hitting my straight on the 4th card. Nothing like hitting your out on the turn, I guess. I knew it was amazing. It was a huge relief that I won, but I had very little emotion to show. My brain was too busy trying to pick up the pieces and figure out what I had forgotten from my losses. As the cigar guy slid the final chip my way, I hesitated and refused to touch it at first. I didn't want new memories clouding my ability to gain my old ones back. I knew that it was of no use, though. The only way to get whatever was gone back would be to win it back in this godforsaken game. I need to go pay the hospital. I do remember that. Why I need to pay them, though, I seem to have forgotten. I don't know what else to do, so I'm going to keep playing until I can remember what it was again. I just don't remember. I can't remember. This journal was left at the hospital, along with a very large sum of money in the early morning, the day of my surgery. The nurses read through it and discovered that the money was for my surgery and that the journal should go to me. I thought of transcribing it here in hopes that someone out there might be able to might have seen my husband and can tell him to come home. I'm truly terrified that something may have happened to him, so I sit here in tears just hoping that just one of you may have some information about him. And if you see this, I love you, Dave. Please come home. Interesting, huh? What'd you think? I got chills for the first time that I read that. How are you guys all doing? I'm sorry, like I said, that's a long one, but I hope you enjoyed it. I really like that story. It's quite spooky, don't you think? Let me catch up with everyone. So sorry, I know we've been reading for 45 minutes. I love how Alan's like, bro is gonna become a VTuber, a poker VTuber. You gotta look out for the oldies, true. Listening to these while cleaning and doing chores is great. Oh, yay, I'm so glad you enjoy them, sweet Effie. And thank you for the care package, lovely Ozzy. Thank you also, sweet Nebula. I'll take double swig. You ever drink so hard that you forget to breathe? But I'm really glad. I really hope you guys enjoyed our stories and stuff today. We'll talk for a few minutes. Is there anyone who has like a really critical, like they need to hear a fable or a legend or something? Or can we just talk for about 15 minutes and then we'll finish up? Let's see. Bro needs to sell a kidney or two. I really like the story this far. Very well written. It is. It was very. It's a slow burn kind of story, but like those final words of like, I need to pay the hospital. Why do I need to pay the hospital? I guess I'll just keep playing until I remember. And then, like the fact that Lydia had found the journal and stuff was like, oh, chills. Bro should have done beat pics. Bro is going off the free casino drinks. True, and that is why I have a gotcha immunity. Yes, exactly. Me too. I'm getting pretty sleepy, so I'll do my best, the best I can to make it to the next stream. All good, precious try. I'm so sorry, I'm like 20 minutes late to that, but I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. And Devil Boy, hi there, hun, welcome in. I'm making beats and your story is going along with it. That's sick, let's go. Hi, sweet Nebula. How are you, darling? It's a pleasure to see you. Let's see, oh, you guys, okay, here we go. Greetings. Oh, I'm so sorry, how do I pronounce your name, DJ? Also known as Jericho. That's it. Hello, Jericho. You don't have to tell me. I figured it out. Jericho hath graced us with their presence from the realm of lingo. This chill PNG tuber, not one for excessive chatter, doth entertain with their valiant attempts at gaming. The recent broadcast, Do We Know the Lingo, doth suggest a mastery of language. Perhaps they are failing for our amusement as they claim. Regardless, let us welcome the small streamer with open arms. Indeed, indeed. Hi, sweet Jericho. How are you doing? I hope that your stream went great. So what is lingo? Is it language or English, or what is it specifically about? I'm walking the dogs now. We'll be back soon. See you soon, precious Patricia. I'm glad that the volume's good. Let's see, we will indeed sing that song for sweet Bublin. Betty forgot what the payment for the hospital was for. Yep, I knew it. He forgot his wife. Bro was tripping. I know, it's sad. Goodness, it's so good. I'm glad you guys liked it. Creepy and kept you on the edge with the gambling aspect, right? And I know, poor wife, for real. That was so cool. I'm so glad you guys liked it. Yay! See, that's the thing. This is the kind of creepypasta and the last one. That I'm like, oh, I think that's probably appropriate for our age group. 18 plus critically, but also not too triggering or anything. I did forget, somehow I managed to forget that like the cancer thing was in there, which I know can be triggering, and I'm very sorry if that got anybody, but I also was like, I know there's not a lot. Clearly I forgot about it because I just remember she got sick. They don't go into like extreme detail or anything, so I hope that was okay for everyone. We can chit chat? Okay, sounds good. Let's chit chat, and then we will do our sing redeem, or we'll do the sing redeem and then we'll chit chat. How's that? But Jericho said it was good. We played a puzzle game with words. I got stuck on one where I had to swap around the sounds of the words. Ooh, like a homophone kind of thing? That's so cool, Jericho. Oh, well, I hope you had a good time. Hey, do you want to let us know when your next stream is, hon, so that everyone can go enjoy it? Mobile sub prices went up. Don't gamble with your kidneys or resort to feet pics. Get desktop prices. Here's that what Mazebot said. Oh my god, it's so good at listening. Horrifyingly good. I thought he was gonna be forced to play to too high and lose everything, so all the memories, and then the wife would not get the treatment she needed payment for. Yeah, it's almost bittersweet, because what he set out to do did get done, right? She got taken care of and her surgery was a success and all that, but like, he's gone. He's gone, like his memories are gone. I think the thing that freaks me out so much about that one is that is such a scary prospect, because I have such shitty memory as it is. But like, the possibility of like unwittingly playing your memories away and not being able to leave the table when you do that, oh, terrifying. Welcome back, Sweet Special. It's good to see you. Oh, let me hold on. Let me remove my delightful little book real quick. There we go. All right. Boop. Oh, hold on. There we go. Jericho, like though and oath was one, gel and ledge was another, but I got stuck on hot crusts. Hot crusts. Ooh, that's so cool though. Oh, that sounds really interesting, Jericho. Is that a demo or is that like a full-fledged game? Free or Steam or what? I'll probably stream again on Friday. Amazing. Well, you guys, please check out the lovely Jericho who just rated in. And if I wasn't told anything about the game, I'd leave. Yeah, good call. I think he was just like in such a state of desperation, and he was really feeling confident after effectively winning to get to that final table. I wonder who got the memory of his wife. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see like a sequel to that, huh? All right, let's do our song redeem for our sweetest little bublin, which is for the dancing and the dreaming. You like echoes, is that right, sweetheart? It has 2 levels thus far, but there's so much more. But there's so much. That's so cool. Oh, that sounds really fun. I know, 6 hours already. Yeah, I know. We've been doing some really fun storytelling all day, huh? All right, hold on. Let me find my echo. There we go. Yes, echo? All right, how's this? Is this a good echo for you? Do we want to turn the background off? Yes, we will. We will indeed redo that. All right, cuties, you ready? Here we go. I'll swim and sail on savage seas with never fear of drowning, and gladly ride the waves of life if you will marry me. No scorching sun nor freezing cold will stop me on my journey if you will promise me your heart and love me for eternity. My dearest one, my darling dear, your mighty words astound me, but I've no need for mighty deeds when I feel your arms around me. But I would bring you rings of gold, I'd even sing you poetry, and I would keep you from all harm if you would stay beside me. I have no use for rings of gold, I care not for your poetry. I only want your hand to hold, I only want you near me. I'll swim and sail on savage seas with never fear of drowning, and gladly ride the waves of life, and you will marry me. There you go. I hope that was okay. Sorry, I can tell that my voice is kind of shot after reading for six hours. No, that was okay still. Voice of 1,000 angels yet again. Oh, thank you, Ozzy. You're very sweet, honey. I appreciate it. That was so good. Aw, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Vash. Fire. Thank you, dearest double. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Bravo. My billion out of 10. Beautiful. Thank you, sweetheart. I appreciate it. And bewitching singing. Thank you, sweet Saddle. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Amazing singing. Oh, I muted myself, sorry. I don't know when I did that. Amazing singing, Tao is where I'll start from, but I swear I've read everything. Amazing singing, thank you, sweet Nix. And you think that was the most beautiful I've ever sung? Really? Really? Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, cutie pies. Well, this has been a lot of fun. What did you guys think? Did everyone enjoy the storytelling stream? Do you guys want me to keep on? So, you guys have noticed that like we do our community goals where you contribute like channel points over the course of 3 to 4 weeks or whatever. We're like movie nights, community game nights, story time nights. Are you guys still enjoying these story time nights? Do you like when I put them up there as a potential community goal? Do you want me to keep doing that, or is it kind of boring, or what? So that you guys don't feel like, obviously I want everyone to feel as safe as possible. Do you want future storytime streams? And that way, because polls are totally anonymous. So please tell me, because I don't want to put them back in there if you guys don't like them. It's the same kind of thing where if you guys don't like my karaoke ones, I don't want to put them on there. You know what I mean? But I hope everyone enjoyed like the lurkability of this stream. As you saw, I mean, you could just close your eyes and just do whatever you wanted, sleep or work or study or clean or whatever. Like sweet Effie was cleaning. This was such a good idea. I'm so glad you like it. Please do more of this. Amazing. Okay, I'm glad you guys like it so much. Who is that sitting by the water behind you? Oh, that's a little statue of me hugging you cutie pies. That was a fun stream, amazing stream. Oh, I'm so glad you like it. Jotaro, yes. Don't forget to check media. Yes, indeed. Good night. Have a go and sweet Jericho. Thank you so much for bringing everybody in. Give me just a second. I'm just gonna have a quick look at who we might be able to go and see. You guys, quick reminder before we go raid anyone. I just want to remind you guys that Fabulous Pals, tomorrow we are doing an all-day community stream. So please do have such community-minded games as Fall Guys. I almost said Fallout. Fallout Guys. Fallout Boy's less popular cousin, Fallout Guys, is available for download on Steam. No, but Fall Guys, make sure you have that downloaded if you want to play, because we will play that tomorrow. Let me see. Wait, is Snivy live right now? I have so many people on here. I need to. Is Snivy live? I didn't. Oh my goodness. How did I miss my sweet Snivy being live? Actually, I still don't see her. Hold on. Oh, good. I'm so glad you guys like this stream so much. Make sure to look at the model's progress pics. Yes, definitely. Good point. I will indeed do that. I don't see her. Were you joshing me? You were joshing me. Oh, but we can go see Lampy. Oh, we gotta go see sweet Lampy. Oh, Lampy is our lovely moth friendo. We are gonna go see Lampy, who I think is actually working on art. Yeah. Drawing clipboards and more. Let's go. This should be fun. We'll go see the fabulous Lampy, you guys. Thank you again so very much for joining me today. As usual, it's been nothing but a pleasure, cutie pies. We're gonna go see our moth friend. And you guys, yes, please make sure you've downloaded Fall Guys. And we will also talk about the other games that we'll play tomorrow, or can play tomorrow. You guys, if you're going off to bed, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you are not, however, and you are instead going off to work or to relax or whatever else, I hope it is the best ever, genuinely. You have all waited long enough, and so it is time now for some platonic kisses on your forehead, and on your cheeks. Thank you so much for joining me today. It's been such a blast. And cuties, please make sure that you take the best care of yourselves because you know that I would take the best care of you. You know that, right? Thank you so much for joining me. You all have little pieces of my heart and my soul. Thank you so much for being here. It has been so much fun. And cuties, I will see you tomorrow for our community stream. And tomorrow will mark our more than halfway through our stream week, even though it feels like we just started. Fuck. All right, cuties. On that note, let's go say hello to the lovely Lampy and ciao for now, cutie pies. Ciao for now.